making sure that the trade lanes of the Nix sector are safe and transporting only legally approved goods. You have a way with words, my lady. Thank you, Uriyang Kada, I had excellent teachers. Manchester System. Battlebarge Libitra. 3.332.313 M35. Basilea Taylor Bear. Impressive, Taylor acknowledged. I would almost pity your enemies, if I didn't know they were bloodthirsty greenskins. She had, to be sure, seen plenty of Astartes standing at attention, but the 86 Space Marines of the Angels Revenant's first company were a wall of bolters and ceramite ready to slaughter the enemies of the Imperium by the thousands. As per the Codex Astartes, the tactical dreadnought armor best known as Terminator was fielded in mass. The Angels Revenant clearly could field 62 of them today, 3 of them had been recently refurbished. That and some typically Macrogen equipment hinted a detour eastwards had been made in the last months. Koner pattern. You have a good eye, Lady Weaver, First Captain Suetonius Garda complimented her. What gave it away? The heavy bolters installed on the Thunderhawks behind your battle brothers, the insect mistress replied honestly. When I left, Lord Guillimon had arranged an inspection of some models which had been removed from the stasis vaults of the Forge world of Koner. Has the Primarch managed to correct some of the production problems? It was a diplomatic way to wonder if the Avenging Sun had kicked some incompetent tech priests where they really deserved it. Yes. Somewhat, Suetonius replied with an expression carved from solid marble, proving that he shared her opinion on the subject. I was told production bottlenecks were being dealt with when we were welcomed at the fortress of Hera. That was about 6 months ago. Lord Guillimon. Our father can't wait to be cleared to get out of his medical purposed power armor. Taylor snorted. That was the least surprising thing that was uttered in the last year or so. If there was something that could be said of all the Primarches, it was that they were horribly impatient and not used to being on the receiving end of medical treatments. At least the apothecaries had to deal with Robert Guillimon. The Lady General Militant preferred not to think of what would have happened if they had to play healers for Lemon Russ. Something told her it would have ended in a lot of tears. For the next minutes, the conversation was on hiatus. The 2,000 men of the Revenant Auxilia deserved her full attention, and there were plenty of details to assimilate, hands to shake, and even a few medals to give out. Finally, the improvised presentation of the first company was over, and the metallic gates closed behind them. The tech priests are going to transfer 25 Mark 9 power armors aboard the Libitra. We will make good use of them. The first captain swore. There have been many rumors about the Mark X, of course. The testing teams are working hard to stress test it in the most realistic conditions possible. Which meant, naturally, that the opposition when it came to field testing consisted of other Space Marines present in the Nix sector. These days, Chapter Master Duplex had volunteered close to 30 Astartes of his reserve companies, a serious commitment if there ever was one. The results are promising. Very promising. But given the importance of the matter, here the Mechanikus, the sons of Fukin, and I are in perfect agreement, the Mark X must have all its pre-production flaws, no matter how minor, completely eradicated. If it is to become the standard of the Astartes power armors for the 35th millennium, the outcome must be a first-rate power armor. The Mark IX was still delivered to the chapters at the moment, but this was because a Mark IX was better than no power armor. Once the Mark X began to be delivered in the thousands, Dragon was confident she would repurpose the Mark IX production line for the Mark X. Excellent, Suetonius said sincerely before changing the subject. My lord has thought of your latest proposal. By which he meant the chapter master of the Angels Revenant, not Lord Guillimon, else he would have used the father title. The Gene-sire of the Ultramarines had been informed of the basics too, of course. Unlike some politicians, the Astartes could keep their mouths shut. And we would feel better if we knew the percentage of gene compatibility, of course. Taylor grimaced inwardly. I tested the guard regiments I have at my disposal. Gene seed compatibility was on average at 85%. Since each potential recruitment world has a population of more than 3 billion people, I am of the opinion lack of good candidates is not what you would lack. And unfortunately, before the matter is resolved, I can't exactly organize gene testing for all. My lord understands. The second-in-command of the entire Angels Revenant chapter answered. And we are not blind to the disgusting ruling methods you have been forced to tolerate. There is still the problem of debt, particularly of honor. These worlds are great prizes. And I think I already told your chapter master I'm not doing it for the money. The Basilea replied absolutely honestly. And it was absolutely not an exaggeration. For all the provocations, the taunting and more problems caused by the stupidity of a few nobles, the Nix sector could very well thrive while ignoring a problem or two. Except if she did it, Taylor knew she would regret it very deeply one day, both as the Basilea of Nix and as the Angel of Sacrifice. Atlas was in the process of rotting from the inside, whereas the entire Nix sector was on its way to rebuild itself into something approaching the levels of prosperity of the Great Crusade. We know, Suetonius Garda assured bluntly. Otherwise this conversation wouldn't take place. It was sometimes, refreshing to talk business matters with officers of the Adeptus Astartes. Especially when they came from different gene lines than the ones she was used to meeting and speaking with every day. And it was very reassuring for her moral compass that the first captain of a well-respected chapter of the 8th founding agreed that the situation reeked of decay and repugnant stagnation. We are ready to accept the compromise where the magma spiders will be granted oversight of the patrol routes of the subsector. Suetonius continued. Most of our doctrine is to leave void warfare to the Imperial Navy except when the fighting comes close to a planet anyway. But my lord would feel more comfortable if past a certain point, the approach is, honorable. You want a certain amount of oversight in the matter? Taylor asked, and the silent reply was positive. I don't see why not. Although I will point out that you told me yourself the first company is on its way to fight the orcs. I haven't forgotten the greenskins. Suetonius smiled carnivorously, before giving her a thoughtful look. I could spare some squads from a reserve company once the crushing of a rebellion on the frontier is settled satisfactorily. Can you afford to wait until then? I don't see why not. Pierre had not even given a single report, and the same was true of Ilmarina, who had taken up the duty of liaison for this one. As long as ending said rebellion does not last decades, of course. Please, Lady Weaver, the son of Gillimon scoffed with false cheerfulness, we don't play with our prey, unlike some of our wolfish cousins. Was it seriously surprising that the Angel's Revenant had a grudge against the Space Wolves too? No. The Eye of Terror. Harmony. Ruins of Canticle City. Space-temporal anomaly imperial system impossible to calculate. Warlord militia, the destiny unwritten. Warlord. Yes, Boros. I don't think we are going to find anything of use here. You may very well be right. The para-human sorceress agreed. One can say a lot of things about Abaddon, but I have to admit he thrashed this place very thoroughly. Here had stood one of the greatest fortresses of the Emperor's children during the Legion Wars, the Canticle City. It had been a lair of horrors and sanity-breaking decadence. Inside its halls, demons and excess-seduced Astartes had tormented billions of souls when they weren't busy doing worse. All of the Third Legion's activities had ended when Ezekiel Abaddon returned with the vengeful spirit and dropped a freaking cruiser upon the Canticle City. It had been the vengeance of the future War Master of the Black Legion for the crimes of the sons of Fulgrim, who had dared steal the corpse of the fallen Horus Lupercal, the first son, the first War Master, and according to some, the one who should have been Emperor. Daemon and Astartes' interrogations had not revealed what had happened during the battle. Had Abaddon burned his Genesire's body to ensure further desecration was impossible? Or had he used it for his own goals? The corpse of a Primarch was a limited resource of genetic materials, unlike a living one. But it was still possible to extract some blood and other things, and the Black Legion had increased in size spectacularly. At the root of it may be gene seed from Horus' corpse. Or the rumors were true, and the other legions had an enormous percentage of deserters, far more than they were ready to admit in public. This was the Eye of Terror. Truth was difficult to obtain at the best of times, and when the topic had a shred of importance, knowledge was worth its weight in adamantium. Why did we come here, Warlord? I freely admit I was curious about what happened on Harmony during the Legion Wars, the blonde-haired sorceress replied. You have come, a voice that had never managed to stay silent for very long added, because you are afraid. Shut up, Antwer. You of all beings should not speak so derisively of fear. The monster in yellow neutralized you like you were a cheap artifact built by a novice sorcerer. And whose fault was that? Yours. She certainly wasn't going to admit her flaws here, when the ruin still was infested with various entities listening to her every word. The destiny unwritten turned back towards Boroskan and the other Astartes. I freely admit I chose Harmony because it is hardly an important system anymore. The Death Guard fleet that is busy hunting us should not think this place is one of our most probable destinations. I can't help but thinking, her lieutenant stated, that we would be in a far better situation if your god told you of where the planets of the Malphi Warp Crown have been hidden. I think the same. Militia replied with all the calm she could muster and none of the annoyance she really felt. But it is what it is. It was infuriating and proved once more that Xiancha's designs where she was concerned had an outcome which clashed with her plans. The fleet can hold its own for a few more campaigns, of course. As long as you keep avoiding the fleet of the ferryman, Antwer told her in this remarkably irritating tone that gave you the urge to test if it was possible to strangle a demonic sword with your bare hands. Glutherskirvithrax will not catch me, Militia gritted her teeth. She didn't know who he was taking orders from, Mortarion, Typhus, or even Nurgle, but Militia was going to do her utmost so that the Plague Marines never took her alive, and that they didn't capture her soul either. There were a lot of unpleasant fates one wanted to avoid at all costs, and being dragged in chains to the Plague Planet ranked near the top of the list, if it wasn't number one to begin with. Any idea why someone like the ferryman was sent to hunt us down, Warlord? I'm pretty sure we didn't betray them during the Second Battle of the Tyrant Star. Your guess is as good as mine, Militia admitted. I suppose the grandfather of Decay wants a new weapon to wield against the worshippers of the Corpse Emperor, now that his former herald screwed up and the Cymurg engineered his mortal downfall. It could be the 15th Primarch wants to study how to replicate the creation of para-humans from my corpse, or by vivisecting me alive. Not because you stole some artifacts from the Death Guard. I would love for that to be true, it would make their hunt make some sense. The Destiny Unwritten shook her head in rejection. But I'm afraid that if I stole something that was once the property of the Sons of the Reaper, my memory of it was erased afterwards. I don't remember pillaging through their ships or their hidden caches. Ahriman and the thousands, yes, she had looted from them, for all the good it did in the end. But the Death Guard? When everything was disease and contagion, anything you stole had to be decontaminated for years, assuming it was even possible to purify it. And that had been before the Jadrot Noctilith was unleashed in the first place. We should. There was a magical alarm, and a sorceress alert flashed on her right. It was followed a second later by spells conjuring very powerful flames, which created some nice fireworks. The local demons born of the ruin of Harmony shrieked in great numbers. The Kusal scouting force has found something. Outer edge of the Harmony system. Plague battleship Virulent Blight. Warlord Glutherskirvithrax, the ferryman. You thought coming to Harmony would allow you to evade my pursuit. You were wrong, Destiny Unwritten. We outnumber her 5 to 1, Great Lord, and most of her ships have not been repaired since the Battle of the Tyrant Star. The blasphemous child is cornered and soon will be taken captive. Gluther spat out the plague slugs he was chewing, such was his discontent. There was a gesture. The foolish thing which had been part of the Virulent Blight's crew was squelched into something that could be best described as shapeless slime. This kind of remark wouldn't have been uttered on the Everbleed, he remarked to the other plague marines present on his bridge. But the grandfather had rewarded him of his victories with the battleship Virulent Blight, and for all the gifts of blessed decay, the crew of a strike cruiser was completely insufficient to crew his new flagship. All of the recruits had been told to convert via the ritual of the 7 epidemics, yes. Alas, as every intelligent servant of the Lord of Plagues knew, faithfulness was not always synonymous with cleverness. We have found Militia's fleet, yes. The ferryman told his fiercest Vainomariners, they who were the elite of the 6th Plague Company, and who might become something more in due time. But I will only consider victory assured once we have tied her to the black altar of the Plague Planet. We are not going to assume victory will be ours simply because we have a firepower advantage. That kind of arrogance is exactly what led Typhus to fail. Understood. Yes, Warlord. Vainomariners and Nurglings chorused at once. No one showed any sign of fear. Good. If anything, they were more determined than ever. That too was good. The rituals we cast have made sure our arrival was indeed unnoticed. Gluther had tried to think of several scenarios why the battered Calyx fleet would behave like it did if they were aware of his presence, but there were none. The natural selection is in high orbit of Harmony, with 2 Iron Warriors capital ships playing the role of close quarters escort. Thoughts? They certainly are trying to discover if there is something they can recover from the ruins of Harmony, Lord, one of his plague lieutenants replied. I don't see what good it will do to them, however. Harmony is just waiting to be claimed by the grandfather. And Bile abandoned it when the vengeful spirit kicked him out. Maybe, Glutherskirvithrax affirmed with the patience of a long-lived predator, but I have not become the ferryman because I like to gamble my victories on games of luck. The moment the battle begins, the appropriate countermeasures will be deployed. I want 7 miasmic malignifiers to begin their holy work on the surface of Harmony. Your orders will be fulfilled to the letter, Great Ferryman. Good. Typhus had failed, and Gluther had no intention to follow in his footsteps. Now let's return to the ambush itself. We have. Alarms shrieked. The machines blessed by decay flickered and then showed a torrent of black dots materializing into reality. The warlord of the Death Guard watched in incomprehension. If this was an ambush, it was one which had abysmally failed. This new fleet had translated out almost on the other side of the system, meaning they would take several days before coming close enough to begin engaging his squadrons. What was the purpose of this stupidity? Had militia become aware of his presence and summoned reinforcements? Warlord, they are hailing us. This should not be possible. At this distance, the new fleet shouldn't even be able to perceive his warship's presence, even if they were able to pierce the veil of. This might be a trick. If he answered and they didn't have a good idea of his exact position, he would reveal his location like a fresh novice in his first war game. But if he didn't and they already knew he was there, I suppose our unanticipated guests have transmitted something allowing us to identify them. Yes, Great Ferryman, they are. Harmony. The tunnels under Canticle City. Warlord Militia, the Destiny Unwritten. When the Kusal Magister had found the first tunnel, Militia had known instinctively it was some creation born of the warp. Tunnels couldn't have survived under Canticle City. Even by the standards of the Eye of Terror, it was impossible. The citadel had been utterly wiped off the map. Most of the ruins were in reality ruins from the rest of the planet which had been assembled by the whims of the gods. Some hollowed structures stood at the edge of where Canticle City had been, but the gigantic crater told you in a clear and painful manner that between the fortress and a warship crashing upon it, it wasn't the former which survived. Yet the phenomenon had intrigued her. It was something born of the immaterium, like many things were in the eye of terror, but it was not burning with the power of war, anarchy, decay, or change. It simply was. Thus Militia had dismissed the majority of her followers, keeping only her last 2 golems by her side. It was risky, but at the time, there was nothing better to do. Besides, she didn't know where to go after Harmony. The tunnels may yield answers or they may not, this was a gamble that was hers and hers alone to make. The female para-human really didn't know how long she marched in this maze where traps were in abundance and shadowy demons seemed to delight ambushing her at every opportunity, with only the taunts of Antwer to keep her company. Still, it was the sort of calamity which warned her she had reached her destination. He is here. He is here, the one who thought he could forge new demigods. Kill him. The place she arrived at had clearly been a genetic lab of some sort millennia ago. There was enough broken medical equipment to reach that conclusion in 2 seconds. Of course, you didn't need 2 more seconds to think that the majority of these once priceless devices were not going to be of any use to her warband. There were armaglass shards everywhere. Demons had clearly played with a lot of broken tools, and entropy had done the rest. The entire atmosphere as such reeked of abandon and disrepair. For once, Nurgle hadn't dug its claws into this place, but the moment he became aware of it, this would surely change. There was one exception, though. Where once there had been an alley filled with huge amniotic tanks where clones had undoubtedly been created, one remained standing more or less intact. And in front of it, stood the former owner of the lab. Militia had never met him before, of course. But the descriptions she had been given fit him to a disturbing degree. He was a crouched figure, and the infamous arachnid-like device of the surgeon was strapped to his back. His white mane was sickly, and his face seemed to be the epitome of what a mad scientist should look like. Which was all the more surprising, because rumors across the eye hinted the madman could heal himself now. Maybe a clone created before the death of Slaanesh? Lord Primogenitor, she saluted him. She had not been particularly discreet, but it took something like 5 seconds before the survivor of the Emperor's Children Legion deigned turning his head in her direction. It went without saying that the sorceress stayed 10 meters away and on her guard. Well, if it isn't the prodigal child herself, she who could have ruled the Calyx Hellstars. The eyes and the expression of Fabius Bile or one of his many clones were filled with the essence of mockery itself. Militia would have loved returning the insult, but the old monster had a reputation of never being as weak and vulnerable as he looked to be. I came here to seek answers, Lord Primogenitor. I wasn't expecting to be honored with your presence. You came here because you are hunted and the parasite you serve wants you to kneel and make another foolish bargain. Bile bluntly corrected with a chuckle. You would be the beginning of another cycle. Oh yes, I've seen this dance of mistakes happen a lot of times. First Magnus, then his sons. Except Great Bird Brain has lost control of the Thousand Suns, and as long as Ahriman resists, plunging the deceived legionnaires into his labyrinths is the only thing he can do to delay the inevitable. I'm actually beginning to like him. Antwer said evilly. Bile gave a disdainful glance to the black sword. Great. Another one of those things. You have the Rod of Torment, Lord Primogenitor. I have enslaved the Rod of Torment, girl. The ancient space marine corrected. I am its master, and I can banish the parasite when I desire it. This thing, you don't have any control over it. Throwing it into the nearest black hole is in my opinion the correct course of action. I'm beginning to think I don't like him at all, Antwer hastily corrected. Bile ignored Antwer, much like he ignored her, and then his device sprayed some kind of liquid against the intact tank. Instantly, all the moisture and the things which had stood in the way dissolved, revealing what was inside. Militia had expected some kind of misshapen mutant or perhaps an overmuscled space marine. But nothing was further from the truth. This was a child, a perfect child. But his appearance was so sublime, the hair was of silver, and the body was androgynously beautiful. If this was a child, it was perfection. It is a clone of your gene sire, Militia gaped. You cloned Fulgrim. I cloned every Primarch, girl, the chief apothecary of the Emperor's Children corrected her arrogantly. Some attempts were more successful than others, admittedly. The Horus one was splendid. Unfortunately, Ezekiel killed him along with plenty of others. You. By the gods, was that why the madman had stolen Horus Lupercal's corpse? Because he wanted to create a copy of the first War Master? Suddenly, it was not that surprising that the architect of fate had tried to convince the primogenitor to bend the knee. His megalomaniacal ambition was truly something. This couldn't work. You can clone the flesh of a Primarch, but in the end, the soul, or the absence of it, will ensure disastrous madness or worse seizes them. Yes, the mad scientist replied impatiently. I studied the mysteries of gene seed before you crawled out of your mud hole, girl. I have forgotten more about genetic science than you will ever learn. The insult was clear, and the dismissal which followed even more so. Militia felt like she had been metaphorically slapped. That or she was in front of a teacher in detention, and suddenly the instructor had just told her all her answers were wrong. What could Bile want from a clone of his Primarch? According to the rumors spreading across the eye, Bile could always use more gene seed resources, but he had already plenty. The Clone Lord had worked with most of the legions at one point or another since the end of the Siege of Terra. As for creating more Primarches, truly, save the clone, this facility offered nothing. Unless the primogenitor had a fleet stashed somewhere in system with everything to rebuild, Harmony wasn't going to help his ambitions. And the words just spoken hinted the Fulgrim clone wouldn't be used as a method to try to rebuild the Legion of the Emperor's Children, so why? Her eyes widened. You don't want to create new Primarch clones. You want to create something entirely new. Based upon their template. Fabius Bile turned his decrepit head again in her direction, and this time, Militia was sure the decaying flesh was just a shell and the real Fabius Bile was far away. Well, perhaps you are not the simpleton I thought you to be at first. Thanks. Of course, you are still uninteresting compared to Weaver. The Xiantian sorceress had to control herself, because suddenly the urge she felt to murder Bile had nothing to do with Antwer. You. The blonde para-human swallowed the myriad of insults she had on her tongue. It was, hellishly difficult, before a horrible realization settled in her. You are going to give her the clone of Fulgrim once you have no other use for it. If she plays a little game of mine to my satisfaction, the primogenitor said smugly. Any other space marine telling her this, she would have sniffed out the lie a kilometer away. But this was Fabius Bile. Insanity was his middle name, and deranged experiments were the norm. Ridiculous schemes like this one were his trademark. And the chief apothecary had never been reluctant about working incognito for imperial authorities, though his partners always ended up regretting the bargains he offered. You want me for something? You waited for my arrival here. The more she thought about it, the more she felt the entire meeting couldn't be a coincidence. Bile hadn't come alone, and no doubt his mutants had to be waiting somewhere in the tunnels nearby for his commands. Perceptive, Bile answered. The galaxy is at last changing in a manner which pleases me. Mankind is changing, getting ready to shed the old and embrace the new. The Nephilim queens are wonderful creations, and if I didn't rise to meet the challenge, I wouldn't be Fabius Bile. How did she try to voice it politely? I don't trust you, primogenitor. That goes without saying, the ancient space marine told her in an almost amicable tone which ultimately resonated more threateningly than 1,000 actual threats ever could have. But without my support, I think your ambitions will soon be as ruined as Canticle City was. No. How did the bastard find them so easily? The ferryman and his fleet are already here. Oh yes. And they're not the only ones. The scenario had been prepared beforehand, for this was the moment a tall figure hidden behind a grey cloak walked out from one of the other tunnels. The fabric of the cloth was clearly enchanted to repel sorcery, and Militia couldn't see anything beneath it. Maybe if she could. The cloak fell, and Militia immediately regretted her curiosity. The newcomer was a giant clad in ornate black and gold armor. And much like Bile, both his weapons and his face were known to every warlord of importance in the Eye of Terror. Warlord Militia, the destiny unwritten, Abaddon the Despoiler spoke, and his voice was the doom of armadas and worlds. I believe it is time we talk. Catachan System. High orbit over Catachan. Mars-class battlecruiser Pax Imperium. 5.500.313 M35. Rear Admiral Fujiko Yamamoto. If she was to be honest, Fujiko was a bit bemused that she had been able to convince an adjutant spider of Her Celestial Highness to participate in a proper tea ceremony. Amused, but pleased. Adjutant Colonel Bologna was very eager to learn proper courtesies, for in her own words the swarm had to be the definition of courtesy, unless they fought filthy heretics. I learned most of the transports and other elements we have been waiting for in the last 3 days have left the warp. The young Rear Admiral sipped her tea. Yes, and thank you for the rapid update, the golden spider answered once 3 smaller spiders lowered her personal cup of tea. We are a bit early, the webmistress gave me a very lax schedule for the beginning of the operation, due to the vagaries of the warp. But I think it will be better to begin as soon as possible. My grandniece, Adjutant Captain Kelly, is I fear developing a terrible case of ophidiophobia. Fear of reptiles. Fear of snakes, Rear Admiral, Bologna corrected. Snakes, of all things she had expected to come from one of the adjutant spiders, this certainly wasn't it. Yes, snakes. Her tea companion said with some dose of exasperation. It seems this death world is filled with dangerous snake species. True, Fujiko raised a finger for her butler to bring another teapot. But I would have thought that, given your armors and your great abilities, dealing with snakes would be rather easy. Callie assumed that too. Bologna made a sound which could have been a groan. Unfortunately, she was wrong. The more you kill, the more come to replace these perfidious Ophidians. And most of them are quite cunning, to boot. You wouldn't believe the kind of tactics the flying swamp mamba is capable of. And the coiling death cobra really deserves its name. This is Kata-chan, she added after finishing her current cup of tea. Based on what you told me, are you sure your troops are ready for what is waiting for them below? No one can really be ready for Kata-chan, or so General Jack Death Swartz assured me, the adjutant colonel answered very seriously. But if the intention of these bloody snakes is to discourage the swarm, I can assure you it will not work. The web mistress has given me an order to hunt the tyrannid threat, and no matter how many of them there are and how well they hid, I will succeed. This would have been a preposterous affirmation from any normal officer of the Imperial Guard to make. For Bellona, though? The adjutant spider seemed really resourceful. And she could find allies among the fauna and flora of Kata-chan. However, they clearly wouldn't involve snakes. I firmly intend to not underestimate the enemy, the tank-sized arachnid continued. This is why I have published and began to spread my theories and knowledge across all the ships of this task force. The Imperial Uplifting Project for a Comprehension of the Tyrannid Threat is my first book, you know. And the webmistress completely approved my dedication. I heard of it. Fujiko declared prudently. She preferred to not inform her tea companion that the majority of the troops preferred to call the book Codex Tyrannid. But knowledge is one thing, and the means to implement it another. This is very important since you are going to begin a campaign in one of the most dangerous worlds this galaxy can boast of. I know, Bellona admitted. But the webmistress gave me several special weapons, which I can use under the supervision of the commanding officers of the Adeptus Astartes. And the tech priests of Nyx worked hard too. Thanks to them, I have plenty of contingencies ready. A second later, the adjutant spider had lowered the volume of her voice device. No, snakes aren't that much of a big concern. But what the prognosticators had to say was. The Silver Skulls agreed to commit them for the webmistress, you know. I wasn't aware of it, no. Though the ships of the Adeptus Astartes asked permission to be part of her force, the Navy's requests for more information stayed incomplete. Most of the time, the Lamenters and the Brothers of the Red were playing diplomats for the rest of the chapters. And what did the prognosticators have to say? They are saying the color of the armored shell of our enemy is constantly changing. Damn, this wasn't reassuring at all. If they are right, the Tyrannid in command here is receiving updates, and something is telling it to wait until it is able to commit to a specific style of fighting. I don't think you wrote this in your book. No, Bellona looked at her teacup in a very contrite expression. I don't think it would be good for morale. But. For the preparations had accelerated in the last 20 hours, and Fujiko could recognize an imminent planetary assault when she saw one. But I have studied the fangs of the enemy, and I serve the web mistress. Operation Hell Garden is going to end in victory, and we will teach the Tyrannids to fear the swarm. The adjutant spider let her younger cousins raise her cup of tea again. Otherwise I will have to learn how to resurrect the vile one as penance so that the web mistress can kill this monster over and over. Chapter 64, Legacy Interlude Hell Garden. Legacy Interlude. Hell Garden. Hell Garden. Of all military operations of the First Age, it is certainly one of the campaigns most shrouded in an aura of mystery on Nyx. There is no Weavrian marvel dedicated to it, though the names of the fallen, both Nyxian and non-Nyxian, are forever carved on the third floor of the Hagia Sanguinella. Obviously, part of the reason why it stayed as closed to a near-unknown war was the relatively low number of troops engaged in the conflict. And most of the human veterans were Kata-chan jungle fighters, who are not exactly known for their prose and the quality of their memoirs. In addition to these points, a lot of the information was classified by Her Celestial Highness herself, and it remained so until the arrival of Hive Fleet Behemoth ushered in the Tyrannid Wars. One must also point out that although 3 stars of Terra were earned, all of them were awarded posthumously to the heroic guardsmen. And last but not least, it was Kata-chan. Operation Hell Garden happened during the 3rd century of M35, millennia ago, and it remains to this day the only moment an imperial force truly tried what can qualify as an invasion where this infamous death world is concerned. And for good reason. Though all the reports written afterwards conceded the logic of the operation was sound, the after-battle reports of the surviving Space Marines and the adjutant spiders made for very grim reading. Worst of all, even today, the swarm of Her Celestial Highness is forced to acknowledge that the rapid reaction of the Imperium after the end of the operations in the Eastern Fringe took the Tyrannids by surprise. There was no counterpart to the Zoan Lord ready to annihilate armies, tides of billions of Hormigants, or the insidious poison of the Gene Stealer infiltrators. Unfortunately, this didn't mean the hive mind of the Endless Devourer was defenseless. And the strategists had missed a very dangerous problem. On the battlefields of the world that had then still been called Artium, the regiments of Nyx, Fae, and hundreds of other famous recruitment worlds had learned to their sorrow how dangerous it was for your health when Behemoth unleashed its unrelenting offensive power. No one, sadly, had thought to predict what it would mean if a Tyrannid hive fleet turned its malevolent instincts to a defensive strategy. The answers would be horrifying, both in the numbers of casualties they generated, and by the implications they brought into the minds of every senior military commander of mankind. Now, with the benefit of hindsight, it is clear Operation Hell Garden was the first encounter between the Imperium and Hive Fleet Python. And it was indeed a hellish experience none of the survivors would remember fondly for as long as they lived. Extract from Bloody Hell: The First and Last Invasion of Catachan, by retired Admiral Roxana Brazidas Groner, 900M41. Catachan System. High orbit over Catachan. Mars-class battlecruiser Pax Imperium. 5.503.313 M35. Thought for the day: her will be done. Sister Kyra. There were things the harsh training regimen had tried to prepare them for. Unfortunately, Kyra was sure trying to comfort one of the adjutant spiders of Her Celestial Highness was not one of them. What was wrong with the title I chose? Adjutant Colonel Bellona sobbed. It is a perfectly fine name. I didn't have the time to send it to the webmistress, but I'm sure she would have approved. The young battle sister of the Order of the Silver Rose silently begged for help. Alas, all the older girls smirked and didn't intervene. What had happened to the bonds of sisterhood? Suddenly, just because she was the youngest oath-sworn warrior. This would not be forgotten. Of course, this also meant that for the next 10 minutes, Kyra had to apologize again and again. Because the Catachan officers and some other ruffians had dared rechristen the work of the adjutant spider to the offending name of Codex Tyrannid. They aren't able to recognize the greatness the webmistress imbued in me. Bellona bemoaned again before changing the subject. Please, I want some good news, any good news. Kyra looked at her new data slate. We have possible Space Marine reinforcements incoming. Oh. The sorrow disappeared, replaced by excited curiosity. How far away are they? 1 standard month, I'm afraid, Adjutant Colonel. 1 company strong. That's too long, was the immediate and predictable reply. The enemy knows we are here, and we have everything we need for the assault, since the latest weapon shipment from Ryza has been distributed to the troops 2 days ago. We can't afford to wait for a month. Please send a message to, what is the name of the chapter wishing to answer the call to arms, Sister Kyra? The Blood Ravens, the young woman answered before frowning. I am not familiar with the name. Neither am I, Bellona shook her large head. And judging from the expressions of all the sorrow readers present, it was evident everyone shared the same bafflement. They certainly aren't of the blood, the webmistress made sure we can recognize the colors and sigils of every chapter of beloved sanguineous line. And I don't think they were signatories of the Conference of Macrage. I could be mistaken, of course. I wasn't there, and the Space Marines have not been my focus. Teresa. Access to my console, please. Obviously there was a small moment of rush to the devices installed nearby, which was over in a minute. After that, it was just a question of time before the small spiders unlocked the highly secure database reserved to the Adjutant Colonel. A few more seconds and... Has someone placed Thieving Trazen's file in the wrong location? The question out of Bellona's mouth made her raise both eyebrows in astonishment. If there was something everyone took great pride in when it came to serve Her Celestial Highness, it was in making as few mistakes as possible and... How in the name of Holy Bacta did they manage to steal a Fra'al battlecruiser? What? And they used it as a Q-ship to board and steal more Xenos hulls. Oh, I bet the Inquisition loved that. What? They also earned 5 penance crusades in the last 2 millennia, Bellona read aloud. I've never heard of a single chapter earning so many black marks and not being purged by the High Lords, save the Space Wolves, of course. It could be a corruption of the data, as you said, Adjutant Colonel, Claire suggested. The Inquisition can be tolerant of some eccentricities when it is the Adeptus Astartes doing them, but there are limits. I shall hope so, because it is written here, an accusatory leg was pointed at the hololithic screen, that these thieves stole a battle barge of the Marines Malevolent, and a Lady Inquisitor sent them away with a well-done message. I mean, which chapter would be so mentally crippled as to name itself the Marines Malevolent? Even the traitor Marines have far more sense than that. And this was the Adjutant Spider who had thought using a variant of the uplifting primer's name was a good idea for her book speaking. Anyway, Bellona sighed loudly. I suppose we can always accept the help. If the Tyrannids are all dead before they arrive, I will apologize for the fact their services are not needed, and the Adeptus Mechanicus will offer them a few weapons, along with the gratitude of the webmistress for their dedication. There was more frenetic tapping. No further remarks came out, however. And as always, the elder sisters were of no help at all. Kyra had to clear her throat, again. I suppose this means there is no reason to change the schedule of Operation Hell Garden, Adjutant Colonel. No reason at all, the answer came promptly and unflinchingly. We located the ancient crater where the world spirit of Catachan is almost certainly hidden. And all the Space Marines deployed on the world below agree that the aggression levels of the fauna and the flora skyrocket the closer we push in this direction. On the subject of good news, Adjutant Captain Kelly had rallied many colonies of spiders to our cause. We are ready to execute the webmistress orders. This was the positive view, yes. Yet there had been disappointments. Wherever the few adjutant spiders went on Catachan, there was no denying the ant colonies fled like they were facing an invasion of the archenemy. Actually, would the insects of this death world flee a demonic invasion in the first place? Something to ponder at a later time. The approach still presents a significant amount of risk, Claire said in the names of everyone present. One must take risks when the webmistress demands we do our utmost for her. Bellona told them joyously. And I have extensively analyzed the threat represented by the Tyranids. We are going to surprise them by an insertion right on their doorstep. The Toad strategy has no precedent in Imperial history, and this will bring them on the defensive from the very beginning. Kyra saluted, trying to not let excitation take too much of her. This was it, then her first battle. Oh, and Sister Kyra. Yes, Adjutant Colonel. Please inform the good Rear Admiral I will be a bit late for tea today. Yes, many of her sisters laughed. The young battle sisters swore there would be retribution one way or another before this campaign was over. Beyond the last star of the eastern fringe the galactic void. If the hive mind had been able to gather half of the resources expended on the world where the golden prey had prevented it from satisfying its hunger, victory would have been certain. It was inconvenient that those resources did not exist. This pantry world had been acknowledged as critically important. It was, after all, the only one where the hive mind knew for certain that the golden prey was aware of one of their scouts' existence. There was never any question on whether a counterattack would come. It was a pity the hive vanguard's presence was weak. The bio ship of the first expedition had underestimated some species of prey, and it had crashed violently on the pantry world. The destruction created by this event had been assuredly suboptimal for the hive mind's plans. By the time contact had been made to investigate if the golden prey was known to the synapse unit, the number of assets could be counted on one operation extremity, with claws left to spare. Measures had been taken to remedy this, but the process had been incredibly slow. After being left alone so long on its own, the synapse unit had grown stagnant, content to devour pitiful quantities of biomass and to pour its hunger into the Gestalt construct's core. It was an imperfect tool. But it was the only one the hive mind had, and sending a replacement was not possible. It would have to do. Still, it was inconvenient. The hive mind had to assign an entire relay moon to take control of the synapse unit, and the entire process had taken more time than efficiency called for. And then the lesser prey serving the golden prey had come, far faster than had ever been estimated feasible. This was not a major setback, for the hive mind was now aware that this all-too-cunning prey had greater faster-than-light deployment capabilities than initially thought of. A cold intellect would always prefer losing as few assets as possible when discovering capacities of utmost importance, and the hive mind's intelligence was very cold indeed. It was still one more inconvenience the hive mind could have done without. The reorganization around the synapse unit was incomplete. There was only one brood nest active, and its ability to create more than the most basic assets was negligible. They would be no match for the prey armies, though the first screening indicated the golden prey was not present in person. It had taken some calculations, but the hive mind had decided to offer the prey the battle it seemed to seek on this pantry world. While the assets were small compared to the far greater resources expended against the golden prey, the choice of this particular relay moon to give orders had proven a strong advantage, for the Norn units merged into it had evolved and mastered their hunger. On the offensive, they would not have been as strong as the vanguard fleet which was on its way to devour this galaxy the pantry world was part of. But the circumstances were perfect to test the lesser organisms gravitating around the golden prey. Yes, a defensive mindset had its use here, and it would be supported by the influence the synapse unit had over the Gestalt construct. The calculations did not ascertain the hive mind would emerge victorious from the struggle. But the lesser prey had settled this world. If the vigor it had defended the other one from the ancient assets assault was any indication, the pantry would not be destroyed to deny the hive mind its due. If the hunger was stopped once more, neither the relay moon nor the hive mind would lose anything important. Yes, the strategy was as efficient as the limited assets allowed for. Much would be learned from this new battle with the lesser preys. And if the organisms devoured resulted in a significant loss of capability for the golden prey, so much for the better. The hive mind had been taught a very painful lesson, in addition to being denied. It was going to be incredibly satisfying sating two types of hunger at the same time. The hive mind readied its assets and waited for the prey to make the first move. Catachan system. Catachan. Somewhere in the green hell. 5.504.313 M35. Sergeant Javier Cortazar. Contrary to what one might believe, the Catachan guardsmen had a rich vocabulary to describe the different parts of their planet. And like many death worlds, the reference points were the redoubts, which were the closest thing you had to a safe haven on Catachan. The further away you were from one, the greater dangers you were likely to face. The difference between Catachan and other death worlds of the Imperium, of course, was how fast the odds of survival dropped when you left a redoubt. Modern artillery being modern artillery, on plenty of planets settled in the name of the Emperor, there were men and women who lived a couple of kilometers away from the great walls of a fortress without selling away their lives. The safe zone was often close to 20 kilometers in radius, though it applied mostly to the less dangerous categories of Death World. In this verdant wilderness the jungle fighters called home, anything beyond a kilometer of a redoubt was best translated as green hell. Simple deduction could tell you that the aforementioned hell of course covered most of the planet. And Sergeant Javier Cortazar of the Raptors Space Marine chapter had not been surprised that some local Kents described the idea of traveling there alone as a particularly audacious form of suicide. This was for reckless adventurers who tried to reach points 20 kilometers away from a redoubt, mind you. Javier had pushed far further than that, as the warships in orbit were able to calculate his coordinates with precision. He was some 297 kilometers away from the closest Catachan settlement. Some bureaucrat idiots, the galaxy was filled with them, alas, had complained to Lady Weaver some months ago how it was possible in the first place that the Catachan garrisons had not noticed a Tyranid presence on their home world. The victor of Kamarak and Makridge had been perfectly right to lambast them and retort that it would have been way more surprising if the Catachan jungle experts had been able to report the sign of a Tyranid presence in the first place. The new communication relay installed in his Mark IX's helmets buzzed, and the voice of his captain arrived to his ears a second after that. "Almost in position, brother." "Almost is the key word," Javier grunted, striking down one of the big yellow-black snakes which had tried to attack from behind. Fortunately, the brand new Nyx pattern power sword severed the beast effortlessly, and his armored boot made sure the head was appropriately dealt with. "I am more and more convinced the pace of the offensive the spiders want is deliberately optimistic." "I feel the same." There was a pause. "The Mark IX. The shields are down, permanently, as I feared. They have not been designed to deal with permanent attacks coming every minute." Javier snorted. This might be for the best. They were drawing too much power and the outcome wasn't satisfying. "We can't help but count the days separating us from the arrival of the Mark X, et. The Raptor's sergeant had to slaughter a series of strangle plants by blade and then send one of his last bolter shells inside a Venus mantrap's maw before saying one more word. "With each footstep, I become more and more convinced the appropriate armor to deal with this Death World is a hover tank with the firepower to incinerate entire square kilometers of jungle, brother." A chuckle was heard on the other end of the communication relay. "I'm afraid that if Nyx or another Imperial world has armored vehicles like the one you want, they are currently not selling them to any chapter. And I see you are in position now." "Yes. I have a superb view of a glorious piece of green hell." Some of his brothers may have even appreciated the beauty offered by the fangs, claws, and spikes of Catachan. Javier had arrived on the ridge, giving him a view of a massive valley flanked from north and south by moderately elevated peaks. It was a landscape of lush green colors, and the roars of carnivorous predators, assuming anything wasn't carnivorous here, accompanied every step. The records were right. There must have been a redoubt here built at some point not long after the first settlers arrived. Of course, by now, the redoubt's whole structure had been devoured by the jungle. "Poor bastards," his captain voiced. "The Tyranids, you think?" "I don't think so, although maybe indirectly. The wildlife seems unusually aggressive in the last hour." "You have the coordinates." "I'm sending them. I'm playing it with a big buffer, roughly 3 kilometers east of the redoubt's ruins. That should provide the army enough margin if something goes wrong." "Coordinates received and acknowledged, brother." Javier had only to wait for 10 seconds before the announcement, which was in many ways the opening stage of Hell Garden, arrived. "The Mechanicu's cruiser is launching the BXT torpedo." In a void battle, the outcome would have required several minutes of patience. Here, with the fleet in high orbit, the explosion arrived a second after torpedo was uttered. It was an enormous airburst explosion, several meters above the highest trees of the valley that for some long-forsaken reason, the Catachan had nicknamed Devil's Den. And no, according to satellite imagery, the quantity of Catachan devils here was not superior to any other region of the Death World. Plenty of flesh-tearers would clearly have been disappointed by the lack of devastation. There was a small zone where the trees, plants, and animals had been blasted away, but damages like that were erased by the jungle within 10 minutes. But raising the valley by orbital fire was far from the plan's intention. The purple smog that was now spreading was the true attack. The torpedo launched from a cruiser's tube had just been means of delivery. And the effect was impressive. In the distance, several croaking sounds resonated. And the valley's jungle began to fall silent. The thunderous roars vacillated, the hisses of the myriads of snakes betrayed something like fear before ending. The purple smog spread. And the croaking symphony increased in potency, with thousands of singers joining the song. "The toads are reacting as expected, Captain," he said formally. To be honest, Javier didn't know who had this vicious idea of spreading barking toad pheromones over a single concentrated area, but he approved it with all his 2 hearts. Because now, you had the equivalent of a small army of greater and lesser barking toads, the most dreaded animals of Catachan, all converging on the zone the Mechanicu's ordnance had saturated with pheromones. Understandably, all the fauna of the valley tried to flee this unanticipated migration, understanding what was to come. One single great barking toad could liquefy anything within a 1 kilometer radius, and there were now hundreds, maybe thousands converging on a single location. I am taking cover in a cave nearby. The place had most likely a drake or something equally nasty hiding in it, but it was better to ensure one more layer of protection, even if according to Mechanicu's cogitators, he should be well outside the blast zone. I recommend sending the second torpedo in 10 seconds. Recommendation sent, and accepted. Good luck, brother. Who needs luck when the barking toads are providing a natural exterminatus? Javier's power sword was plunged into the neck of a Catachan mountain drake when the entire world became white behind him. Catachan system. High orbit over Catachan. Mars-class battlecruiser Pax Imperium. 5.504.313 M35. Adjutant Colonel Bologna. Ha. 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 It worked. It worked. The Mechanicu's Archmagos on her screen bowed. It is as you say, Adjutant Colonel. The unconventional attack has resulted in a level of destruction that is not unlike one generated by decades of war, or by the glorious ordnance of the exterminatus. Radius? She asked. Professionalism came before gleeful satisfaction. The Auspexes estimate an imperfect circle 8 kilometers in radius. The mountains on the north and the south of the valley have attenuated the effects of the blast in these two cardinal directions. Excellent. The variant Toad has proven extremely effective. Praise the web mistress. I still recommend to execute it 2 more times, Adjutant Colonel. Really? It is probable we missed quite a few barking toads of the Devil's Den Valley the first time. And we have produced 6 BXT torpedoes in the last few days. A surfeit of prudence will not be a hindrance to the chosen of the Omniscia's plans. Bologna thought about the idea for several seconds, deliberated with 2 of her sisters, and decided the argument may be overly cautious, but it wasn't wrong. You have my permission to proceed, Archmagos. I give you 4 more minutes to deploy the pheromones for 2 more toad blasts, as the jungle fighters have already nicknamed them. The baby ogrons were certainly as strong physically as they lacked originality in their naming conventions. I leave you to your duties, Archmagos. On my side, I am going to be very busy with Chapter Master Yarabel and General Swartz coordinating the first wave. We have our landing zone, and we deploy in 20 minutes. You will have. At first, Bologna thought the representative of the tech priests had a problem with his hololithic imagery, for he seemed to have frozen. But no, everything was working fine on both hands. So why? Adjutant Colonel, the red-robed cogboy told her, and his voice was shaken. We are detecting a lot of energy signatures on Catachan that weren't there before. By a lot, you mean a few dozens. 3, no 4,000, and the numbers are rising, some are generating more energy than Theta-pattern imperial cities. Bologna froze. What? Beyond the last star of the eastern fringe the galactic void. It seemed the Prey's resourcefulness shown during the battle against the ancient asset was the norm, not an exception. It was cunning, the hive mind acknowledged. The toxic amphibian life forms of the pantry world had been a source of interest for eventual assimilation. The toxicity of the explosion obviously caused a loss of precious biomass, but the affected zone did not stay dangerous for long, and the effect the amphibians had on the rest of the untouched biomass were incredibly useful. The Prey had realized that, and used it to destroy the unfavorable environment where it would endure significant losses before facing the hive mind directly. Guessing the strategy of the Prey directing the will of the meat assets did not require a lot of forethought. What it had done once, it could do several times. The limits of such a brutal yet effective strategy were the number of amphibians nearby and the supply of projectiles the fleet in orbit had at its disposal. The hive mind arrived rapidly to the conclusion that there was an unacceptable risk the synapse unit and the other assets would be annihilated long before this unplanned bombardment ceased. This was extremely inconvenient. Nothing was learned of the tactics of the Prey that way, and the goal of inflicting significant losses to the Golden Prey's assets was out of reach since the lesser organisms would not deploy somewhere the hive mind's local assets could strike at them. The bombardment had to stop. This was beyond the capabilities of the hive mind, but the Gestalt construct linked to the pantry world was not so limited. It carried a high amount of risk. The Gestalt construct had a guardian. Though it had slept for longer than the first synapse unit survived on the pantry world, the relay moon could not calculate precisely how much agitation would result in the guardian's awakening. The hive mind weighed the benefits and drawbacks coldly and hungrily. The decision was made. The fleet above the pantry world had to be disorganized. The Gestalt construct had to be pushed to activate all its anti-orbital defenses. It would be imperfect, for the hive mind wouldn't have control of them. But perfect solutions, with the limited resources the hive mind had at its disposal on this world, were not feasible at all. Catachan system. High orbit over Catachan. Mars-class battlecruiser Pax Imperium. 5.504.313 M35. Rear Admiral Fujiko Yamamoto. By the Golden Throne. What are those things? The satellites of the cogboys had been unusually focused on the tumulus which had been at some point a human redoubt. It had been almost invisible as the vegetation had swallowed it whole, but now that the toads had sterilized everything, the relief was revealed to everyone. It wasn't something she had a lot of seconds to marvel at. Why? Well, it gave everyone a prime view of the giant flower which was digging itself out of the earth. It was a gigantic thing, easily the size of an entire hive block. It had long blue roots, and when the entire process was over, a giant flower of pink and green opened as if to greet the son of the Catachan system. In a recess of mind, the thought came it looked a lot like the helios some artists of Hive Athena had commissioned in attempts to impress Lady Weaver. Of course, normal flowers didn't generate such tremendous energies. Nor they did produce seismic anomalies and plenty of other extremely worrying signs. Raise the shields, Fujiko ordered. Admiral. Full power to the void shields. She barked imperiously. I don't know what form it will take, but this is a reaction to our attack. The fleet is to pour all the power it can into the void shields, defensive measures are to be engaged. Our priority is to defend the transports. One by one, the captains obeyed. Some of them clearly took their time, and it brought an expression of disgust to her face. Lax. Despite her warnings, many officers had been lax and overconfident, certain this was an easy mission that couldn't possibly in any way threaten their ships and crews as long as the quarantine procedures were properly followed. Enemy fire. Enemy fire coming from the giant flowers. Ionization, God Emperor, those are giant plasma batteries in all but name. And in stationary high orbit with only minimal warning, her fleet couldn't possibly evade. The delay of reaction was too short, and the same was true of the distance of engagement. Explosions began to light the atmosphere of the death world. 6 hits. Shields to 97%, Admiral. There were many sounds of relief. Fujiko didn't share this feeling in the slightest. 3% for a battlecruiser of the Mars class like her flagship was equivalent to above 30% for a destroyer. And as the thousands of signatures representing hostile flowers clearly indicated, enemy fire had way more than 6 shots. So. Critical damage on the warrior class Red Rider. Plenty of new officers had been given command of the new destroyers recently completed by the Nixian shipyards. Fujiko didn't know if this one had been incompetent or had yet to train his crew to competent standards, but he paid for it, as his void shields had clearly not been raised in time. And the Navy was going to lose the destroyer. Already it was ravaged by explosions, and there were escape pods pouring out of several sections. Fujiko winced, before checking on the rest of the fleet. So far at least, no transports had been destroyed. This was the good news. The bad news was that some had shields at 20% after this onslaught. Her lips tightened. It was said no plan survived contact with the enemy, and once again the old military saying had proven true. The Rear Admiral exhaled, and then punched a button. A second later, the arachnid's head she wanted to see appeared on her command display. Adjutant Colonel Bologna. My fleet can't endure the kind of orbital fire we've just been targeted by for long. If the enemy was human or some other technological advanced xenos, I would suggest we destroy the anti-orbital batteries one by one. But here there are far too many of them, and if we destroy them, I fear the enemy will simply grow new ones. The action dictated by the events was simple. That didn't mean it wasn't going to leave an atrocious taste in her mouth, because she knew very well how many people were going to die from it. I suggest you deploy all forces at your disposal on Catachan immediately. My fleet will try to neutralize all the anti-orbital flowers while you make your descent, but after that we will have to leave this exposed position. We will try to provide you as much reconnaissance and supply capacity as possible, of course, but I'm afraid the original plan has just been scrapped. To her relief, the adjutant spider didn't scream or show any kind of displeasure. The behavior, as much as the frenetic moves of Lady Weaver's arachnid lieutenant betrayed, did indicate the confidence of Bologna had been shaken. I completely agree with your conclusions, Admiral. The golden spider made a very human-like nod. But you can't make orbital strikes on the giant flower of Devil's Den. It's right in the middle of the landing zone. Our space marines and the special units will have to neutralize it the hard way. And if the enemy had anticipated their reaction, it was going to be a nightmare to do so. I myself will deploy with the second wave, Admiral. If we don't see each other again, I suppose I can tell you I will miss the tea ceremonies. May the blessings of the webmistress be upon us all. And I will pray the God Emperor for your survival and victory, Adjutant Colonel. You look like you are going to need it. Catachan. Heliosa Flower Anti-Orbital Plasma Battery of Catachan. 5.506.313 M35. Captain Hikamiya. Hikamiya didn't know what the most infuriating part of the affair was. That he had spent several hours firing everything he could at a giant flower. That said flower had literally endured the assault without bothering to do anything but spraying his forces with some acid-loaded spores? Or was it that the whole giant thing had been neutralized by a few ambules burrowing under it under the command of an adjutant spider? This is Agent Renegade. The giant arachnid pointed one of her armored legs at a no less gigantic Catachan ant. Unlike several the Lamenter Space Marines had seen so far, this one was not golden at all. The information she brought us was critical to stop the fire of this Heliosa flower. How? The captain asked. It's rather simple, you see, the servant of Lady Weaver announced in a somewhat smug tone. The main tube is regenerating too rapidly to be damaged permanently, but there's a womb solidly protected in its depths, and that's where the Heliosa flower is taking commands from. Thanks to Agent Renegade, we were able to jam the orders originating from the world spirit, and replace it with a ceasefire of our own. This is impressive. And can you give it other orders? No, the agitation of the adjutant spider could have been embarrassment, though perhaps he was looking for things that didn't exist. We're really learning as it is. There was a sound akin to a mass of rocks all released from a rock all at once, and about half a kilometer away on his left, a vast section of ground collapsed, and a huge arachnid column poured out. Here come our new sisters, who recognized the truth of Adjutant Captain Colley's words. It is better to serve the web mistress today than stay in the darkness forever. Am I right, Agent Renegade? Hikamiya didn't speak Ant dialect, and the clicking of the Katachan insect made him glad he didn't. For the sake of my curiosity, what kind of boons did your renegade defector gain upon swearing allegiance to you? Oh, nothing too expensive, the arachnid answered as more and more of her brethren arrived and the Thunderhawks returned to land more space marines on Katachan. She wants to guard the Heliosa flower to make sure we don't abuse the power of the planet for ill-conceived reasons. And once we leave, Agent Renegade wants to rule over an ant hive of the web mistress. That sounded like very big concessions to the Lamenter's captain, but it was something for Lady Weaver to judge, not him. Agent Renegade has brought excellent arguments to the negotiation table, the Golden Spider continued as if trying to dissipate his doubts. For now, she is the only member of an insect caste spread across Katachan who has taken the sacred duty of remembering and feeding the Heliosa flowers. This makes her contribution invaluable if we are to one day harvest the boons of these natural anti-orbital batteries. What? No, Hikamiya must have misheard the last part. Imagine it, Captain. The adjutant spider continued enthusiastically, confirming his worst fears and proving that no, it had not been him a hallucination of his. No need to protect the agri-worlds of the Imperium with enormous and cumbersome silos. We just place a few colonies of Katachan ants, supervised by your humble adjutant servant here, and the flowers are lying in wait, enjoying the sun and the water, until the right moment comes. Just imagine the extraordinary possibility it offers, Captain. Oh, Hikamiya could see the possibilities it offered, all right. The first salvos of the Heliosa flowers had been more than sufficient to kill 2 destroyers, damage several more warships, and strategically, it had forced the Imperial squadron to leave high orbit. It had been that or facing a relentless amount of orbital fire which simply couldn't be stopped. Worse, when they were closed, the flowers had a petal that protected the plasma generators so well that it could stop Thunderhawk guns and other aerial bombardment. Nothing but the fire of capital warships had been able to destroy them, and their roots had an absurd rate of regeneration. The thought of this system of defense becoming a rule and not an exception across the galaxy. Hikamiya shuddered. Space Marines didn't know fear, he repeated to himself. They didn't experience fear. What he was feeling, what just extreme concern, and the ugly certainty that some things had forever changed today. Imperial Landing Zone. 5.507.313 M35. Sister Kyra. There were so many disturbing things about Katachan that Kyra begged her head to not think about it too much, lest she go insane prematurely. To begin with, how was it possible that grass was already covering the landing zone? The area had received a toad-made exterminatus several hours ago. There should be nothing growing there at all. You know, aside from the starscraper-sized flower behind them. A flower which also happened to have anti-warship capabilities, shoot plasma, and somehow, the adjutant spiders had scrambled the control the planet had over it. Kyra was going to need minutes to get used to that. At least her orders were simple. She was to protect Adjutant Colonel Bologna, with her life, if needed to be. That the swarm was spreading seeds of Nixian fruit trees and flowers as an offering for Katachan over the entirety of the landing zone was, fortunately, not her problem. That the Katachan guardsmen who had just arrived to reinforce them were not equipped with any kind of advanced armor was, you guess it, not her problem. General Sharp. You are right on time. Adjutant Colonel, like all of his men and women, the general was making the nickname Baby Ogren a reality for looks, muscles, and plenty of other reasons. No one said it out loud, but I suppose we have the Tyranids to thank for the change of plans. Indeed, the adjutant spider grumbled. I seem to have underestimated the influence they held over the planet's defenses. Though to my regret, I didn't imagine Katachan had weapons like that to deploy in the first place. None of the reports mentioned anything like that. The Katachan officer shrugged. We saw some flowers a fraction of this size taking down drake bats to eat them, but in all recorded history, if one of our jungle fighters saw one of the anti-orbital flowers emerge, he didn't manage to spread the word before being devoured. Now that they were all rushing towards one of the rare structures the Mechanikus had been able to send them, Kyra realized how young General Sharp truly was. In fact, all the Katachan soldiers here looked way younger than the ones that had been acting as trainers or elite forces in the Nyx sector. I can't say I enjoy hearing that after being so surprised by these helios of flowers, Bellona stated bluntly. And it is playing hell with some of my contingencies. Before the first shot was fired, it was agreed that we would ask for more jungle fighters from other Catachan redoubts if the Tyranids threw some unforeseen threats at this army. Now I am told this is impossible. The other generals have far bigger problem than Hell Garden, Sharp confirmed. I learned from the messages relayed by the Pax Imperium that an immense army of Catachan ants is besieging the wall redoubt. They are holding, but they certainly can't send several regiments your way. And given the use Lady Weaver has for the ants, it is clearly an attempt to make us spread our forces too thinly, Bellona finished. The Tyranids wants us to force to react to every distraction they send to the other redoubts. Exactly, the Catachan general told the adjutant colonel. And an airlift is the best solution to bring in thousands of our jungle fighters in a timely manner without risking catastrophic losses. As long as the anti-orbital flowers won't have calmed down, this will be an incredibly risky affair. No one around chose to comment that the skies were on fire, and that countless aircraft were in the air expending missiles and shells to make sure the landing zone was relatively safe. If it is the best we've got, then we will have to win with it, Bellona remarked philosophically as they entered the newly built command center and moved to surround the hololithic device the cogboys had just switched on. Thank you, Magos. The situation is not too bad for now. I wish we could have cleared more parts of the Catachan jungles to increase our pace of advance, but we were still able to land most of the forces assigned to Hell Garden a mere 22 kilometers away from the crater, where we think the Tyranids have built their primary base. 22 kilometers on Catachan is not the same thing as 22 kilometers from the world you come from, the general warned the adjutant colonel. I believe I have been severely corrected on my optimism, yes. But it is still 22 kilometers. This is a very slim defensive depth. If you were the enemy commander, would you have left us land without trying a vigorous counterattack, General? No. I would have tried to push you further away. And my artillery would already have placed your landing zone under continuous bombardment from my heavy guns. The grim-faced officer expression became even more severe. You think the Tyranids don't have enough artillery to bring to the party? Or the guns weren't ready and they are preparing them as we speak, Bellona answered, proving that yes, her optimism had been definitely curbed by the recent surprises. In either case, it is vital we push eastwards as fast as possible. Our new sisters are securing the flanks, slaying all the snakes and other troublemakers they find. But it is from the east the Tyranids will come, the geography of Devil's Den Valley does not permit the fancy tactics of other battlefields. And if they want to bleed us, they have a perfect natural obstacle 4 kilometers away from where we are. Ah yes, another Catachan officer grimaced. The Achirax River. Eastern bank of the Achirax River. 5.5 18.3 13 M35. Jungle fighter veteran Jan Gator Merc. Ha. 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 I killed 2 swamp mambas. We've run into blood wasps the size of bombers. I eviscerated a tank-sized grox. And it's just 1 hour past dawn. I love my job. You're all damn insane, crazy Catachan bastards. Jan glanced at his brother, who shrugged. The man in power armor was an Ixian, and as everyone knew, the Nixians had a need to feel a bit protected by their living saint. They weren't as tough as the jungle fighters. We have more jumping lizards coming this way, and the plants are trying to grow more spitting cacti. Oh, are they? Jan bared his teeth. How unfortunate, for them. Grenades. The explosions promptly devastated the jungle, as the artillery resumed the bombardment. Flamers roared, and the new plasma guns killed the beasts as fast as they came. Do our reinforcements want a written invitation? We've been holding this beachhead since yesterday. The army is moving as fast as a spine-bore leech when removed from its spore tree. More killing men. Less talking. Captain. Jan stopped using the plasma gun. Poor thing needed a few minutes of cooling anyway and went on to use his devil's claw to kill a few more snakes. Spiders are bringing more ammunition boxes for us. A cheer rose from many throats. As much as their non-Catachan partners were slow and cumbersome, the way their spiders had allied with the local arachnids was something no one was going to argue against anymore. Not when their silk-made bridge was the very reason the entire regiment had been able to secure the beachhead on the other side of the river with only 2 wounded. We can always find a use for more shells, can't we? Demolition charges, 1 kilometer, already. Send them back to the green hell. Boom. Jan had to admit, it was a nice fire show, and it cut down plenty of strangle plants. They would see further away and... Oh, great, the jungle fighter plenty of his brothers loved to call Gator because he had tripped on a huge saurian and had to kill it instead of the shark he wanted to be tattooed for groaned. We were only missing the brutes for the party to be entertaining. They're coming via the river. Of course they did. Must I do everything myself? The captain roared. 3 platoons of plasma weapons with me. And if you dare let a greenskin get you, I will bring you back from the dead myself and then strangle you personally. Jan Merc gave a look to his right, and sure enough, there were 3 big rafts crawling with greenskins descending the Achirax River. Why? Where did they come from, those ones? There hasn't been an invasion in a long while. Survivors of an invasion before our time, no? I mean, look at them, Gator. They aren't exactly looking like the greenskins the other guardsmen are telling tales about. It was true that the orcs there were true primitives. They had even tried to imitate their tattoos and the camouflage paint of the jungle fighters. Which proved their idiocy, of course, since painting yourself black and green on a freaking big river was not going to be of any help. Bone clubs, fancy trinkets, helmets made of the skulls of Catachan beasts, and several were riding swimming beasts along their rafts. These orcs had survived Catachan, until them. Fire! Catachan is ours! Yaig! The shells began to impact the rafts, and the barracudas reared their ugly heads, joining the bloodbath. The Achirax River began to turn red, again, and the arrows of the orcs fell too short to be worth more than a good laugh or two. Come on, it's too easy. Gator, I bet I can kill 20 more greenskins than you. 2 rations of amasec. Prepare to lose them. Me, I say I will have. Tyranids. Tyranids incoming. They came out of the jungle with barely 10 seconds of warning. And all eyes widened as everything in their way died. It was no herd or mindless formation. Instead, what came at them was a true army. The monsters were divided into 3 waves, and their chitinous carapaces were a dark green, quite unlike the black-red beasts they had been told to be wary about. The bellies, legs, claws and pincers were white, though. Their natural weapons were so big you knew instinctively you didn't want them to arrive at close quarters and play the devil's dance. Fire! Take your plasma guns again and fire with everything you have. The artillery thunderously echoed the order, and shells rained down. The blue streaks of energy slammed into the now revealed enemy. Now that's going to teach them a lesson they won't forget. Ha! They aren't dying. They are taking the punishment. What? This was just. They were pouring in several companies' worth of firepower here. And there was an artillery regiment on the landing zone specially assigned to support them. Everything died, up to devils and giant vein worms. Fire! Fire everything you have! This was a shield of dark green and white. This was a storm of unrelenting violence, and acid sprays began to bombard their defenses. Many jungle fighters screamed in agony and were unable to continue firing. The artillery hammered them. Oh, God Emperor, it was magnificent. And the Tyranids just kept coming, their bodies resisting something that would have buried trenches and destroyed entire companies on another world. Suddenly, Janmerk and every Catachan jungle fighter understood why the High Command had been so afraid of Tyranids. They were ready to come to Catachan and deal with the problem. Use the flamers, and ready your devil's fangs. They want to feast on us. They will learn why we are named jungle fighters. The one who has not slain 10 snakes before his 10th birthday is a coward. The Tyranids screamed, and the sound seemed to swallow everything else. If IT moves, we can kill IT. And now was the time to make sure the boast stayed truth. Achirax Beachhead. 5.519.313 M35. Captain Lekabel. Battle brothers of the Lamenters were not prone to hating something or someone easily. Captain Lekabel was really beginning to hate the Tyranids and Catachan. At the moment, the verdict was still out if he hated the planet more than the Xenos, or the reverse. And now it is raining, as if things couldn't get worse. Predictably, the words were punctuated by killing a blue-tattooed greenskin while his bolter was firing at the green-white Tyranids. Unfortunately and frustratingly, the projectiles managed to down only a single Hormigunt, while the other Xenos survived. Kill the Devourer. For those we cherish. It was a very good thing he had a new power katana in his hands. Several of his battle brothers had already seen their chainsword's teeth break against the diamond-hard exoskeleton of the Tyranids. Tough bastards, a chaplain of the Raptors who had decided to join them in the relief of the Catachan soldiers spat, and those are only the infantry units we saw in the final phases of the Battle of Makraj. Thank the Golden Throne they don't have carnifexes here. Lekabel was too busy decapitating Hormigunt after Hormigunt to respond, then launching the third into the river, where predictably greenskins and the local fauna proceeded to rip it apart. This was one of the lessons of Catachan, there was always something ready to eat you, from the flowers to the apex predators. His fists painted in gold holding the artisanal-made weapon of the Masamune, the captain of the Lamenters scanned the tree line for new enemies. He didn't find any, at least when it came to the Tyranids. The Termagant survivors were fleeing through the trees as fast as they could now that their last assault had been repelled. Cunning Xenos, he voiced out loud, before emptying his last bolter rounds into a few orc heads. They struck, they bled us, they forced us to lose time, and now that their purpose is fulfilled, they fade back into the green hell. They used a two-headed snake formation, one of the Catachan fighters who was still standing spat, before ferociously stabbing several Tyranid corpses. I think their main goal was to destroy the bridge all along. If so, the good news was that they had failed. The silk of the spider-made artwork had suffered some damage, clearly, but the spiders the adjutants had promptly called Silk Architects allies were already at work repairing it. And they worked fast. These arachnids were way smaller than the titanic specimens of hell spiders and other representatives that had come by the order of the Shield of Angels, but they were only a head below a non-Catachan guardsman in height. No one would have called these spiders beautiful, their leg joints were a vivid orange, and the big abdomens had their black hair striped with a fluorescent green. But only a fool would deny their usefulness when it came to logistics. Without them, the Imperial columns wouldn't have been able to reach the Achirax River in large numbers. Something that may or may not have been a good thing, as the hundreds of corpses of the Catachan jungle fighters spread everywhere indicated. Behemoth was all about total offense, he explained, both for his battle brothers and the other veterans of this hard-fought skirmish. But the colors of the Tyranid's carapace do not belong to Behemoth. Is it possible we are fighting a Tyranid subspecies bred to fight on death worlds? I certainly hope not, one battle brother of the Brothers of the Red replied. Because if that is the case, we are going to take high casualties everywhere before cornering them in their lair. If they have a single lair, that is. I can't deny the theoretical is sound, Captain. The chaplain chimed in. They sprung without warning, kept our advance guard and our rear guard busy, and then sent an overwhelming force against the bridge while we were still reeling from the assault. The rain increased in potency with each word. Soon, it was not heavy rain anymore, it was a deluge. This whole disaster has, if nothing else, made clear we need more bridges. He finally commented while gritting his teeth. And we have final confirmation the Tyranids are here, waiting for us in considerable numbers. Yes, Lacable waited for a few seconds. Do you think my request for a mass incendiary bombardment will be approved at last? I don't know, I admit, we may need for this rain to stop. And I would advise for us to cross the bridge, brother. Rivers like this one have an unpleasant tendency to flood on jungle worlds, and Catachan is already hellish as it is. True. The next words felt like acid on his tongue, and it seemed the humidity was draining his strength and will. Pursuit would be futile. We can't see 40 meters away now. And then there were shrieking alarms resonating and the Catachan reinforcements which had followed them to the Achirax River cursing loudly. Angelic wings guide us, what now? Lord Captain. A local colonel ran and saluted quickly. It seems that all this agitation in Devil's Den has riled up some drake bats. We would appreciate some anti-air support to shoot them down. The day couldn't get any better, could it? Lacable had killed a few of those enormous winged reptiles nesting in the upper canopy of Catachan's jungles. And yes, they were as big as ogrins, if not larger. They were ambush predators, but when they were too many in a single area, they definitely could prove a grave threat for anyone. How much is some? Something that could have been described as amusement flashed on the colonel's fight. Thousands, at least, Lord Captain, and they come from the north, divided into two spearheads. One is going to fly over the Achirax, and the other is going for the landing zone, Lacable sighed after finishing the sentence. This was official, he really hated Catachan. Catachan. Helios a flower anti-orbital plasma battery of Catachan. 5.5 20.3 13 M35. Tempestus Scion Regia. A simple garrison mission, they said. It will be as easy as gardening, they said. Right now, disciplinary actions be damned, Regia wanted to strangle the officers who had dared utter such stupidities. Yet, it was gardening. Gardening with carnivorous plants, that was. All around the so-called Helios battery, for some reason that only this eternally cursed planet knew, there were a multitude of carnivorous trees and flowers trying to grow from the ashes of the toad exterminatus. And guess which sustenance these murder flowers and trees had in mind? I hate Catachan. Regia snarled, unknowingly repeating what thousands of mouths had already spoken aloud in the last 24 hours. Less complaints, more cutting. A grizzled Catachan veteran ordered. Is this what the finest of the Imperium can do? My grandmother uses these flowers for her cooking in her old age. His grandmother, someone muttered on a secure Vox frequency, can likely beat any of us in an arm wrestling contest. And they don't even have proper armor. This was the biggest difference and an easy way to differentiate between who was born in this hell and who wasn't, Regia had to admit. Of course, like everyone else, the 30-years-old Tempestus Scion had been extensively reminded at every point of the pre-battle process that if they thought imitating the jungle fighters was a good idea, they'd better think again. The air of Catachan could support life, that much was evident to any person with a functioning pair of eyes. But it was an air so filled with toxins that you had to be a life form born on Catachan to not die in the next 24 hours as your lungs and respiratory system progressively or abruptly succumbed to the poisonous spores and everything else generated by the vegetation. How bad was it? Well, the Catachan warriors who had left to serve in the Imperial Guard and were now back home for Hell Garden had been forced to don sealed armors too, because their immunity to the toxins was no longer sufficient. Damn this planet! Damn the gardening! Regia slashed and killed more young Venus man-traps. Damn these flowers! The Catachan men said that if you gave them the time to grow, the biggest man-traps could swallow a tank. Of course, neither the jungle fighters nor the rest of the Catachan flora generally gave these monstrous flowers the time to grow that large. I hate gardening. One of his partners told him via the Vox. And I hate this rain. It's not even rain anymore, it's an unending flooding. Rumors say the command camp of the Mechanikus had to be placed in sort of an ordinatus chassis to make sure it didn't drown. This is a damn green hell, that's what it is. I hope that when the signal to withdraw back to orbit will be given, order will come to spread a toad exterminatus across the entire planet. Well, at least it can't get worse. Shut up. 10 different voices immediately barked on the same frequency. It could always get worse on Catachan. The last days had proven that beyond doubt, from the moment this titanic flower dug itself out of the ground, to the mass attack of the Catachan devils a few hours ago. You fought, you rested when it was your turn to step out of the line, you ate what rations were available, and you returned to the front line, wherever it happened to be. And that was often frighteningly close to wherever you slept. The flood is decreasing in intensity. I think I'm beginning to see a ray of sunshine. It was like a switch had been flipped, and the downpour ceased within 30 seconds. According to the information provided by his helmet, the temperature change was brutal, and humidity levels made him wonder how the hell the Catachan madmen nearby weren't sweating to death. There are still clouds to the north, but I suppose those are no clouds. That is not a cloud. Call the adjutant spider. Tell her we need to activate all anti-air defenses now. Hyperospexes confirm there are tens of thousands of drake bats. And more are coming from the jungle north of the mountains. Catachan was gearing up to kill them. Catachan delighted in killing them. Rija had known it in the first hour since had stepped foot on this never-cursed-enough death world, and here came on more piece of evidence of that. Predictably, one of the big arachnids stormed out of the tunnels, surrounded by an entire cohort of smaller ones. For the record, I am authorizing Agent Renegade to implement contingency solar. Are you sure? A black armored space marine seemed to appear out of nowhere. I seem to remember you telling the Lamenters you didn't have a lot of control over the command center of the flower. If you have another solution, I'm eager to hear it. The armored spider replied peevishly to the angel of the Emperor. There are more drake bats coming than what our Hydra guns have ammunition in store for today. Do you want to have a functional landing zone tomorrow? To this, the space marine clearly had no answer, or at least none he was willing to give in presence of Tempestus Scions and Catachan jungle fighters. Agent Renegade has authorization to proceed, per the authority granted to me by my beloved sister Bellona. Open the petals. Transmit coordinates. All the while the cloud grew closer, of course as it grew near, the Imperial guns shouted their fury for everyone to hear. And they claimed many, many beasts, making sure a rain of carcasses dropped over the jungle's canopy. But there were too many of the flying reptiles. It was like an army was on the march, except this one was born to fly, and for countless worlds, it was more apex predators than they ever would see in their entire lives. And then it was like a blue-colored dawn came. There was a flash. A beacon was lit. It was nothing but the prelude to a pyre which could consume jungle and sky alike. Unleash the firepower of this fully functional Heliosa battery, Agent Renegade. Fire. Rija turned his head away, for it was like the guns of a battleship had decided to fire up incredibly close to them. Oh, Golden Throne! There had been a gigantic cloud of drake bats coming for them. There were now 2 smaller ones, and they were separated by an enormous gap. It might have to do with the cascade of corpses falling all over Catachan, with countless predators fleeing the battle of the landing zone to feed elsewhere. Oh, Webmistress, we thank you for your blessings, the adjutant spider prayed loudly. We are not worthy of your magnificence and your administrative wisdom. There are still many drake bats left, the black armored space marine noted. Oh, I have not forgotten them. The tone of the adjutant spider remained quite metallic, but you could hear the smugness and the satisfaction from where Rija stood. Fire again. About 1 kilometer east of the Achirax River. 5.522.313 M35. General Vincent Sharp. Now that is going to be a problem. It was bad enough when it was a jungle fighter who said it. When it was a living legend telling it to you, you knew you were in for a world of hurt. I thought the men were joking when they told me the Tyranids had a diamond-tough exoskeleton. General Jack Death Swartz commented idly, ignoring how he had just carved the green-white Hormigunt open bit by bit to learn the secrets of its body. I'm sure everyone would have preferred a joke, General. Vincent deferred to him, of course. Not only did Swartz have an enormous seniority over him, he had sailed across the stars to kill a lot of things that weren't supposed to be slain by a single guardsman. And that's only half of the problem. The cunning, the black armored legend muttered. We knew the Tyranids' devouring intelligence was frighteningly intelligent, of course. Millions died in the Macrage system for the lesson to be hammered into our skulls. But it was always a sort of force of nature. Behemoth was an elemental storm of destruction. The battering ram which overwhelmed the guardsmen by raw ferocity and sheer numbers, Sharp agreed after clearing his throat. When reading the highly classified reports from Nix, there had always been the shadow of doubt that the officers had panicked and exaggerated the scale of the threat. Now he knew for sure that they hadn't. Yes. This tyrannid breed, however, is showing us a formidable array of defensive tactics in the jungles. And so far, it does so only using hormiguns and termagants. It is possible they only have the resources to breed these two subspecies in significant numbers. Jack Swartz snorted. I will be happy to part you from your yearly pay if you are willing to gamble on that, Sharp. Tell me more about the tactics they employed. First they launched the initial assault with a classical two-headed snake. Then they used the Strangler man-trap. The boys of the 100th were decimated before reaching the Achirax. Several colonels report we also have imitations of the Devil's Due. And of course they're trying the Barking Toad push as revenge for what we did by our opening bombardment. It pained him to admit it, but the Tyranids had proven far better than many of his regiments. The elite jungle fighters had handed them a few defeats, but the Tyranids were not stupid. Every skirmish lost against a superior foe resulted in their retreat, and they then went on to attack far more vulnerable targets. In fact, the men are whispering that the tactics are quite similar to a glutton python. Vincent Sharp grimaced. Of course Death had noticed it, probably well before he did. Yes, General. Exactly like a glutton python. He spat on the tyrannid corpse, right as rain once again started falling over the flamer-created clearing. There's also the incredible levels of aggression the valley is straining under. The drake bats should never have tried to cross a mountain barrier to attack us, yet they did. And I'm willing to wager my hand that there shouldn't have been a tribe of bone-crushing greenskins in the first place, either. Naturally, it had attracted others, and plenty of orc spores had spread. More were undoubtedly born as they spoke, courtesy of the flamers and the other incendiary ammunition being unable to burn everything that needed to be incinerated. Reinforcements are on their way. Thorn Redoubt committed 50,000, and we have 20,000 more from my own redoubt. I think we will get 100,000 from the others. High Command acknowledges we can't leave this threat to fortify here or anywhere on Catachan. But we're taking an awful toll of casualties for so far minor advances, and this is with something like 75,000 big arachnids of all species protecting our flanks. This was, if anything, understating the contribution of the adjutant spider commanders, since there were other logistical spiders transporting food, water, ammunition, and the other vital stuff all the troops committed needed to stay alive one more hour around the clock. For now, they were still able to advance. But it was a slow and bloody offensive. And as the drake bat clouds had proven, it would take very little to change the half-success into a bloody disaster. The Tyranids fight like the glutton python. Jack Death Swartz declared coldly. While I don't subscribe to the theory they are limited to hormiguns and termagants, it can't be denied they must have some actual limitations, otherwise we would be busy fighting for our very lives around the landing zone. The Tyranids want to devour us all. If they had the strength to crush us in one blow, they would have done it by now. They must have a reserve in or around the crater ready to be committed, but I agree with you. He didn't add the end, out loud, but his face must ask for it silently. We have been fumbling in the dark, trying to beat this python at its own game. It can't work. Plenty of our troops were not born on Catachan, and of those who are, many don't have the time to acquire the necessary skills, not in such short order. We need to stop that game while we have the strength. We are the behemoth, both in artillery and other resources. It is time we act like it. This is not going to be pretty. Using the jungle fighters like a battering ram was going to leave a mountain of corpses, and while plenty would be tyranids or reptiles, many would belong to Catachan warriors. I know. But with the Heliosa flowers returning underground for the most part and the drake bats out of the way, I think we can afford a short orbital bombardment followed by an aerial launch of incendiaries. And then we attack. Vincent nodded. How long? 2 hours. The general who had taken up the name of Death answered. We're pushing 1 more kilometer eastwards this time. Imperial Landing Zone. 5.549.313 M35. Sister Kyra. Kyra couldn't ever remember be so tired, and the God Emperor knew her Nixian teachers had forced her to push beyond her limits a year before swearing her oaths. But this had been beyond her limits. Now, on Catachan, you were so used to ignoring them that the red line was kilometers behind you, assuming it wasn't further than that. She was exhausted. They were all exhausted. On her way back to the giant mobile command post, the young Sororitas had seen her fair share of Catachan jungle fighters collapse in exhaustion. And this was on the landing zone, a place where the danger levels were described as tolerable. Outside of it, it was hell, pure hell. Adjutant Colonel, she saluted with a sloppiness that would have seen her smacked around by her old teachers. The chapter master sends his respects, and says the final Tyranid counterattack stopped. They've left 400 hormiguns and termagants dead on the field before fading back into the jungle. This is very good news, Bellona affirmed, the armored spider turning her head to watch her with most of her attention. I've just finished speaking with my sisters, the positions behind him are as secure as they can possibly be. And the intensity of the flanking diversions is decreasing. For the last 24 hours, we've been able to consolidate and burn a path at an excellent pace. The 18 kilometers long supply line is holding strong, and 2 more colonies of alchemist spider and far-seeing widows have arrived to partake in the blessings of the web mistress. The legs of the adjutant spider trembled, clear sign that her celestial highness servant was as exhausted as she was. The enthusiasm was also mostly gone. 18 kilometers of advance were an impressive distance for an offensive on Katachan, but it had taken 15 or 16 days. She was pretty sure this was 15, but it was late. No. It had to be 15. But one more day or no, it didn't count the bloody tally of the dead and wounded which were evacuated each night by lander. Some arrived in time to the hospital ship in space, which along with the rest of the fleet now did its best to stay away from the heliosoplasma anti-orbital fire. Some even managed to recover and return, courtesy of Bacta, mechanical augmentation and medicinal miracles. Many didn't. This campaign is a slaughterhouse. Bellona remarked bluntly. Teresa and Claire. The hospitalers say they are going to recover. Kyra coughed. As exhausted as she was, she had definitely noticed there had been nothing said about when they would return to duty. In all likelihood, they may need some of the finicky procedures Nixian clinics had developed to recover fully. The Tyranid 10th day offensive failed in its objectives thanks to them. That the key objectives had been to eliminate all the adjutant spiders was obvious to everyone. But the sheer ferocity of this attack had been so bad that over 40 ambules and 10 space marines of the Lamenters had perished within 10 minutes, and the arachnids had died in the low thousands. The attack had been repelled, yes, but the hell spiders playing the role of bodyguards had to be engaged in mass at close quarters, and the Imperial counterattack had to commit all its reserves to prevent both its officers and supply lines from being decapitated. The Tyranids had spotted a single weak point that they had not noticed, and this had been just a gigantic day of butchery. Kyra shook her head and pushed the dark thoughts away. There would be time later to cry, assuming the army survived said battle. The jungle fighters' reinforcements are finally able to reach the front in significant numbers via the air bridge. Python's strike has missed our throat, Adjutant Colonel. At the price of too many veteran soldiers and allies. Bellona replied grimly. I will have to beg the forgiveness of the web mistress for everything 12 times. It is not your fault, Adjutant Colonel. And save the God Emperor and her Celestial Highness, nobody could have done a better job. I don't share your optimism, Kyra, but I suppose I will wait for the web mistress to judge me when I kneel in front of her and beg for her forgiveness. I was too arrogant, too confident in my own cleverness. I forgot that the Tyranids were clever too. Something was mumbled about asymmetrical warfare and Tyranid soup for a few seconds. Kyra chose to stay silent. The adjutant spider had done her utmost, as had every man and woman of the expedition. Her Celestial Highness would forgive her, that was never in doubt. The question was how long Bellona would need to forgive herself. I can hear their psychic hunger. It is very different from Behemoth. They still want to devour us, yes, but here, it is something leashed, patient. The predator mentality is chained, ordered to serve a far greater and different purpose. Despite everything she had seen and fought in the last days, Kyra shivered. Fortunately, her power armor which had lost both colors and decorations in the last days hid her reaction. Yes, the Tyranids must have a greater strategic purpose for the diamond-tough creatures they spawned here than just garrisoning a tiny part of Katachan, and wasn't that a horrible thought? But this will be something for my sisters waiting in the Nyx sector to analyze later. I have regularly updated all my best theories and the Tyranid stratagems of this campaign. Whatever the Tyranids may think, I feel we have learned an immense quantity of information about them, far more than what they learned about us. I pray to her Celestial Highness and the God Emperor. You are right, Adjutant Colonel, Kyra replied while making the sign of Aquila. So am I, the golden arachnid admitted as smaller insects did their best to repair the damages on her armor. Whichever psychic creature is in command of this Python army, it fights very intelligently with diminished resources, and every meter of ground we conquer is paid in blood. Bellona gave a silent command, and the hololithic displayed changed. Instead of the entire Devil's Den Valley, the images changed to show the Devil's Crater, as everyone now called it. With our mortars now perfectly in range to bombard the rim of the crater, the Adjutant Colonel mused. And our heavy artillery is now fed enough reconnaissance imagery to strike when and where we want. The Mechanicus-made device zoomed in further, in order to focus on the left flank of Devil's Crater. Unfortunately, the Tyranids have not grown any stupider in the last hours, and they have fortified around this big hill here. It makes sure we can't achieve a successful flanking attack like they themselves attempted 5 days ago. This gives them an excellent redoubt of their own, with superior firing positions. As long as we can't dislodge them, a direct assault towards the crater can only end in disaster. They must be burrowed in deep, Adjutant Colonel. The Tyranids had had both the time and the motivation to fortify themselves for 15 days. The ambule probes report that they aren't, surprisingly. Then it is a trap, Kyra replied without hesitation. It's always a trap with the python tyranids. Yes, it is. This is why I am going to pulverize them with artillery first before a single Catachan jungle fighter launches the assault. And the Space Marines. They have taken too many losses, and we're reaching the end of our blue Bacta stockpile. Save the strike force of Chapter Master Yarable, I want them to prepare for whatever awaits us inside Devil's Crater and beneath it. There was more grumbling and... I really hate Catachan, Webmistress be my witness. Approaches of the Devil's Crater. 5.551.313 M35. Colonel Wilson strike rock. The artillery thundered over and over, and with every one of hundreds of shells, you could watch the hills north and northwest of the crater get pulverized one by one. The spiders are really going big this morning, one of his men chuckled while distributing Lho sticks. The men from Thorn Redoubt say there are smoked tyranids everywhere. Be careful, Wilson told him. About what, Colonel? The Lho sticks, he added, trying to not sigh. The Nixian commissars don't like seeing troopers have one. Next you will tell us they don't want us to have sex or enjoy the fine things of life, Colonel. Plenty of his regiment's longest-serving men and women laughed. Wilson didn't. Wait, you are serious? I am. Sweet devil's spawns, what is wrong with them? Fortunately there are separate chains of command, or I might begin to think we need to lose a few of them in the green hell. I wouldn't recommend it with those commissars. The jungle fighter colonel tied once again his red bandana around his head, before emptying his metallic jug of amasec. They have survived 15 days here, and with all the fighting they've done, they aren't exactly whitesheelds. Right, Colonel, we will be on our best behavior. I'll believe it when I will see it, hard fists of the Sweat Redoubt. Laughter answered him, a hilarity which quickly decreased as a new column of spiders approached. Silk Architects, the non-Catachan named them, but the orange joints and the green-back arachnids had long been known as threefold tarantula by the regiments of the jungle. For all the news given by the High Command, there was something that put him ill at ease at the idea the spiders who tried to eat you if you tried to enter their territory were now carrying ammunition and food between the landing zone and the front line. There were plenty of rumors, though nobody seemed to know for sure why the tarantulas had submitted so easily. Some in high command said the bigger adjutants had psychic powers which forced the Catachan species to obey no matter the order. Others were convinced the tarantulas wanted to get off-world and settle somewhere else, and had negotiated hard with the newcomers to be given some sort of land prize when victory would be won. We haven't seen the Tyranids in a few hours, I guess. They're like us, boys. The Xenos are keeping their heads down as long as artillery pummels everything on the hills and around them. They will get us out of their trenches when they won't be at risk of exploding immediately. And it wouldn't be long now. The number of shells raining down per minute was decreasing, sure as the rain was coming soon to drown more of this part of the green hell. Logistics were at a premium thanks to the arachnids and the cogboys, but nobody could ferry millions of shells every hour to sustain that kind of bombardment. And assuming you somehow managed to do it, you would still need to repair the damage to your barrels at some point. Alex, run, we have to alert the others. Signal is going to be given in 10 to 12 minutes, and I want us to be the first there. The men of the 27th say Old Death himself has come to see the battlefield. If we can be the one to take the hill. It was then the ground shook under his feet. Hard. Colonel Wilson Strike Rock bared his teeth in a parody of smile. Who gambled here for an earthquake today? Nobody? Right, we have one here. Colonel. I don't think this is an earthquake. The hill. Something is destroying from the inside. Green hell, damn it. That must be one of those Heliosa flowers. A few curses went through his teeth in the next few seconds. Okay. It appears Catachan didn't like being bombarded with too much artillery. The roar was so powerful that the officer nicknamed Strike sweated when he heard it. It was something which easily drowned out the thunder of the artillery and the screams of the Imperial Guard. Colonel, I don't think it's an earthquake, or a plasma-spitting flower. The first thing they could see was a giant claw. Wilson had seen the old propaganda vids of the Titans. This limb could have served as an arm for one of them. It was dark green. And when a second claw dug itself out of the hill, every Catachan warrior worth the name knew what the artillery bombardment had woken up. Devil's Den Valley, of course. Colonel. That, I think I took too many Lho sticks. No, you didn't. This is impossible. The biggest fiddler ever spotted in the last millennium was 43 meters long. Yes, the biggest fiddler ever seen by human eyes, but this one may have slept for far longer, and we forgot about it. The hill exploded. There was no other way to describe it. Segmented sections of armored chitin surged forwards. Most of the Catachan jungle fighters fell silent. What was there to say? It was bigger than one of the fearsome knights some legends of Catachan had fought with on long-distant death worlds. It was one of the most feared symbols of Catachan. It was a titan woken from its slumber, and unquestionably the reason why there had been so few tunnels found in this direction. It was a brutal killing machine, and the lord of this valley. It was a Titanic-sized Catachan devil. And they had mightily angered it. Imperial Landing Zone 5.551.313 M35 Adjutant Colonel Bologna. There are really days when besides the smile of the web mistress, I wonder why I bother waking up in the morning. Complaining was, of course, definitely a defense mechanism to mask other feelings right now. The adjutant colonel could definitely feel the volcano-hot wrath of the monster which had just shattered so many of her plans. Catachan devil. Weren't they supposed to be somewhere 30 meters long when fully grown? The jungle fighter's lore appeared very, very incorrect in this case. A million calculus and thoughts played out in her head. Along with a certainty. Bologna couldn't control this monster. The web mistress could have, of course. But the web mistress was not here, and Bologna didn't have a tenth of her sheer brilliance and power. It had already been difficult enough to command young ones, the species was naturally allergic to all forms of order and good administration. This wasn't a young devil, it wasn't even an extraordinary long-lived one. It was the equivalent of Tyrannosaurus rex for Chaos Titans, something above and beyond the most redoubtable specimens one usually encountered on a battlefield. Were the Tyranids aware of its presence and did they bait us into waking it up? In hindsight, the answer was particularly depressing. The ambules hadn't found the usual tunnels for a fortified position. The way the Hormiguns had ceded ground in the last few hours. The relative scarcity of enemy artillery on the crater's flanks. Yes, the enemy had baited her. And she had fallen for it. Adjutant Colonel, a jungle fighter of her command post grunted, his presence being made necessary as several Vipers had tried a sneak attack several minutes ago. I recommend withdrawing the vanguard troops to the morning's trenches. Don't be ridiculous, please. Bologna reacted in disgust. Do you want them to be caught out in the open by that? There had been no model established to calculate how good the senses of centuries-old Catachan devil were, but the beast was a giant of its kind. If the guardsmen stepped out of their hideouts, they were as good as dead. The Space Marines are begging for the honor to charge and claim the devil's head. I bet they are, the adjutant colonel answered sarcastically as the wisdom of her sisters flowed into her and gave her comfort. But no, I have to decline. Their power swords and the blessed katanas the web mistress gave them would take too long to do the job and cause them incredible casualties. It is like asking a guardsman to cut up a bane blade with a molecular cutting knife. It could work, technically, but it was going to take you an entire day, and the enemy wasn't going to stand still. No. We had contingencies ready, no? The web mistress herself approved them. Tell a warrior-class destroyer I want a pinpoint railgun orbital strike on the Titan-sized devil. Then we teleport Asset W on the surface. Air, Adjutant Colonel. Yes, I'm aware we are way too exhausted to properly control Asset W. But between its natural aggressiveness and the devil's own ferocious nature, we don't need to exert much administrative oversight. Well? What are you fighting for? The Catachan devil is shaking off the after effects of its beauty sleep, but it is not going to wait for hours-long deliberations to be complete. Approaches of the Devil's Crater. Battle Brother Goya. His battle brothers were still wondering which approach was the least likely to result in annihilation when the first counterattack of Lady Weaver's arachnid servants arrived. Goya had to give credit where it was due from his sniper position, the adjutant spiders worked fast. They weren't exactly brilliant or unconventional strategists like the Angel of the Emperor, but their moments of hesitation were measured in microseconds, and when committed, they struck hard. Like now. Thunder roared from the heavens as an electromagnetic-launched heavenly bolt hit Catachan like a warhammer wielded by the master of mankind. There was no finesse, no subtlety, and little warning. The Titan beast roaring its defiance at the top of the ruined hill didn't even realize what was about to hit it before the destroyer fired. The explosion was colossal. Light and smoke abruptly blinded everything, and Goya plunged into the hole he had prepared for contingencies like that one. He spared one thought for the guardsmen of the advanced positions, hoping that they had dug deep enough. And then the shockwave hit. To say we've had to resort to that against a Catachan beast, and not the Tyranids. The inferno quickly died out in the next few minutes. The entire area northwest of Devil's Crater had been utterly razed, it went without saying. Most of the high trees inside the crater had been pulverized too, incidentally. I suppose it's far better than to ask us to charge that damn thing. In a perfect world, Goya would have shot the titanic Catachan devil at long range. Eyes were supposed to be a weak point in the chitin of these beasts, after all. The problem was that this long-lived devil was armored everywhere, and this included the joints and other locations which should have been weaknesses for the lesser specimens it had once belonged to. Report. Does anyone see the devil? No, Captain. He cleared his throat. There is too much smoke, wait, oh, by the wings of our father. The Catachan devil was still moving. How was it still moving? Goya felt something unpleasant forcing his two hearts to beat faster. Abundant green blood flowed out of several wounds. The beast had been hurt. But as he watched, the injuries were already healing. And suddenly the weird stripes visible everywhere on the chitinous armor took on an entirely different meaning. They were not stripes at all, they were scars. The Catachan devil had thousands, maybe tens of thousands of scars. This was the apex predator of Catachan, and they had. Captain, the railgun had just managed to anger the devil. I must regretfully inform you that I don't think railguns can do the job. And unfortunately, the predictable idea of using something bigger to take out the Catachan devil was likely going to kill them all, no matter how deep they dug into Catachan's soil. The announcement which was given across every frequency was not the one he expected to hear. Adjutant Command is about to deploy Asset W teleportation incoming. Don't intervene. The Raptor's sniper had just enough time to blink before the familiar disorientation sensation and the pungent ozone smell arrived, regardless of the fact that his Mark 7 was sealed. The light must have illuminated everything for miles around. And when it ended, a new Colossus had joined the battlefield. So that's why they needed some analogues to the Titan Void transports. Goya had not walked into the ruins of Artyom or Makraj. He had heard the rumors like every battle brother of the Adeptus Astartes, however. And while visiting Nyx, he had watched the Titan moths and even been allowed to pet one. He knew insects obeying the victor of Kumarak could be really huge. The titanic worm which had been teleported onto the battlefield was indeed huge. It was a titan of its kind. It was just tall enough for when rising its head maw in defiance, to arrive to the level of the head of the Catachan devil. For a second lasted like an eternity, the two super predators observed each other, as if aware that a life of struggle and unending war had led them to this moment. The pale yellow colossus of another world against the green-black titan beast of Catachan. There was no roar, no screech of challenge. The two apex monsters attacked each other, and Catachan itself shook as their battle began. Advanced Camp of the Catachan Jungle Fighters. 5.553.313 M35. General Jack Death Swartz. Order had been given to withdraw to the secondary lines once it was clear the fight was not going to be over in a few minutes. Ironically, the Tyranids seemed to have adopted the same approach. And the animals and plants which had the ability to flee imitated them. No one wanted to be close when two alpha predators like that fought for supremacy. The giant worm against the alpha devil. Jack really wondered where Lady Weaver had found the former. If the living saint had found it in the first place, of course. The Titan moths had been created from several different species, in order to be perfectly attuned to their mistress. It was entirely possible this worm had been bred using similar methods minus the ability to generate ether gold-imbued radiance, of course. Let them fight, Et. Sharp drawled next to him. You want to get in the middle of that? Go ahead. No, I think I'll pass. The younger general grimaced. It's almost over anyway. Yes, I suppose it is. The two Titan beasts had formidable regenerative capabilities, which had allowed them to recover from wounds that would have killed most living organisms of this galaxy. In fact, it was entirely possible there were plenty of Titans which would have perished in the first minutes of this monster duel, their metallic armors unable to stand against the ferocity fueling the two predators. But everything had a limit. The giant worm's flanks were so badly mangled it was impossible to say how many wounds it had taken in the last hours. The Alpha Devil's green blood had never stopped flowing since the railgun had pummeled it before its main opponent arrived. The two apex monsters of Catachan were moving at a fraction of the speed they had begun this fight. The contest of ferocity was over. Now it was a series of hit and evade phases, each duelist preparing for the death blow. And in that kind of fight, as much as Jack Swartz wanted to pretend the contrary, the giant worm was simply not as good as the Alpha Devil. The long creature had no true counter for the enormous pincers that had grown on the front legs of its nemesis. It had nonetheless been a terribly long fight. Ferocity had been the order of the day for several hours. Giant maw against razor claws and bony hooks. In addition to this, of course, the two beasts had the sheer weight as an additional weapon. Plenty of times one of the two had tried to crush the other by sheer brutality and exploding all its internal organs, wherever they were to be found. It had left more marks. But it hadn't worked. The Catachan general wondered if there was something else in the two beasts' heads that did not think about killing the foe in front of it. Probably not. Here they come. Everyone with the instincts of a veteran felt it. They charged. Catachan shook under the weight of these flesh-born titans. There was a dolorous amount of shrieking at this distance. And then it ended. The massive claws of the old Catachan devil were impaled into a point right next to the giant worm's head, while at the same time, the huge maw had closed up on plenty of legs and a part of the chitinous green-black body. But the latter was not a death blow, while the former most assuredly was. The claws pushed and struck, and the giant worm at last fell, severed in two parts. Its maw never opened up again. Nevertheless, the Catachan devil had to sever its own limbs to escape the last attempt of its foe to take the mutual kill. But cut itself it did, like some of the vipers that were caught into the traps of the jungle fighters. And once it was freed, it once again plunged its main weapons of destruction into its enemy, and roared in triumph. This was a roar, many observers would later swear around drinks, had been heard everywhere on Catachan. It seems the strategy of the adjutant spiders was good, but not good enough. We should evacuate the zone, and prepare the orbital strikes. The devil is wounded. Wait. The Alpha carved apart a small section of its vanquished enemy, and the maw plunged into its flesh. Whatever it found, however, did not much please it. There was a new roar, and then the devil went on to ignore the massive carcass. General. Don't you remember? The older the devil, the more picky they are with their foods. And this one is very old indeed. Yes, General, but I don't think that applies when a beast is on death's door. Evidently it does, and I'm not sure the beast is as close to dying as you think. Some of its wounds have stopped bleeding. Thank the Lady of Nyx for these new drones, they really allowed them to monitor the battlefield by several better orders of magnitude than before. The great devil roared again, and the jungle did not dare move or make a single whimper which could be mistaken as a challenge. There was loud rumble, and then the ancient super predator turned up and began to march north, ignoring the devastation, the corpse of the giant worm, and the shocked imperial army assembled next to the crater. Next time we are told to invade some place Devil's Den Valley, let's not pretend it was superstition from the first settlers. The only man of Catachan to have earned the nickname Death in his generation laughed. Yes, General. And call me the closest adjutant Spider. Now that the old devil is moving away, we can prepare the final assault against the Tyranids. Beyond the last star of the eastern fringe the galactic void. This had been unexpected. The hive mind had been aware of the Titan slumbering near the crater, of course. The latest defensive strategy had involved the lesser preys waking it up and enduring its fury, after all. But it had been thought this ancient not prey would inflict far greater devastation than it did before succumbing or retreating from its domain. The lesser golden prey's reaction had been cunning. They had decided to sacrifice one of their titans to defang the trap the hive mind had prepared for them, preserving the core of their assets. The hive mind had hoped the battle against the Titan would win them several days, and inflict great losses upon the warships orbiting around the pantry world, as they tried to support their assets on the ground. It was something the Flower Guardians would have made them paid dearly for. Now this tactic had failed. And with it, the access to the brood nest and the hatchery chamber was open to the lesser prey. Already, the hive mind could sense the approach of several burrowing prey units deploying cautiously. It was logical. Where a far more limited prey species would have been forced into an attritional fight underground, this prey was going to bypass as many fixed bastions of the hive mind as possible, leaving the choice between starved encirclement and slow annihilation. It was extremely inconvenient. And there was one more dilemma the hive mind had to solve. The awakening of the not prey of the jungles had given the hive mind time to compensate for the significant losses taken by its assets in the course of this long series of ambushes and bleeding. But now the Guardian was stirring. The hive mind would try to calm the Gestalt construct so it would stay unconscious. It had no interest in opening a second front when it was already struggling to win on the first one. And while much knowledge had been gained from the actions of the lesser prey, it was not yet enough to justify the energy expended by the relay moon. The temporary loss of intelligence about the pantry world was going to be already problematic for the next campaigns against this lesser prey. Cold logic demanded in return that everything was known about the eight-legged golden prey and the other assets assaulting the crater. Thankfully, there were still options. As long as the Guardian failed to intervene in this battle. If it did, the hive mind would lose all its ability to oversee and command this battle, for everything from the hatchery to the prey's landing zone would cease to exist. And it would be extremely inconvenient for the hive mind indeed. Catachan System. Catachan. The tunnels near the hatchery. 5.556.313 M35. T. Sakapek Hellrider Tlaysael. When Tlaysael had been given the opportunity to be part of this campaign by an adjutant spider, he had been overjoyed and accepted immediately. He was going to ride a hell spider again and kill plenty of enemies. This was going to be such fun. At the time, nobody had told him the whole blood war was going to be fought on Catachan itself. Obviously. At first, like a proper hell rider, he had shrugged off the matter. So what? The jungle fighters believed they were the holy gift of the Emperor to mankind, but nobody was that good. Catachan was going to learn the word defeat, same as all the traitors, heretics, and Xenos who tried to stand against the lady. Tlaysael admitted it had been a bit too arrogant of him. Catachan had punished them. Catachan continued to fight and try to kill them. And it never bloody stopped fighting. Okay, he admitted as one more time, the giant tunnel they were progressing into opened to reveal one more underground river. This isn't funny anymore. I agree, you heathen of T. Sakapek. At least I don't have a disgusting serf owner overlord of Atlas as my relatives. He told his second though all of it was unofficial, and only accepted to compensate the losses of officers taken during Hell Garden, per a spider's words. We don't choose, alas, our family, honorary lieutenant. That we don't, Tlaysael agreed before returning to the more important point. You think our scorpions can cross? No. Hell no. It's going to be dangerous as it is for us, and we don't have a problem with water. That's not good. Tell me about it. I still think High Command should have committed them earlier and not so late into the campaign. They apparently were some problems during warp travel, plenty of the Scorpiads and the other big beasties challenged each other and caused havoc in the transports they were in. He shrugged. Or so the rumor mill claims. And thus the few Hell Riders like him had discovered very late that as much as the guardsmen loved to hate Catachan, their bad feelings were really minor compared to the instinctive loathing the scorpion-like species of the swarm had for the death world. We have to try. And if there's another river. Plenty of sighs were heard through the Vox and from Catachan advisors in their columns. The Silk Architects will be here soon. They said that 2 hours ago. Plaisal of T. Sakapek shook his head. It's taking too long. We have to keep the pressure on the Tyranids. It's been 10 minutes since we killed the last one. Well, another veteran of Makraj and the Imga monolith cleared his throat, they may be running short of troops. Scores of men scoffed at that. You have to excuse Scar here, Honorary Lieutenant, Anaxian gave a friendly poke to the shoulders of the man who had just spoken. He's from Theta, they're a bit slow to learn how things go on operations like that. All is forgiven, he retorted happily. Hey! Plenty of guardsmen chuckled. But seriously, we haven't yet to reach anything which could be a facility where the Python commanders breed and train their troops. We haven't found it on the surface for sure. It's going to be here, underground. Yes. And you can bet that in the last day, they did everything they could to replenish and bolster their numbers. So we have to keep pushing and corner them in a place they can't afford to lose. Easy to say, more difficult to achieve. I don't think the Scorpions can pass that kind of obstacle without silk bridges. Then we leave them, and we press on. Minutes later, everyone knew this decision had been the correct one. For there was another river. And then another. They had known the Tyranids must have built something huge under Devil's Crater to protect themselves from satellites and Mechanicu's fancy toys, but this was completely insane. The tunnels were bigger than some hive galleries he had seen when they had to wait months for deployment in the sector's capital. It was like there was an entire world beneath the surface. The further they pressed upon, the more it felt like you could throw an army of thousands of hell spiders here assuming you could bring them in the first place. It wasn't just a big cavern. It was more. How did the Tyranids build something so big without the jungle fighters finding out? Look, the flowers and everything, they are different. They're growing on top of some sort of ruins. There was something here before. Someone far cleverer than him may have the answers, he didn't. And at last they caught up with the Tyranids, some 200 of them forming a wall of dark green and barring the entrance into another chamber. Bring out the big guns! He roared. In all the skirmishes they'd fought, everyone had learned the best thing you could achieve with a lasgun against a Tyranid of Python was to make it laugh itself to death, and no, it had never happened, but one could dream. If you wanted them dead, you used the heavy firepower, as much as you could. Grav guns were ideal, but Ryza cogboys only had a handful of them. Most of the time, it was plasma, melta, or folkite, whichever you had on hand, and supported by the bolters of the elite units. It had almost become a tradition by that point, and so was the Tyranid answer of hit and run. Unlike the black-red beasts of Behemoth, Python gaunts never tried to fight the long battles. They struck and they disappeared into the jungles, or since a few hours, into the tunnels. But these ones didn't. They shrieked and hissed, and they stood firm, living wall of fangs, super tough skeletons, and claws. Many good insects paid the ultimate price to fight them at close quarters, and so did a few of the brashest Catachan reinforcements, who had not yet learned it was suicide to go push a devil's fang into the armor of these monsters. But the outcome was never in doubt. It took them a lot of time, but all the Tyranids died in the end. Victory! Victory for the lady! For Catachan, survive the green hell! There are proper steps below. I think we've broken through and are near their command center. They incinerated the fallen as best as they could, and the column advanced. It took several hundred meters for his instincts to alert him something was wrong. The lights were dimmed. It should have been the norm, but this maze of tunnels was in reality excellent for fighting because there were quantities of fluorescent mushrooms. They were all poisoned or could expel poison gas if you got too close to them, but they provided plenty of light. And here it was no longer the case. They were plunged into the shadow end. Fireworks fuses, he ordered, now. The weapons were not for fireworks, of course, but... Oh, golden throne! The darkness vanished, to reveal the horror. They had stepped into an immense cavern, so big they didn't see the end of it. But that was not the worst. The worst was all the big translucent red eggs which were sprawled, everywhere. And since the eggs were indeed translucent, you could see the dark forms waiting inside them. These were clearly... The abominations led us directly into a blackback viper's hatchery. A jungle fighter veteran screamed. Get out of here! Get out of here now! They tried to follow the suggestion. They really tried. But the mothers of the hatchery attacked first. The hatchery. General Vincent Sharp. It was always an unpleasant moment when you realized the Tyranids had managed to place you exactly where they wanted you. Again. The worst part was that they should have seen it coming. The jungle fighters in every part of the Imperial machine had been assigned several adjutant spiders. The arachnids born in Nyx could clearly communicate and allies with beings of other species, preferably Catachan arachnids, but there were plenty of other examples too. Why couldn't the Tyranids do the same? Indeed. They didn't lack the intelligence or the cunning for it. The only thing they really lacked was the motivation. The Tyranids hungered. They wanted to eat everything and everyone. But this breed of Tyranids was clearly different. They knew it since the first encounter. They still hungered. Adjutant Colonel Bologna had been very vocal about that, but the Hormogunts and Termagunts could choose to not feed, spreading out in the green hell and trading short-term satisfaction for long-term strategic victory. The only problem left had been the same the spiders of the Living Saint faced at the beginning. Most predators of Catachan wanted to eat you rather than waste time negotiating alliances. But it appeared that a pact of sort had indeed been sealed. And with the blackback viper, one of the most dangerous species of snake of Catachan, which effectively meant one of the most aggressive and ferocious species of the jungle fighters' home. Vincent Sharp could see it now. There wasn't a single hatchery, there were two, and the Tyranid one was built right behind the blackback vipers. You entered looking for one army of predators, and you ended up surprised by their allies. It was vicious, ruthless, and implacable. It was exactly why they had bled so much fighting the Python Tyranids for weeks on their way to the crater. And it was too late to change anything. Communications had broken down, and as the few survivors of the vanguard which had escaped the trap had made clear, there were easily tens of thousands of blackback vipers beginning to hatch. Attack! The Catachan general ordered, wincing inside as he knew how many men were going to die in the chaotic melee. All units are to converge on the hatchery and kill the vipers and the Tyranids. Adjutant Captain Kelly. Contact your superior and tell her we need all the Space Marines now. Yes, General. I hear and I obey. Good. The cavern was endless. How had the Tyranids built something like that in the last days? No, there wasn't time to ponder such a question right now. All around him, his men were already firing, pulverizing eggs, incinerating an adult viper at long range. Since one's fangs could kill you in 30 heartbeats by liquefying your organs, it was vital for things to not devolve into close quarters. Fist formation! He screamed. The mortars and the heavy guns are coming, along with the rest of the Emperor's angels. Hold, jungle fighters! Hold for Catachan and the God Emperor! For Catachan and the God Emperor! The red eggs exploded by thousands as lasguns and plasma weapons fired, but this was nothing compared to the sheer number of them which hatched a second later, creating a tidal wave of young vipers. And of course more Tyranids were coming, supporting their new allies. Fire! Fire for as long as your guns can! This was his last order, for then all coordination efforts stopped. Plenty of vipers had somehow slithered sufficiently high up the walls to make absurd jumps that saw them crash land in the middle of their formations. Devil's Fang were drawn, and the battle escalated to an unimaginable degree of butchery. The entire world turned red and there was only screaming and hacking through monsters. Men fell around him, and viper heads fell with them. Tyranid corpses were burning along those of jungle fighters. But always by sheer folly, there seemed to be more and more of the gaunts and the vipers coming. There was no masterful defense strategy. There was no more skill, no proper tactics. There was just death, and the dance to avoid joining everyone screaming in agony. He was getting out of breath. Vincent knew his arm was slowing down, his cuts were getting sloppy. But they were more enemies coming. They had to. The bright flash illuminated the entire cavern, so much that everyone present, human or not, turned his head towards it, almost fascinated like when you discovered a great barking toad in front of you. The smell of ozone was impossible to mistake for anything else. And the Catachan general couldn't remember ever feeling as relieved as he did right now. More than 200 Space Marines had just teleported into the hatchery, and their mere sight rekindled the fires of Imperial resistance. For those we cherish. For the Emperor and the Lady. For Catachan. More Imperial columns stormed in, blood in their eyes, and at last the enemy's relentless attacks slowed down and began to be pushed back. The Tyranid brood nest. Chapter Master Michael Yarable. There had been a lot of Astartes and high officers wondering during the entire day why exactly the Tyranid commander hadn't been evacuated from the headquarters under the crater in the last days. Assuredly, a guard marshal could have believed a glorious last stand was the right idea, but any Catachan officer with skills in jungle warfare wouldn't have. Yes, the Tyranids of the Python breed had inflicted considerable casualties, but by the time the first strongholds of Devil's Crater were bypassed or overwhelmed, the battle was lost, no matter how many guardsmen the Tyranids now managed to drag down with them. That the enemy Xenos had indeed cost them tens of thousands of dead in the last terrifying battle for the hatchery was something making Michael extremely unhappy, of course. Much like the adjutant colonel, he really didn't look forward to explaining to Lady Weaver how often the Tyranids had baited them, trap after trap, horrifying gambit after horrifying gambit. The Battle of the Hatchery had been a song of heroism, of resistance against all odds, of men desperately holding the line with the spiders. And that it had taken the final intervention of more than 500 Space Marines equipped with all the functional power armors still able to act as sealed power suits along with over 200 tanks and armored vehicles, most of them directly teleported in or driven through newly created tunnels, was saying quite a lot about how bad things had been. The Tyranids had wanted to wage a war of annihilation and they had gotten their wish. There was a mountain of corpses behind the Lamenters. Little surprise that when they entered the new hatchery, the Xenos assaults were so feeble they couldn't really qualify as assaults anymore. And that left the hive tyrant Lady Weaver had been able to perceive with her insect-controlling senses years ago. It was a huge monster, much like the specimens the chapters of the Blood and other Astartes had fought against at Makruj. The Tyranid commander was easily between 5 and 6 meters in height, possessed 4 huge scything claws which looked perfectly capable of eviscerating a predator battle tank, and it wasn't a surprise any longer to see some kind of malevolent intelligence shining in those beastly-looking eyes. But it had no legs anymore. The lower body parts, it appeared, had been completely merged with a sort of green conduit which plunged deeper into the earth. This is definitely how the Tyranids were able to do everything they shouldn't have been able to, one battle brother of the Raptors chapter declared, having arrived at the same conclusion he did. It gave them a lot of advantages, but in exchange the hive tyrant couldn't be moved, no matter how much its subordinates might have wanted to. And thank the Emperor for that, Operation Hell Garden had been bloody beyond all expectations, more Catachan warriors had fallen right now than their initial commitment called for. Flamers, Meltas, and Folkite blasters, brothers. They had slaughtered the majority of the Tyranid infantry in the last battle, it was out of the question to give the hive tyrant time to rebuild a second army. And in a storm of violence, the Adeptus Astartes did accomplish exactly that. They were not Deathwatch, but this point, it was likely plenty of battle brothers would be recommended. Every battle brother which had survived more than 15 days of near-constant battles was an expert in the art of killing Xenos and hostile non-human species, be they flowers or reptiles. The predator tank of the Brothers of the Red which had been given the honor to lead the column would have made Sanguinius himself proud. The flame storm cannon and the heavy flamers carved a trailing blaze into the nest, and eradicated any chance for this base to represent a danger again. At last, the hive tyrant reacted. The green-white flesh conduits around it seemed to distort and vibrate. The Xenos' resources suddenly appeared to be drawn to the hive tyrant instead of being directed away from it. And from the ceiling, 2 zoanthropes levitated down, burning with eldritch green auras of energy. Michael Yarable within a single heartbeat knew for certain there could only be a single reason the Tyranids would have left those behind when the rest of their forces were slaughtered. Librarians. Protect us. They are going to try. He would have had finished by to take us with them in death, but the enormous explosion basted them apart first. It was as if a hungry maw attempted to swallow them all, which was fitting for such Xenos. But the battle brothers of his chapter had reacted in time, and a fragile shield was erected when the world went green and white. The librarians had not had enough time to prepare, and as a consequence the shield didn't last long, but it bought the time for other epistolaries and codicers, along with prognosticators and other gifted specialists, had conjured plenty of psychic shields by then and, slowly but surely, they pushed back. It took nearly 3 minutes for the inferno to die down. But when it finally did, the hive tyrant and all the other Tyranids which had been alive before were now reduced to ashes. Beyond the last star of the eastern fringe the galactic void. The hive mind had lost the battle. The moment the red armored prey stormed the only brood nest of the pantry world, it had been over. There had been some small units spread out in 57 different tunnels, but none of them had a fraction of the command capability the Synapse unit had. And creating a new Synapse unit to replace the one which had been hiding beneath the crater had taken too long in the first place with all the attention of a relay moon could give it. It would take an unacceptable amount of time to create another now that the support base was destroyed. No, the hive mind had reached the logical decision. The assets on the pantry world were no longer able to mount any credible resistance. The battle had to end, and the Synapse unit was not to fall into the hands of the lesser prey. The infantry units unable to reach the hatchery in time for the last battle were ordered to scatter. Once the Synapse unit ceased to be, they would return to their baser instincts, and with a high degree of certainty, increase the eat or eaten process ongoing in the jungles. This would bring more benefits once a proper hive fleet arrived. It appeared the Synapse unit had perished, as per the last command. The connection with the pantry world was gone. This was inconvenient. The hive fleet had been unable to inflict near-fatal injuries to the prey, though the foe had suffered and showed in several instances a resolution to storm the hive's defenses that had been missing during the previous battle with the golden prey. Should the relay moon try to control and send several scout ships ahead of a proper fleet? No. The limited resources of the Synapse unit had played a great role in the not devouring of the enemy. And the golden prey was going to observe this pantry world for long rotations of its star. At this moment of the assault of this galaxy, sending more assets to fight the prey was not logical, efficient, or prone to result in gains. The relay moon had assimilated much information on the 8-legged prey commanding the forces opposing the hive, but it couldn't be denied that the prey had adapted too. The hunger could be satiated by other means. There were always other pantry worlds. Not as promising as this one, for they had not been touched and urged to devour by a synapse unit, but they could be transformed provided enough time. The hive fleets would wait. The hunger could be endured for a little longer. It was nonetheless a pity the relay moon couldn't see what would happen after the Guardian emerged from its slumber. There had been no models for something approaching this not prey. And the battle between the eight-legged prey and the Guardian promised to be a worthy addition in the hungering calculations of the defensive fighting hive. But the connection was broken, and there was no use to wait for any longer. The relay moon would be reassigned. There was always more to do in the void between the stars, like preventing the irritating indigestible silver prey from fleeing back to the same stars where they had encountered the golden prey. The hive mind hungered. The hive mind waited. The hive mind prepared for the next devouring. Catachan system. Catachan. The destroyed brood nest deep under Devil's Crater. 5.558.313 M35. Sister Kyra. They won. They won, and it really didn't feel like a victory. Kyra wanted to believe it was a stunning and crushing defeat handed to the Tyranids. The monstrous Xenos were at last vanquished. But as you desperately tried to save as many guardsmen lives as possible by pumping vial after vial of Bacta into their mangled bodies, it was near impossible to rejoice. And that had been her opinion when she was far away from the battle. Now that she had crossed the battlefield where thousands upon thousands of blackback vipers had ambushed the Imperial forces, it was worse. Though the fighting had ceased since one side had been utterly obliterated, there was enough left to fuel years of nightmares. The vipers and Tyranids were already terrifying in death, but the things they had done to human flesh with claw and venom. Sometimes the best thing you could hope for was that it had been quick and the Emperor had spared you a long agony. How many of the jungle fighters and other guardsmen had died? Kyra didn't know, but she expected a massive number. The 150,000 Catachan soldiers had been ravaged in the very first days of Hell Garden, and every day since, the adjutant spiders had thrown every regiment and spare unit that could be found into the inferno. The final tally was going to be awful, the young Templar Sororitas knew it. And no, there was no use thinking about that now. The Tyranids had been exterminated, the few survivors were hunted mercilessly by the elite tracker battalions of the Fang Redoubt. And it was still very much a pleasure to see Space Marines burning everything once they arrived in the vast chamber which had been once the heart of the Tyranid war machine. Chapter Master, excellent work. Bellona saluted the commanding officer of the Lamenters. The many dents in the red armor were clear indications how hard fought the final assault had been. Adjutant Colonel. The will of Lady Weaver is done. The Tyranid's influence has been purged. And I have already prepared the foundations for an astropathic message informing the webmistress of this great victory. The Golden Arachnid assured him. Has something changed after your last report 1 hour ago? No, it has not. The scion of the sanguineous gene line seemed to shrug, though as always, it was difficult to be sure, since everyone here was in sealed armor. We are unsure of the original purpose of this series of caverns, though my tech marines are reasonably certain that it wasn't the Tyranids who dug them first. And while there are clearly several levels beneath this chamber, the psychic levels remain stable. It was as if spirits of irony had been conjured at that very moment, because the psychic scream slammed into them a second later. It was anger. No, it was wrath incarnate. It was the fury of an angry beast transformed into sheer power. Kyra felt herself flying, and only the sheer number of hours spent training ensured she didn't collide with / didn't get smashed against the walls. It was a rain of white-blue-green psychic power. It was like there had been a Xeno sun deep into the entrails of Catachan, and now that sun had been switched on. Webmistress. Protect your servants. The hostile power had been abated, and Kyra was able to force some air into her lungs. What was? Bellona. Bellona and the other adjutant spiders had saved them. 5 of the favorites of Her Celestial Highness had arrived, and they were gathering around the adjutant colonel, who herself had revealed a flame-sculpted crystal of ether gold. It was thanks to them that they hadn't been hammered worse than they did. Adjutant Colonel Bellona. Whatever is doing this, we must defeat it before it destroys all our forces. Chapter Master. The spider she was supposed to protect shouted back. It had to be emphasized Bellona was protecting herself very well. I don't think there is anything you or the other Space Marines can do against that sort of threat. Sound the retreat. But if there is one more Tyranid we've missed. This is no Tyranid. This is something far older than them. But you can't deal with it on your own. Over a dozen halos of white-blue-green energies coalesced, and if there hadn't been a counterstrike of pure golden energy at that moment, Kyra was certain they would have all died on the spot. We can't, but fortunately there is someone in this galaxy who can. Sisters. I believe this is a dire situation which fulfills the conditions required for the activation of the Sanguine Decree. Do you disagree? No. The other arachnids and they had been joined by a few Catachan ants and plenty more spiders shouted unanimously. Then protect my mind, I invoke the Sanguine Decree. Praise sacrifice. Ultima segmentum. Nix sector. Nix system. Nix. Giraffe spaceport. 2.562.313 M35. Sergeant Gabriel Forcas. It hadn't been more than a few minutes since they had landed on Nix, and everyone from the most important nobles to some exotic spells already knew they had returned. Gabriel wished he could claim he was surprised, but he wasn't. As it was, the black-armored angel of death was very happy he was not a member of the PDF ordered on security duty. The poor men and women did not look like they had fun trying to keep the crowd relatively orderly and calm. I hope you are not going to load some battleship-sized homework onto your shoulders, my lady. He said while his eyes monitored their surroundings as their not-so-little convoy marched for the terminal where one of the trains awaited their arrival. Don't worry, I'm just reviewing the latest astropathic message from Aglia, the Basileia snorted. And by the way, I'm really looking forward to having ensembles deployed across the sector. Every time I read something weird like this, I wonder if it's the governor trying to play me for a fool, or the astropath who simply failed to interpret the message correctly. Having met the two governors of Aglia, it's likely the latter, my lady. There were some particularly idiotic individuals among the governors of the Nix sector, but the two of this specific system were not among them. I suppose you will have to wait for the courier which has no doubt been sent with the exhaustive message. Quite right. The data slate was switched out, and the golden-winged insect mistress began to salute the thousands of Nixians nearby, prompting more cheers and proclamations of joy. It is good to be back on a world where you have universal approval, my lady. Gabriel, we received perfect welcomes on Matopan and Bahamut. He cleared his throat in answer. The Basileia of Nix sighed loudly. True. Some other planets were far less enthusiastic about my presence, including some where I wasn't invited in the first place. The word Atlas was not uttered, but there was no need to. Personally, Gabriel couldn't wait for the moment where the incompetent wastrels of that system got what they really deserved. If Pierre appeared here and now to ask for a few throne gelts to buy more ammunition for their tragic accident, he would not hesitate, at least. At least there are no problems at Matopan and Bahamut. True. The Shield of Angels waved at the crowd, a genuine smile on her lips. Or rather it's the kind of problem that comes with an agri-world, the harvests, and did I mention the harvests yet? Gabriel chuckled. Diamantis complained he didn't see any fortifications across most of the planet. And he's right to do so. But Matopan is an agri-world. I don't see how I can fortify it in the first place. Like all worlds classified as such by the Imperium, most of the manpower is focused on food production, they really have no spare capacity for the military. Whereas agri-hives are definitely the solution for hive worlds, in order for everyone to have a nice security blanket in time of crisis, I have yet to find a solution for that. And this was a problem, Gabriel knew. Oh, not at Matopan, the system was hardly at the edge of a perilous warp route or near a region where greenskins thrived. And its inhabitants were now very loyal, as the removal of a previous governor had made sure they could now enjoy a far better lifestyle while their loyalty was recognized. But for plenty of other agri-worlds across the galaxy, many of these worlds wouldn't hold for more than a few days against a serious assault, and too often the planetary governors were too busy bickering with their peers to forge strong diplomatic ties that may be their only shield if an enemy appeared. It is a dilemma, he admitted out loud. Yes, it is. His lady giggled. But let's look on the bright side, this appears to have spurred the imagination of Diamantis, and I expect to have 2 or 3 new Starfort plans on my desk before the next week is over. I think you are probably underestimating how many hololithic-generated plans Diamantis is able to draw up, especially if a few tech priests can be counted upon to support him. Yes, probably, I will, I hear you. There was no warning. No word had been given to prepare them, and the Space Marines of the Dawnbreaker Guard were as surprised as the rest of the spectators. It came from the heavens, certainly from the pylon of the Enterprise in high orbit above their heads. It was a pillar of golden light. It was like the sun and the Emperor had descended to light this section of the spaceport. It was a ray of dawn incarnate. And as it touched the floor in front of them, it became an inferno of gold. There was a lot of screaming, some of it in awe, far more in shock, he suspected. The golden flames flickered, before transforming into a shape that pretty much everyone on Nix could recognize with a glance. It was an adjutant spider. An adjutant spider, ensconced into a metallic armor which looked like acid had been poured on it, and with 2 legs holding an ether gold crystal. Web mistress. The cry was one where relief and panic coexisted, and Gabriel's hearts began to beat faster. Adjutant Colonel Bologna reporting. Tyranids defeated, but we have encountered an Alpha Plus Psyker creature next to the primary goal. Strength insufficient to defeat it, I invoke the Sanguine Decree. Please help us, Web Mistress. There was not a second of hesitation. I am at the Giraffe spaceport. Katachan is too far away, and it's not mine, Bologna. You will have to summon me by sacrifice. Do you understand? Gabriel grimaced. The Dawnbreaker Guard was still learning the rules governing the life of a living saint at the same time their mistress did, but they knew at least what this one would require. I understand completely, Web Mistress. 12 seconds is all I need. The spider manifestation disappeared into an inferno of golden flames, but the latter didn't flicker out. Instead, they seemed to grow in size and brilliance. All around them, Gavriel could hear the stupefaction sounds and the excited conversations. So much for operational secrecy. Leandra, come here immediately, your services are required. The command was imperial and told like a great bell. Gavriel. My lady. There are going to be repercussions for this. I intervene, and the parasites are going to notice. It is inevitable. They can't intercept me, but they can use the opportunity to stab me in the back. Raise the alert level, and tell my chief of staff to prepare contingency Scorpiad. Yes, my lady. There was a flash of energy, and the most infuriating long ear of Nixa title the Dawnbreaker Guard had rewarded her unanimously arrived like a miniature storm and kneeled. My Empress. It seems the forces assigned to Hell Garden have encountered a foe beyond their strength. You come with me. Katachan. The hatchery. The destroyed brood nest deep under Devil's Crater. 5.558.313 M35. Sister Kyra. By the 10th second, Kyra knew for certain they were all going to die. 2 space marines she didn't even know the chapter they were part of had tried to charge down into the deeps as the psychic attack momentarily faded. They had been disintegrated entirely when the enemy resumed its onslaught. The power was suffocating. It burned you. It scorched her armor, and felt like 1,000 vipers were trying to pierce into your soul. Kyra had seen several Sororitas die. The wrath couldn't be denied. Some guardsmen had tried to flee. But it was too late. Everything in the chamber was saturated with something that was born and raised to kill you. If you stepped outside of the field where the adjutant spider's ether gold holy power kept the attack at bay, you died. And it hadn't escaped the young woman that with each second, this circular aegis fueled by the devotion of the arachnids for her celestial highness was shrinking. Courage, sisters. The web mistress heard my call. We are almost there. In the name of administration, hope, and sacrifice, we will all be saved. It had been an attempt to boost their morale, Kyra was sure of it. It worked. The problem was that the foe they were facing did understand enough to know this defiant hope had to be crushed as swiftly as possible. The explosions and giant flares of tricolored psychic power stopped like a button had been pushed. And then giant tendrils of pure energy erupted from the deeps, bringing incandescent destruction with them. It looked like one more overwhelming assault, but it wasn't. Milliseconds before they hit the golden sphere erected by the adjutant spiders, the tendrils began to twist at supersonic speeds, becoming akin to terrible spinning blades. The rampart ceded. One space marine librarian fell to his knees, utterly exhausted before being disintegrated by the progression of the hurricane of annihilation. One adjutant spider collapsed, then a second. Several space marines raised their croziers and tried to do something before being blasted away like they were mere projectiles in the middle of some huge cannon. This is not. The light was too brilliant. The light. You shouldn't have done that. They are mine, Guardian. Mine until they go in front of the Emperor. The assault tried to increase. Everyone felt it. But the tendrils suddenly began to burn. They burned in golden flames. Kyra turned her head. She was here. She was here, standing in the middle of a circle where 10 lamenters had fallen. For a moment, Kyra frowned. Hadn't the armors of the sons of Sanguinius been red, not this yellow gold? The thought was banished as quickly as it had appeared. Her Celestial Highness was here. Adjutant Colonel Bologna had told them to pray for a miracle, and their faith had been judged true in the end. Her Celestial Highness was here. And she was not alone, another tall golden figure was by her side. Orders, Web Mistress. For the Emperor. The tendrils withdrew, but as they did, they threw a blast against the ceiling, creating another massive hole. And the dust was still spreading that thousands of snakes revealed themselves. It did not matter. The psychic assault was gone, and with it, a swarm of insects rushed into the chamber. For the Emperor and the Dawn. The banner-bearer of the Lamenters shouted, his armor of red scorched by gold and yellow. For the Angel and for Katachan. Kyra was not the first to draw a power sword and charge into the melee, but she was not the last either. The golden flames were soon joined by a rain of crystal, and the battle swallowed them all. Chapter Master Michael Yarable. Once the latest snake was torn apart and it became clear that whatever extraordinarily powerful beast which had been about to annihilate them wasn't about to strike in the next few seconds, Michael Yarable bent the knee. Your Celestial Highness. Please, Chapter Master. Lady Weaver's voice did not sound like a choir of angels singing an opera. Rise. If anything, it should be me doing the kneeling. From what I had the time to assimilate from my faithful adjutants, it seems that you and every other person I sent to Katachan have been through hell. Perhaps, Your Celestial Highness, but we needed you in the end, otherwise our defeat would have been certain. The defeat would likely have been unavoidable, but for no fault of your own. This guardian is extremely powerful. The Emperor could have defeated it with ease, along with a few primarches. I'm pretty sure it has enough psychic power to handle practically everyone else. That is, extremely concerning. The chapter master of the Lamenters replied after several seconds. In particular because it confirmed that the Guardian had made a tactical withdrawal at the critical moment. It had suffered a defeat, yes, but it was hardly neutralized. Yes, it is. And the Guardian was not inactive on other fronts either. Callie. I hear and I obey, Webmistress. You seem the healthiest adjutant captain I have left. Run to the apothecaries, heal yourself, and then rush out of the tunnels to go negotiate with the Catachan Queen Ants. It seems that the moment the Tyranids were killed, the Guardian began to call them to his side. As it stands, there is a formidable army of a few million on the northern approaches of the crater. My arrival was enough to convince them to stop their advance. This must continue. Negotiate with them like you did with the other spiders, and be your usual diplomatic yourself. Yes, Webmistress. Yes, I could control them. But I'm sure that the Guardian can observe them. And he wasn't that fond of our presence on the Death World to begin with. Michael didn't know if he should feel really relieved or angry. On the one hand, disaster had been averted. On the other hand, the Guardian had, what by the Golden Throne had they been facing here? The Angel of Sacrifice turned back her human eyes towards him. It must be a bit obvious to say it now, Chapter Master, but I acknowledge your sacrifice, and swear it won't be forgotten. I will try my best to shave as many years off of your penance crusade as I can, and if I can declare it complete and successful, I will. That is, thank you, Great Angel. You deserve it. The Basileia answered. Bologna. I implore your forgiveness, Webmistress. I will take the blame. The sigh was incredibly loud. You are way too hard on yourself, Bologna. I have a feeling I will have to give you plenty of holidays and some of the delicacies you adore. Webmistress. There is nothing to forgive. You did the best you could with what you had at your disposal. Now take charge of the swarm on the surface, and begin salvaging as much as you can. I am going to meet the Guardian. Hold the fort until my return. You have my permission to draw as deep from the Bacta reserves as you feel necessary. More words of praise and thanks were spoken. I will repeat it, you all have done extremely well, soldiers of the Imperium. You have conquered hell, and defeated something that could have ravaged entire sectors if left unattended. I will not forget. Take pride in that, and mend your wounds. I will have need of your experience and your rested minds in the days to come. The blade of crystal was drawn from its scabbard again. Leandra? I think we need to explain to the Guardian why I am greatly displeased by its behavior. The angel and her follower burned in gold, and they jumped into the hole leading far deeper than the tunnels of Devil's Crater, leaving the sight of Space Marine and Guardsmen alike. Deep under the surface of Catachan. The remnant of the galaxy that was. The heart of the world psychic saturated zone. Leandra of Kaelder. The descent did not take long, 70 heartbeats of hers, give or take a few. It was sufficient to know that her Empress' decision to not bring anyone had been wise. This was a powerful world spirit awaiting them, and it was guarded by an even more powerful guardian. Save perhaps the greatest arachnid sent to command the expedition, the foot soldiers would have been destroyed in short order, their frail bodies unable to breathe and endure the pressure the guardian generated by simply existing. They landed on sand. At first, it seemed like they had somehow arrived at one of the maiden worlds created by the goddess Isha. The temperature was perfect for Ildari, her armor insisted, not too much humidity, not too little. You had to love the water, however. For in front of the yellow sands where their fall had led them to, there was a considerable amount of water, so much that her senses were unable to perceive the end of it. So that's where all the rivers my spiders had so many difficulties with led to, her Empress mused. The old ones created this underworld. I think they would have preferred the term world-shaping, Leandra replied amused. And yes. Look at the overgrown pyramid in the jungle. The one covered in psychically active crystals. For a heartbeat she chuckled, there was certainly no other pyramid anywhere else, and the caress the world spirit spread outwards was impossible to ignore. Yes, that very pyramid, my Empress. It was an impressive structure, all told. There were over a dozen levels before the summit one could imagine beneath the verdant mantle, and the golden color was rather elegant. Oh. Is there a reason, Leandra, why the structure seems to be entirely made of gold? It is beautiful. She heard a loud sigh. And here I thought the Emperor had some peculiar tastes by armoring himself completely in ormite. I know gold isn't that rare when you are an interstellar civilization, but this must have been a lot of effort to bring everything here. You are right. Gold. There was something she had heard about it long ago, long before the fall. From the Queen of Blades? No, this had come before even that. Where had her ears listened to a tale which talked of it? Ah. Shakwa. Chawat. Shakwa, my Empress, Leandra smiled. If the pyramid is any indication, I think we're the first noble rangers in millions of cycles to have rediscovered Shakwa, the legendary city of gold. The nobles of the Phoenix Court's horrified expressions would be visible from here if they were still alive. Many of their houses searched for it their entire existences and never found it. It had been a subject of amusement among her family, especially as one of the princes had disappeared a few cycles before she was acknowledged as an adult. Plenty of courtiers had whispered that Shakwa was a legend, a tale which had to have been merged with a black hole given how most of the Ildari who searched for it were never seen again. Is it also possible that the ancient Ildari Rangers did discover it and the Guardian killed them? Leandra grimaced, and she felt it good that her helmet hid it from her Empress. It is possible, yes. And speaking of the Guardian, it can't be on the beach, there is no cover. It is not on top of the pyramid. Therefore logic dictates it is in the lake, is it not? There was a shockwave. A series of geysers which reached as high as the ceiling of the planet were born. And at last the Guardian levitated out of the giant lake, floating in an enormous bubble of water, final evidence that wasn't really required of its glorious etheric presence. A Xenos jellyfish. She heard her Empress mutter. The Guardian is a species of psychic jellyfish. That's how human call it. Leandra asked intrigued. I had seen some in the heart of our empire, but they could fit in the palm of my hand. I had never heard of one which could grow to such a size, I admit. It has a bell which is easily 60 meters in diameter, and the tentacles are easily more than 200 meters long, Leandra. How did the old ones bring it here in the first place? That was a good question, really. The webway solved many problems, but there were limits to everything. I don't think they did. I think they brought the Guardian here when it was young, and they let it grow into adulthood in this very lake. And now it must have had enough of observing them, for it was like a new sun was born again, except this sun was the Guardian, and it burned in lights of every color. It didn't stop there, of course. With the lights, so diverse there was enough for an incredible rainbow, came song and emotions. Is the Guardian trying to communicate? It seems that way. Leandra hesitated. Given the click of the tongues, unfortunately, I think the Guardian speaks the tongue of the Old One's favorite servants. She could feel the annoyance from the angel of sacrifice. Of course, it would have been too simple. And I certainly can't control the toads of Katachan around to act as translators, unless you learn the language. I did not, my Empress. But the emotions, wrath, sorrow, worry, I think the Guardian was asleep for too long. Something about the Tyranids influencing the world spirit into not following the traditional reawakening ritual. And the servants of the Old Ones are all gone now, of course. But the Guardian is still alive. How old is this jellyfish exactly? There was something in her Empress voice that she had almost never heard since she had entered her service, wonder. It was, Leandra would concede, completely justified here and now. The former blood muse focused. She tried to listen, not to the words, but the pace and essence of the Guardian's light. In time, maybe her Empress would be able to do it, but she was far too young for it now, even with a muse's memories to help her. I think it was brought here before the war in heaven was even on the horizon. What is the measure your Imperium uses? Terran years? The Guardian has been here for some 70 million of them, plus or minus one. The Guardian shone, as if her words pleased his essence. Was the Guardian a he, anyway? So many things she had never bothered to ask her teachers when it came to these species. There was a ray of rainbow colors, which directly lit up a part of the pyramid, revealing of course more gold, a profusion of gold, and some clearly broken crystals. The Guardian sang once more, and plunged into the depths of the lake again. What is it saying, Leandra? I think, it wants us to repair the crystals of the world spirit. They are clearly hindering the protection of the planet, and if nothing is done, it will cause more and more damage. Can we do it? We can. She nodded quickly. It is not a complicated process, my Empress. I suppose the only reason the Guardian isn't doing it himself is that the Old Ones made sure he could only guard the world spirit, not manipulate it. They certainly brought other servants for that. And now the other servants are long gone. The Empress of the New Ildari Empire muttered a few curses. Are there any alternatives? Leandra shrugged. I suppose we can always go fight the Guardian in an epic clash which will be remembered for all eternity. It was the former apprentice of the Queen in her speaking, apparently. But I'm not exactly confident in our victory. And assuming we did win, I'm pretty sure we will do more damage to the world spirit, and the planet is already badly affected by the fight yourselves orders of the Great Devourer. It killed plenty of my spiders, guardsmen, Sororitas, and space marines. I won't try to minimize the losses, but I think that when the Guardian woke up, the lashing out was his way to punish everyone for the disastrous state of the planet and the absence of the servants. By repelling his first attacks, we gave him time to calm himself and return to a more proper role of Guardian, instead of Avenger. And if it helps, my Empress, I think the Guardian is incredibly old. Yes, the Old Ones could give some gifts that other species thought to be immortality, but the old ones are gone, and I don't think the species of the Guardian was brought here to be an immortal warden of the world spirit. The old ones may have intended to bring other Guardians, either for reproductive purposes or one-for-one replacements. Except the war in heaven began, and they suddenly had far more pressing concerns than bringing new jellyfish to support this one. Yes. It is a theory, but it would fit the facts we have. Actually, is it possible they ordered the servants they had there to dismantle the webway gates? Bellona and the other adjutants didn't see a single ruin which could be won, and that is something the Tyranids would have loved to get their claws on. I can't be certain, but it would likely be a security measure that makes a great deal of sense. According to the Queen, by the end of the war the Star Devourers had weapons that allowed them to detect worlds where they were activations of Webway Gate. If Shakwa was as important to the Old Ones as the stories implied, it would make sense they tried to protect it by hiding it and cutting it off from the Webway network. And it sort of worked. The Void Dragon and the other Citan didn't find the planet. But by the end of the war, there was no one to return. The Guardian waited, and waited. Maybe it was during that time the servants stranded here began the rituals telling it to sleep? The Guardian and his allies were smart, they had to know superetheric jellyfishes weren't immortal. The slumber would add some millions of years, well beyond his natural life expectancy. But they miscalculated. Leandra finished. Instead of the old ones, it was a hive ship of the great devourer which came to the world. And the servants, pale shadows of their former glory, were unable to repel them. They likely made the hungering maw pay dearly. All the forces mustered against your adjutants were young and recently born, you said, but they died. And the devourer was not going to wake up the Guardian. This was of course only a theory. But it fit the few facts they had in their hands. The more I learn about this galaxy, her Empress announced in a disappointed voice, the more I feel it is a tragedy opera written across 10 billion stars. Leandra didn't reply. After all, her Empress was absolutely correct. Repairing the crystals, you said. The silence lasted only 30 heartbeats. Yes, my Empress. I suppose we can add some slight purification too. As long as it doesn't take too long. The sacrifice's duration is not unlimited. And no, I am not going to let you stay on Katachan unsupervised. Leandra giggled. That she had never doubted. Your will be done, my Empress. Once we will have done it, I suppose we can ask for a proper audience. He better give me one. Without the Guardian, there would have been no reason for us to intervene by the Sanguine Decree, and this is going to have consequences I'm not going to like. The Guardian. The Guardian felt a twinge of satisfaction as the lesser matrices of the Great Heart were repaired and shone anew with potent vitality. The works of the creators should never have been allowed to fall into ruin, but this offense had now been erased. The heart would endure. The Guardian could fulfill his purpose, which was to guard the heart and the world. And yet a far greater disaster loomed. The Guardian could feel it, the old ravage of entropy no one but the creators was completely immune to. The Guardian was too old. The Guardian was going to die. Once upon a time, the Skinks had insisted they had a solution. Surely, they had told him, the creators were going to return any cycle now. The part of the great work hidden here made this inevitable. They had beseeched him to sleep, to take a lapse in his guardian duties. When the creators returned, they would awaken him immediately. The Guardian had believed them, and even if he hadn't, it wasn't like the Guardian had found a better plan. It had been a foolish idea. The Guardian had slumbered, preserving his last embers of life, but as he did, the Skinks had disappeared. The world had been invaded and was unfit to serve the purposes of the creators. The great work's secrets were ruined. Only the heart remained readily accessible, and even it was damaged and would require the Guardian's song to be reminded its true purpose. And the creators had not returned. The creators would not return. The Guardian was long-lived and patient. He was not a stupid and aggressive creature like so many which crawled, slithered, and hunted in the jungles above. The heart and the great work were too important. It was why the Guardian had been made the Guardian, after all. If it hadn't been important, the creators would have just placed the Skinks here and left. The creators would not return. The Guardian was certain about very few things, but he embraced this harsh and unpleasant reality. And soon, there would be no Guardian to guard their creations. It was a disaster. Without the Skinks, the great machines of the great work had not been maintained. Without all the other servants of the Creator, the cities of gold and the Matrix were unusable. The Guardian guarded nothing but the heart, and soon there would be no Guardian to protect it. The Guardian couldn't create others of his race. There had been debates between the creators to bring another Guardian who would have this appreciable quality when he was young, but the creators had never gone through with it. And now the Guardian was too old. There was one hope. The Guardian could transfer the purpose and the knowledge to other Guardians. This the old ones had benevolently consented to when they had forged him to be the Guardian. The creators were gone, or they would have returned from their journeys across the stars. But the Guardian had hardly been unique among his species. There had been others. The creators had showed them to him. It had been a long time, but maybe the capability to sire new Guardians had been given to them. The Guardian was aware the reasoning was as flawed as the one the skinks had given to him long ago. But it was all he had. The Guardian had to guard the heart, this was the essence of what he was, the order his creators had given to him. It had to be done. It was important. And even if for the flicker of a thought the Guardian found a way to not do it, a sacrilegious idea, to be certain he was too old and too close to death. The water that had been his domain was troubled. The two golden lights plunged into his resting place. One the Guardian didn't trust at all. It still smelled of blood, no matter how much it had burned recently, and he had dealt with the species before. Oh, yes. The Guardian didn't forget. He remembered how in the days where he hadn't yet slumbered, these arrogant creatures had the audacity to sail here and order him, the gall of these creatures. To give to them the secrets of the creators. For this arrogance he had killed them, and let the skinks feast upon their flesh. Many more had come, but he had been young and powerful in that era. The arrogant no longer servants of the creators had been no match for him. The other light was far more interesting. It had assimilated some other essences, but it was not the same species as the other light. It controlled the weaker light, and this was intriguing. It also clearly ruled over some of the web-throwing creatures fighting outside. It could clearly give precise orders to some of the species living in the jungles of the world. It was a powerful light. Not as great as the favorite servants, the Slan, but then so few lights were. Yes, it was a great messenger for a greater purpose. Unfortunately, the major light was not speaking the noble tongue of the creators and was different from other servants. The Guardian had to touch with his appendages and speak via the weaker light. It would have been intolerable before, it had to be tolerated now given how limited the time remaining to him was. The Guardian didn't have enough time to teach anyone the tongue of the creators the proper way, assuming he did have the strength, which he assuredly did not. It worked. Communication was opened. It was not pleasant. The Guardian felt one of his appendages begin to burn gold. The Guardian proposed an exchange. He wanted the lights to search outside for new Guardians. He stressed the terrible dangers a world without Guardian would bring. He promised that with new Guardians, the world would be restored and fit for the great plan. The lights answered. The Guardian saw horrors, some from the ether, some other not. They wanted his help. They wanted some of the Creator's secrets. The Guardian paused. The purpose was truer than those who had come before, but the Guardian had been told by the Creators to safeguard them with his life. The Guardian had been forged to preserve. To guard. But what good would it do since clearly the great works and the great plan had failed everywhere but this world? And new Guardians would not be bound by the Creators. They could make their own promises. The Guardian needed to find a new Guardian, in the end. He spoke again to the greater of the two lights. Devil's Crater. 5.559.313 M35. General Jack Death Swartz. Obviously the moment Lady Weaver stepped out of the tunnels, there were tens of thousands of cheers to welcome her. Proud Catachan warriors didn't cry, so naturally all the water on their faces would be blamed on the rain and the inability of the red bandanas to provide any sort of cover. And they were the witnesses of something that had never been seen before, over 1 million Catachan ants bowing to a lone angel. They had arrived as the battle went down, and now the battlefield and the approaches of Devil's Crater were filled with them. Several ants began to turn gold, hundreds or thousands in the multitude. Plenty didn't. Jack Swartz was really too exhausted to wonder why. Instead he made sure most of the men moved out of the way, and saluted his commander as she reached the place where one of her adjutant spiders awaited. Lady Militant, he saluted, knowing the living saint would prefer the military ranks to apply. I am happy to see you solved the problem. Your adjutant spoke of a guardian. The guardian is a huge jellyfish that would have been likely capable of giving the emperor the fight of his life in his prime. It said something of the stuff he had heard in the last few years that he accepted it as the truth after a few seconds. I wish I could have killed it for what it did to the swarm and all other forces, Lady Weaver admitted. But the sacrifice which brought me here was not going to last long, and assuming I won, I would have in all likelihood severely damaged the world spirit of Catachan. And besides, this ruthless jellyfish is old. Time will slay it far more surely than my blade. I can't pretend I will be sorry when it happens, Jack replied honestly. Your bodyguard. Communicating with the Guardian consumed much of the sacrifice keeping her here. She is on her way to Nyx right now. And in a few minutes, it will be my turn. The last part did not really surprise him. It had taken a truly disastrous situation to force the adjutant spiders to bring their mistress to Catachan. This wasn't without costs, clearly. The former part, however. A jellyfish can communicate. Of sorts, yes, we clearly didn't speak the same language, but my bodyguard had advantages I lacked. I'm pretty sure most of the content was lost in translation, but we were able to have negotiations. By stretching the definition of that term several times, of course. Of course. Jack spoke acidly. And what does a huge psychic jellyfish can possibly want? Replacements, essentially, the Lady General Militant informed him. It is too old, Death is not far away, and someone has to pick up the mantle. That sounds like a very bad idea. The very reason there are Tyranids on this planet in the first place was because the Guardian had to slumber in a sort of psychic coma in the vain hope those who left him behind would come back with a replacement. Ah! Webmistress? What about the ants? During the negotiations, the Guardian and I arrived at the conclusion that the crater, the tunnels, and everything around it must be protected militarily, precisely to avoid the kind of problems that the Tyranids caused. Bologna. The Guardian isn't returning to its slumber anytime soon now, but it needs a neutral force to act as physical shields. Neutrality being what it is, unclaimed ant colonies will be this living rampart. There were more golden flashes, and several tank-sized queen ants began to move westwards, linking up with columns of arachnids. Of course, in exchange for recognizing this neutrality, the Guardian leaves me the freedom to pick a reasonable number of queen ants and other colonies, as well as a fair array of specimens from other species. It just has to be beings that I can control and protect. Naturally, since my presence here is coming at an end, I will need someone to fairly administer the selection process. I won't disappoint you, Webmistress. Jack grunted. Death didn't smile for a giant spider sprinting away. And if some jungle fighters laughed, well, they were young and impressionable. I suppose there are plenty of top-secret matters which will become known later, but for now, I will only ask if I can formally end Hell Garden. Sharp's boys have killed all the Hormiguns they could find, though a few unavoidably fled into the Green Hell to the east and south. Hell Garden is officially over, General. Evacuate the survivors, and let my swarm provide all the Bacta that I fear is solely needed. Victory! Victory! The Lady of Spiders echoed. And it could have been far greater if the former homeworld of the Guardian wasn't somewhere in a region which has been swallowed by a warp storm. The golden wings unfurled again. The living saint began to rise effortlessly. No sacrifice too great to restore hope. No administration skill too unsuitable to stand against evil. Ave Imperator! Ave Imperator! The sky burned in golden flames, and when they faded, the angel of sacrifice was gone. Vermin things. Once again the ugly bad threat of unity chooses to raise its snout, yes. The insult curse. The gall. The arrogance. The brute things chose to spit in our eyes. They dared hide in miserable dirty lair called harmony. This is an insult curse that can't be borne, no. And so it won't be. Unity and harmony are bad. Only in anarchy can all things find salvation, yes. Remember, it is greater to die in single day of anarchy for Malal than to live without obeying Council of 11. Lackeys. Raise pulpit higher, I can't read my speech screech. Yes. You will be only adequately punished. Vermin things, anarchic things. It is very necessary to go to war. The despoiler thing must not achieve its plans. In my glorious name, the last seat of council will be mine. What? Did I squeak badly? Oh yes, I wanted to say every glorious victory will be won in name of Council of 11 and Great Primarch Thing Skaven, long may he see me triumph. Let anti-harmony Grand Skaven Warpstone Crusade begin. Eye of Anarchy will be ours, or we will blow it up, yes. Praise Anarchy. Praise Malal. 11th recording attempt made by the unholy Pontifer Bishop Supreme Skytisk Doombane of the Inverted Nexus, Master of the Anarchic Bringer Sermons, unstable crackpot of verminous insolence. It is estimated that the temple only nearly collapsed 11 times that day, which was seen as a most divine blessing on Skavenblight. The Eye of Terror. Harmony System. Gloriana Class Vengeful Spirit. Space Temporal Anomaly Date Estimation Impossible. Lord Vigilator Iskandar Kaon. It had been a given that there would be a reaction. There were 3 fleets present in this system, and Iskandar didn't doubt that Fabius Bile had some void assets hidden somewhere they couldn't see. The Clone Lord was arrogant, but he wasn't lacking in intellectual capacity. There was no way he would have come without backup. Even without counting these hidden assets everyone was trying hard to locate, the military might assembled in this star system was impressive. The Xiantian fleet was small, but each unit had clearly been extensively modified to carry psi weaponry, be it from Qsal or another sorcerer-ruled planet. For any raid force against minor planets, it would have been a respectable display of force. Here and now, it was completely outmatched. Gluthersker Vithrax had pursued said ships across the Eye of Terror, and though it might not be the entirety of his armada, one had to account for garrisons, scouts, and the whims of the gods. There were enough capital ships present to destroy an average imperial battle fleet. It was extremely fortunate the Black Legion had brought more firepower than that. While there were other ways to dissuade a warlord of the Death Guard from attacking, mustering a fleet which was several times stronger than your order of battle remained the most efficient method. Ezekiel was no fool, and neither were the members of the Ezekarian. They wouldn't have allowed the War Master to step a foot on Harmony without some considerable military support. Nonetheless, the Lord Vigilator of the Black Legion had never doubted there would be a reaction. 3 fleets of 3 different allegiances in the same star system, and not a single one was shooting? This could have been allowed if they weren't inside a warp storm. But this was the Eye of Terror, the prison of the legions, the hell of their sins and uncountable species nightmares. There would be a reaction. And since the Architect of Fate and the Grandfather both had warlords of theirs present in considerable numbers, the only real question was if the Lord of Skulls or the Beast of Anarchy were going to open the hostilities. The moment the Coven aboard the Vengeful Spirit informed him they were forced to protect against some mental attack where rat squeaking played a major role, Iskandar knew he had his answer. But it was an unpleasant surprise to see over 1,000 starships translate into the Harmony system close to the barren planet some had called Marvel's Bane. Over 1,200 starships, Lord Vigilator. At least 60 battleships. And then the explosions began. There was no gravipause and the rules of the material universe governing warp travel didn't exist in the Eye of Terror. But if you were really stupid enough to come so close to a planet, the outcome was assuredly incredibly destructive. At least 20 battleships destroyed, the litany of losses began to be tallied, 400 starships gone or so crippled they won't be functional again. And Lord Vigilator. Yes. Based on the first probes of the Augur Prophets, all these ships are made of Etherics alloys. Every single one of them, no exception. Well, at least we know how the servants of anarchy were able to rebuild a fleet so quickly after they lost theirs at the Second Battle of the Tyrant Star. The Black Legion itself had discovered the Etherics alloys well before launching the first offensive of the Long War against the Imperium. He remembered those days, and the optimism the discovery had generated. It was a warp-infused metal that gave a legion the industrial capacity to build war machines, from a Land Raider tank to a mighty battleship, with a fraction of the resources and the technological lore that it should have required elsewhere. What was not to like? With the desultory facility the alloys bend to the will of their dark mechanicum allies, you could easily build 100 battleships for every infernus hull other shipyards would create. The big problem, because good things didn't exist in the Eye of Terror, was that the moment you arrived in a zone where the influence of the warp dimmed or grew particularly unstable, the Etherics made ships self-destructed. You tried to get out of the Eye of Terror? Destroyed. You got too close to the fire tide of the Astronomicon? Destroyed. You sided with some Tsianchan cults, infused the alloys with change-based sorcery, and then tried to invade Kernate-claimed planets? Destroyed. It went without saying that once they had realized the drawbacks, the Ezekarian had unanimously cancelled the construction of Etherics hulls, and banned everything having to do with it. The edict was still active to this day, incidentally. The Black Legion wanted to fight the Long War, it had no interest in committing a battle fleet and letting the Kadians laugh themselves to death as their entire armada disintegrated without a shot being fired. All other legions had followed their lead, though some had needed some quite spectacular disasters exploding in their faces before admitting it was a bad idea. It seems, the Black Sorcerer mused, that the Skaven and all their anarchic allies are going to need a painful lesson of their own. I suppose that is true, Valakar Hine agreed by his side, as more enemy ships arrived in the Harmony system, but for today, they suffer little drawback from having an Etherics fleet. The warp is rather calm here, we're far away from the fire tide or the edge of the eye. Let us praise their stupidity, for, what in the name of Lorgar's gullible ideas are they doing? They are shooting at the planet, Lord. This didn't make any sense. Marvel's Bane may have some lesser demons crawling on its surface, but it didn't have anything more than that. It was barren, near lifeless, the result of an Emperor's Children parade having gone horribly wrong, or right, depending on your point of view and the opinion you had on murder parties. Several of their battleships are activating prow cannons generating absurd levels of energies. They can't possibly. Iskandar grimaced as the Sea of Souls reacted violently to whatever new insanity the slaves of the beast had decided to use. There were rays of malevolent green shots illuminating the entire Harmony system. And then the colossal explosions began. It didn't take long to make a preliminary assessment. First, the planet of Marvel's Bane had just suffered a partial disintegration, and was in all likelihood going to end up as a series of bloody gigantic asteroids. Then there was the ridiculous fact that this stupid battle had cost the enemy 70 more starships, primarily hulls of raiders and destroyers tonnage. Are we supposed to laugh or to cry? The master of the fleet asked, honestly puzzled. If they intend to fight every piece of rock in this system before challenging our fleet, I have no problem with it, of course. This is definitely new. I don't think even the Greenskins ever considered such a strategy. These giant rats are insane. Lord, there is a strange communication coming from the enemy. Accept it, Valakar said. Precisely 11 seconds later, the erratic hollow of a black-furred creature with maniacal red eyes appeared on the vengeful spirit. Brute things. The chaotic creature stopped licking, whatever he had been licking. Had they surprised it, or was it a deliberate insult? You stand cower in presence of most revered, most unholy, most unvanquished, sublime Pontifer Bishop Supreme Skytisk Doombane of the Inverted. Shut up, the master of the Black Legion fleet returned the insult. Mutants like you I enslaved 10 million of during every campaign to work in the depths of the Vengeful Spirit and the other Legion flagships. You dare. The rodent spluttered. You are guilty of foul heresy. The servants of the beast assuredly had the merit of issuing swift religious judgments, it must be said. We're all the heretics of someone else, Iskandar replied in something that could approach diplomacy. Anyway, the Black Legion has need of this system for a short period of time, Skaven. You will not interfere. If you do, your fleet will be destroyed. This I swear on the ashes of Prospero. Heresy. The furry Xenos screeched. You dare challenge will orders of council? Blasphemy. Treachery. Heresy. There were times when you wondered why the return of a certain fourth power had been such a priority for the Golden Throne and all those who served Terra. Really, after the death of Slaanesh they should have been happy to have removed a god from the equation, no? But now, as you watched an enormous upstart creature trying to read a vellum roll like a parody of an administratum adept, you could only acknowledge that the Imperium had likely struck the most devastating blow they ever did since the siege of Terra. The Skaven were creatures of anarchy, and if they gambled everything on Etheriax-built ships, it wasn't like they would ever be a problem for the defenders of Cadia. I'm beginning to think it wasn't a good idea to open this communication, Iskandar. You think? He snorted. Brothers, try to cut the feed, I have heard enough. You will submit to great mighty authority of Skavenblight, peerless jewel of anarchy. The rat leader squeaked in its horrible cant insulting low Gothic with every syllabus. You will beg to be saved by the great horned one, or you will die. Praise anarchy. Praise Malal. At last the communication ended. Given how resistant it had proven to jamming and other countermeasures, Iskandar thought some combination of sorcery and technology had been used, which was anything but good news. The enemy fleet is accelerating, and its course is not subtle. They are coming straight for our throat, or so they think, Iskandar commented fatalistically. Let's look on the bright side, we are not going to be bored while we wait for Ezekiel to finish his part of the plan. Harmony. The tunnels under Canticle City. Space-temporal anomaly date estimation impossible. Warlord Militia, the destiny unwritten. Militia had to give it to him, Abaddon the Despoiler was a charismatic bastard. Then again, he had to be to survive as the leader of the Black Legion, a force which many factions in and outside of the Eye of Terror would love to destroy forever. Free will, the heir to Horus' legacy declared as he continued his speech, why the gods covet our souls and our allegiance, and it is also why they hate us. Predictably, he was interrupted by Fabius Bile. You give them way too much credit, Ezekiel. It said quite a lot about the primogenitor that he was willing to call one of the most dreaded warriors of the entire galaxy by his first name. As far as the Tsianchan sorceress knew, Abaddon hadn't given him permission to do so, and the glare hinted he never had. A million civilizations ended because they underestimated them. My own Gene-father believed the four were mere overlords that could be convinced to bend the knee in time. I think he understood quite clearly the magnitude of his mistake when his own father's blade ended him body and soul. Fabius Bile looked like he clearly disagreed, but he didn't open his mouth again. And this is where Cambion and Living Saints truly fundamentally diverge. Militia raised an eyebrow. Yes, I have agents of my own on Terra and elsewhere. And yes, I agree with them. They can tell the truth, if by accident. The corpse on the Golden Throne, the younger Tsianchan sorceress declared, can force the angel of sacrifice to obey his commands, much like a daemon can control the limbs of the being it possesses. Yes, the power and the ability do so exist. But did he do it? She would have to add, besides the charisma, the ability to ask critical questions just at the right time. The gods wouldn't be pleased by your insinuations. I don't insinuate anything. The Despoiler spoke bluntly. The Lord of Blood and Skulls left Valkia, the name resonated across the Empyrean, some free will of sort after he effectively reforged her and removed from her all the so-called weaknesses he found unpleasing. The one who waits on the Golden Throne offered true free will to his servant. You could be wrong, Bile pointed out. I could, Abaddon agreed. I have only met Weaver once, after all. And somehow, the War Master and the Angel had ended up not killing each other. Militia wasn't sure if she had to be disappointed or terrified by the outcome. This is all very intriguing. She acknowledged. Is this supposed to convince me that the rewards of being a Nephilim queen are not worth the drawbacks? Because I assure you, I already had several doubts about it. But it wasn't like there was any better alternative. The pact she had made with Tsianch was as binding today as when it had been made years ago. She was given this new body, instead of staying a freaking nightmarish mutant that made most chaos spawn look reasonably pretty. I want to convince you that whatever you think, trying to let your little empire of the Calyx Hellstars resurface and expand here, in the Eye of Terror, is not something that you really should aspire to. Fabius Bile laughed, and this was something that gave her the urge to hurl a few curses at him. Oh, Ezekiel. The mad scientist laughed louder. Come on, this is going to be good. I'm prepared. What reason are you going to give this child? That you haven't battered the other legions enough to become the uncontested Lord of the Eye? That as long as Cadia won't have fallen, you will punish all those warlords who will rise above their stations? Or is it maybe that Weaver convinced you that there was no hope to win the long war and we need to surrender to Terra as soon as possible? If Fabius Bile had not been Fabius Bile, he would likely be a corpse by now. I am saying this, because the first and last Lord of the Light Imperium intends for the Eye of Terror to be the prison of anarchy. The Clone Lord instantly stopped laughing. You're serious? The Warp Storm has always been a prison where the inmates fought against each other regularly. But this time, the judge has decided monitoring the situation isn't enough. No, the warden has decided the inmates must fight against each other at all times. There must be no diversion from this purpose. Permanent alliances must be sundered forever. Solid power bases must collapse and be replaced by non-productive realms where disunity is the rule. It doesn't matter if a majority or a minority is sworn to the beast of anarchy, all inside the prison will be effectively neutralized while the Imperium is given the time to deal with its internal problems. Seen like this, the strategy indeed seemed brilliant. While the Chaos Legions progressively got weaker, the enemy outside would get stronger. Of course, seeing the trap was cold comfort when you were already inside it and the exits had been shut in front of your face. This may be the truth, but it is merely acknowledging the problem. The rodents and the other souls who are enslaved to the whims of anarchy are not going to stop their relentless assaults, because they don't have the free will to do anything else. And other factions like the Death Guard won't listen to us either. They will prioritize their plans over yours, War Master, assuming they even bother listening to the latter. She's got you there, Ezekiel. It seemed Fabius Bile had decided to enter really unhelpful mode for this reunion. And I will add my humble opinion, the body who was certainly a clone of the primogenitor continued. I don't think you have a plan anymore. Yes, the Eye of Terror is a prison. Yes, Malphi and many other worlds are trapped inside a layer beneath the surface, much like a secondary ocean denied to us. Yes, the giant rats are treacherous backstabbers, and in the next centuries, we can expect them to crawl everywhere in the Eye of Terror and become a common presence. All of this will end inevitably by the decline and the fall of the Black Legion, and you can do nothing about it. There was a couple of seconds of silence. War Master. At this point, it was almost injury added on top of everything else. This time, the para-human sorceress really felt Abaddon was going to kill the Clone Lord, or well, at least his clone. The Supreme Warlord of the Black Legion opened his mouth. He uttered a word. Fabius Bile suddenly became very afraid, and a second later, Clone Lord and Primarch's clone disappeared with the smell so familiar of teleportation. The clone is possibly more irritating than the original. Yes. There was really nothing else to say. I presume you didn't want him to hear of your plans. You presume correctly. The strange golden eyes stared at her. The plan I'm willing to reveal to you has two parts. One is going to come very soon. One will come much later. Her curiosity was piqued, she had to admit. Let's begin with the one which will come soon, then. A good choice, the War Master of the Black Legion nodded. When Weaver will use her power of sacrifice again, and I assure you the moment will come soon, I want you to activate the cult you have in the Atlas system of the Nyx sector. Militia tried to not show her fear. Save Axenia and a few others, she had told no one this cult existed in the first place. It was one of her strongest intelligence resources to make sure the forces of Nyx didn't go to war without her warband being aware of it. Obviously, it wasn't useful anymore for Weaver herself, the Angel of Sacrifice had proven that at the Tyrant Star and elsewhere. But for anything above minor military deployments, it was deadly useful. How in the name of Tsianch had Abaddon known that? The Tsianchan sorceress didn't ask the question, though it burned on her lips. But she had to ask another. Why would I sacrifice one of my strongest information networks? Militia asked bluntly. And yes, the cult was for information acquisition only, no matter what personal delusions certain cultists entertained. The moment they stepped out of line, the Space Marines, the Inquisition, and the rest of the Nyxian military were going to pulverize them. Because you will get some of use out them before it is too late. Abaddon replied with as much bluntness. Undeniably, the female warlord would have to replay a lot of the information she had read in the last few years. There were plenty of things she had missed. Let's assume I believe that for a moment. What would be the second part of your plan? You have to help Weaver reach Terra when the time comes. Plague Battleship Virulent Blight. Space Temporal Anomaly Date Estimation Impossible. Warlord Glutherskirvithrax, the ferryman. At first, he had thought the situation favored him. The Anarchy fleet had charted a course which would lead it directly into collision with the Black Legion. While the presence of the deranged slaves of the beast was not good news by any means, it offered him an opportunity to deal with militia while the rest of his foes were distracted. And then it had all fallen apart. The Anarchy fleet had suddenly decided for some unfathomable disease plaguing their pathetic brains that dividing a big fleet into 11 subformations was a good idea. It was a complete violation of the Void Doctrine that you had to concentrate your firepower. It looked ridiculous on a map display. It made no tactical sense whatsoever, unless your main goal was to lose the battle. Or unless your objective was to make sure anarchy was the rule everywhere. 3 sub-formations of the nihilistic rodents are coming for us, great ferryman. So I see, Gluther gurgled. It seems that for all its myriad of flaws, Etheriux-built drives are faster than ours. That or the Skaven had simply copied human-made technology and just decided to forego all the safety limitations. These creatures had no self-preservation instincts, after all. Great ferryman, they appear to outnumber our ships 2 to 1. And the formation, I think I saw something like this somewhere before. You must be thinking of the slaughter of Dagon. There were some grumblings and other expressions of discontent on the bridge. It was hardly surprising. The slaughter of Dagon was hardly the most brilliant page in Death Guard history. In fact, it was one of the worst. It wasn't every day that the Primarch Robert Guilliman, may his flesh soon enjoy the blessings of the grandfather, trapped an entire fleet of the 14th Legion and proceeded to wipe it out with few losses of his own. Humiliation supreme, Guilliman had actually been somewhat outnumbered by the Death Guard fleet. With all due respect, great ferryman, I doubt the rodents are such avid students of history that they are aware of that battle. Don't underestimate the ability of the beast to steal secrets while it spreads discontent in our ranks, Gluther warned his subordinate. Of course, great ferryman. That said, the warlord of the Death Guard spoke in a more neutral voice, whether our cowardly foes remember Dagon or not, it seems indeed they have adopted a strategy similar to the one the 13th Primarch adopted during the scouring. They have spread their forces in 3 different fleets, and intend to assail us from 3 directions at once, progressively devouring us from each side, preventing us from ever focusing on one fleet proper. Seen like that, it doesn't sound too stupid, great ferryman. As long as the 3 fleets are properly coordinated, it isn't. Gluther smiled as one of the sub-fleets accelerated even faster, leaving the 2 other ones several hundreds of thousands of kilometers behind. But they aren't. The truth would probably not be known for sure, but the heresy veteran guessed that the anarchy warlord had lost control of his ambitious subordinates, and now the rebellious underlings were all attacking on their own without supervision. Increase our acceleration by 2%, the master of the virulent blight ordered. Straight attack, right into their miserable fangs. They want a battle? We are going to eradicate them. The battle line he had brought with him to Harmony was a heavy one, by the standard of the Legion. There were going to be losses, it was unavoidable with 3 fleets of such size, but he was confident in his victory. Fire. Prove to them that their god is an upstart thing in need of a lesson. The Skaven fleet in the vanguard suddenly realized it had been a bit too reckless, but devoid of support, it had no choice but to push forwards and engage the Death Guard. It was a massacre. There was no other word for it. Cruisers exploded by the dozens, and battleships rapidly followed them. The Anarchy subfleet was a ramshackle mess, and it rapidly became more chaotic and disorganized as the seconds went on. Release the held rakes. Send the bombers with maximal support. We have the opportunity to wipe them out, let's take it. Yes, great ferryman. Status of the other 2 enemy fleets. One is outright trying to evade us completely, the answer came promptly. The other is charging too, they are beginning to shoot at their own allies. Gluther's Kervithrax shared the incomprehension. Betrayals were extremely common in the Eye of Terror, for reasons as ordinary as plunder, old feuds, spare parts, slaves, dark mechanicum contracts, when it was not all of those at once. But here it simply didn't make any sense. Gluther had not promised anything to any anarchy warlord, and increasing the devastation visited on the rodents was disastrous for anarchy and no one else. By the garden, what are they doing? The void battle had been a one-sided affair before, now it turned into an outright slaughterhouse. After a few minutes, it became clear the 3 enemy sub-fleets were all firing at each other, all ideas of unity and proper fleet maneuvers forgotten. Coordination, which had been already low, was now properly inexistent. Gluther was a veteran of countless void battles. He had seen soul burning in cataclysmic battles. He had survived the Legion Wars. He had learned to stay silent and never refer to far worse wars that he had been involved into for the sake of survival. But this was insanity. It was what anarchy wanted to transform all the legions into. It was a contagion which was chaotically anathema to the blessings of Nurgle. Kill them. He commanded, hiding an unease he had not felt for millennia. Wipe them from the Harmony system. Great ferryman, Militia's fleet is leaving the high orbit of Harmony. Hundreds of warp microanomalies detected consistent with sorcery spells equivalent to emergency teleportation evacuations. Damn it. Do you have an estimation of their most probable course? It took a few seconds for some of the legionnaires who could be spared from the battle to obtain an answer from the demonic devices. They are going to come extremely close to the rearguard of the Black Legion fleet, but they won't join the squadrons around the vengeful spirit, great ferryman. Abaddon is allowing her to use his capital ships as a shield while she makes her escape. There were other possible explanations, but none of them would make a lot of sense. It seems that whatever the despoiler wanted to obtain by getting here, he obtained it. As the sorceress was rumored to have pillaged quantities of artifacts and valuable weapons in her short career, this was not a reasoning which would favor the Death Guard in the long term. Orders. We continue the purge of these rodents who had the audacity to stand between us and our prey. It was common sense to kill the enemy you faced so that when turned around, it couldn't stab you in the back. If you didn't understand that, you were not going to live long in the eye of terror. And then we will resume the pursuit. The grandfather ordered this fleet to bring militia to the plague planet alive. We will not fail to accomplish his will. The Black Legion. Ignore them, they have the rest of the rodents to slaughter. And the anarchic horde, it couldn't be qualified as a fleet anymore. Facing the guns of the despoiler was faring as badly as the one facing him, despite outnumbering the enemy 4-1. Begin to search for any systems nearby its ancient fleet could use as rallying point. Harmony was no haven for them, they will try to resupply elsewhere. Ultima Segmentum. Nix Sector. Atlas Subsector. Atlas System. Atlas 2. 3.563.313 M35. Venerable Ancient Pierre. When he had been young and not yet trapped inside a dreadnought, someone had told him that the rulers of a society could expect exactly as much loyalty from their subjects as the efforts they invested to ensure the living conditions of those subjects were not miserable. The galaxy had not stopped spinning by then, but some things never changed. The old proverb still applied. And since the nobles of the Atlas system were doing nothing for the 99.9% of the population which didn't have some family connection to them, it was absolutely not a surprise to discover the plebeians had zero loyalty to the Archduke and his cousins. Several priests were happy to repeat that it was the will of the emperor everywhere they could, but all the indoctrination in the world couldn't prevent a man from realizing that the splendid palaces had to be built by someone's toil, and it wasn't the aristocrats sweating it. You didn't need to be a Heracles warden to know that extreme social inequalities like the ones which could be seen everywhere generated plenty of discontent. When the judicial system was in the hands of the nobles, the non-nobles had no recourse when they wanted to make their voices heard. There were exactly 36 members of the Adeptus Arbites in the Atlas system, and none of them had been allowed to land on one of 3 worlds in a decade. Their main role these days was to be on the receiving end of idiotic petition after idiotic petition which tried to bury the desk of the Nixian Arbites. Discontent had been a given. That said, Pierre had been slightly surprised that it had reached so deep as to influence the majority of some lesser commands of the Atlas Sapphire host, the planetary defense force of Atlas Secundus. I can find the men you want, Lord Astartes. Captain Dino, who had by default become his chief of staff for the ground operations mere days after his arrival, swore. As long as it is only spying, of course. The northern gardens are heavily guarded at the best of times, but now that there is a grand hunt, there will be 3 more regiments at the very least. And that's not even counting all the professional duelists the earls, marquis, and barons always surround themselves with. Observing is all I need them to do for now. I am deeply unfamiliar with the palace and its 4 gardens. Your recruits have the motivation, but not the skill or the training. You are right, Lord Astartes. Do you think a hunt is the best time to accomplish what your orders called for? I don't doubt your skill, of course. But all the nobles carry weapons when they're releasing the beasts. And they are surrounded by a lot of guards, as I said before. I don't know, Pierre admitted honestly. But the part of the orders I'm willing to reveal to you demands the 3 dukes must have to be present. And you already told me that wasn't the case during the last 4 sanguine alas. Captain Dino's face was grim, but determined. Yes. They stopped spending a few months of budget during that holy day right after Her Celestial Highness destroyed Kamarak. These last years, all the big events, balls and hunts, took place between the day of renewal and the day of the Emperor's ascension. And every time the Grand Duke of Primus or the First Duke of Tertius came, it was during these festivities. I see. With all due respect, Lord Astartes, is the hunt not a bit obvious? I mean, from the information you honored me with, the Emperor-blessed ability of insect mastery of Her Celestial Highness is hardly a secret for the rulers of Atlas. I can't imagine the dukes would ever be so arrogant as to choose a giant spider or a tank-sized ant to serve as a target for their afternoon enjoyment. My cousins always insist they have grown into believing only the God Emperor can give them orders, but it is this ego that will make them value dearly their lives. You are perfectly right. The moment they see a giant insect, they will naturally assume the worst and panic. But Her Celestial Highness powers are one thing, the friendships she has with other planetary governors another. The question I have in mind is how good the hunters are. Lord Astartes. It was too bad the youngsters of Atlas were not trained to Warden's standards. Bah, it would come in due time, as would proper training and wisdom. Say I find a way to add a Catachan Mamba to the existing animals that are to be hunted this afternoon. Would the masters of the game recognize one immediately? Would the dukes be aware there is a Death World beast present that shouldn't be there? These are the sort of theoreticals I'm trying to find out. Ah, I see Lord Astartes. I think the dukes and their masters of the hunt have quite an extensive knowledge in this field. I'm afraid the court is hunting at least twice per week. Those aren't the great hunts like the one organized today, but they are very common. And all the interesting game has long been killed on Atlas Secundus. Therefore they have no other option but to purchase a lot of animals and other things from other sectors. Obviously, they weren't going to buy them from Lady Weaver. They were not that stupid. Specifics. They once purchased some big hound-like monsters from Demogorgon 4 years ago. Oh, and 3 years ago, we got some Giga Stags from Bista. Those were really popular, from what my cousins told me. Are you sure, Lord Astartes? While there are always a few barons and knights who die in these tragic hunt accidents, the high nobles are never caught up in them, they were far too well protected. The best part about accidents, is that they are so tragically unanticipated. Otherwise we wouldn't call them accidents, I suppose. And honestly, he was right at the beginning of his research. His instinct told him the gardens, more like immense forests that had been turned into hunting grounds, really were the best way to accomplish his mission. But he could be wrong. The mission had just begun. Finding the adequate transport to infiltrate into the Atlas system had taken longer than he expected. My orders stand. Send your personnel, and tell them to observe every detail, no matter how trivial it may be. Once they will report, I will ask a lot of questions, that much I can promise. By the end of this month, I assure you, Captain, you and I will have become quite experts in the intricacies and security procedures of these hunts. Atlas 2. Palace of New Bologna. 3.564.365. Marquis Gail Otto de Montaigne. At last. Gail Otto had feared more than a few times that this day would never come, but he had been proven wrong before. It would have been a tragedy for Atlas. The gods had marked him for greatness, and it was not to stay 38th in the succession for the title of Archduke. Who cared if the accusations his maternal grandmother had won the Marquis title by her charm and seductive talents? It was ambition which truly mattered. You needed to have the fire burning in your veins. You needed to have the will to claim what you wanted on the corpses of your rivals. Even the worshippers of the false emperor acknowledged that. Hadn't Weaver won the Nyx sector by exterminating the Greenskins and all other enemies which stood in her way? He, Gail Otto de Montaigne, would continue that Nyxian tradition. But before that, there was a grand massacre to prepare for. With regret, the Marquis of 3 Seasons removed the bloody bone knife from the body of his first cousin. It wasn't because he regretted to have killed him, oh no. No, Gail Otto only regretted there hadn't been time to have made him suffer longer. The bastard had never missed an opportunity to bully him when he was a child, plunging his head into fountains, stealing his favorite toys, and blaming him for everything he did wrong. Once they had grown older, the enmity had escalated to higher stakes. And the funniest part? The liar had never gone to a proper cathedral with pure thoughts in mind, but he had died praying to the golden corpse, thinking the false emperor would save him. How ridiculous! The living saint's powers were wildly exaggerated, and in a star system which had spent decades denying her, the influence of Weaver was almost non-existent. There were no shrines to her here. There was no significant praise given to Sanguinius and everything associated with the favorite son of the corpse. You who have pledged yourselves to the truth of the 9 secret ambitions, know that our triumph is at hand. Guide us, Grand Master. The warlord of the destiny unwritten, blessed be her name, told us our names are whispered into the crystal labyrinth at last. Plots within plots have been acknowledged. The Archduke will fall, and from his ashes, we will rise. The Archduke is on his guard after his 14th wife tried to slip a laxative into his drink 2 months ago, benevolent master. I heard his guard for the great hunt is going to be twice the size of what it used to be. A good point, Gail Otto conceded, but it is still easier to strike him during a great hunt, for only a limited number of people are admitted into the northern gardens outside of these games. Moreover, the beasts this odious incompetent of Archduke are hardly dangerous when he hunts away from the public. We see a lot of exotic furs and other extraordinary pelts, but hunting an herbivore with a melta-gun is not sporting odds. But Grand Master, we can hardly personally select the beasts which will take a privileged role in the great hunt. We don't have to, the Marquis of 3 Seasons sneered. That is the beauty of the plot, don't you see? It has come to my attention that the incompetents working under the master of the hunt have at great expense bought an Apep dragon of Indigo. Last night, your brothers of the Changing Daggers, my elite coven, convinced the guards to look the other way for a suitable amount of time while we carved the 9 litanies of transformation into the dragon's flesh. Great Tsianch had appreciated the irony. With one dagger, they had struck several blows. Assuredly Weaver would be mightily displeased they had used such an animal, for one of her chief ministers shared a name with the beast. It would also be a slap in the face of the Indigan prefect regiments of the Imperial Guard. The Archduke and all his relatives present would die, as well as a great deal of the upper nobility that acted like leeches every day. Suddenly leaderless, the nobility would turn towards the only candidate that could be a credible candidate in his tumultuous time, himself. Grand Master, I have no problem with the plan in and of itself. With the Archduke and his close family removed, we should be able to take control of the ducal palace and the capital quickly. But I'm more worried about what the rest of the sector is going to do. We don't have the assets to wage war against Nyx. Not yet, no, Gail Otto admitted out loud. But the warlord of the destiny unwritten has assured me personally that all across the sector, hundreds of cults are preparing to seize power, just as we are. The Inquisition and the Space Marines of the false Emperor are not as omniscient as they want us to believe. Soon, they will be struggling to deal with 1,000 rebellions at once. And this, at a time while we will hide our true allegiances for a few more years, will give us the time to expand the cult to the 2 other worlds of Atlas, and bring billions of souls into the Great Changer's embrace. Many of his followers laughed and applauded, as could be expected. The expressions of doubt disappeared, and determination was now forged anew in the flames of the Architect of Fate. The Great Hunt is going to begin any minute now. Praise the 9 secret ambitions. Praised Tsianch. Death to the false Emperor. Ducal Palace of Agranapoli. The Northern Gardens. Archduke Brabanto 15 de Flor. In his youth, Brabanto remembered cursing the ancestor who had forbidden all types of transportation more advanced than a trained animal inside the gardens. Some of his courtiers, eager to please a young ducal heir, had of course pretended it was because the man enjoyed seeing his entire court sweat while they tried to please him. Now that he was much older, Brabanto knew this almost forgotten ruler had been a wise man. Without these edicts no archduke could go against. Undoubtedly he would have grown as fat and lazy as some other planetary governors in sectors outside of Nyx. And yes, the same could apply to his court. But when you had to be physically able to walk some 10 hours on your own 4 or 5 times per year without screaming for a medical specialist, one could technically scream for help, but it was a major loss of prestige and influence taken in mere seconds. An Atlasian aristocrat had to be physically fit to participate in the Great Hunt. Brabanto of House Flor, the 15th of the name to bear the name and ascend to the Archduke's seat, tried to hide how bored he was. To say the truth, not that he would admit it to the small army of nobles preceding him, it had been a long time since the hunts, royal or not, had stopped giving him any joy or feeling of satisfaction. Once you had participated in your 100th, you could change the game and the praise as much as you want, it rapidly became boring. But it was tradition, like so many things on Atlas. Like every tradition, it was rarely spoken of in a critical fashion. And obviously, it would never change. There had been 2 noble order coups in the last centuries when 2 of his ancestors who hated the idea of hunting had tried to abolish the practice. Oh, the conspiracies had eventually been put down brutally, the earls and viscounts involved losing their heads, but before the last shots were fired, his 2 reformist ancestors had not been among the living. The lesson had been bloody, and not lost on anyone. The hunts would continue. It cost a horrible amount of throne gelts. Unless you wanted to hunt the Kamix rabbit, the prospects of finding good local prey was inexistent on any world of Atlas. The quarries were long extinct, courtesy of too many great hunts. It was boring him to death. And the nobles, too lazy to preserve their hunting abilities, had found a loophole to avoid putting in any effort. They weren't coming to the Great Hunt anymore. And I fear that the Marquis of 3 Seasons and his coterie all decided to fail your exalted grace this year. I will prepare their punishment, with your permission. Brabanto dismissed the master of the hunt with a nod. The man obsequiously bowed, his face indicating he wanted to stay by his side for far longer, but when the Archduke gave an order, a mere baron had to obey. He may need to replace the man soon, that said. This one was getting ideas above his station. The arrival of his prime minister gave him some joy, and the Archduke slowed his pace. The bad leg of the only man he could truthfully call a friend was worth the gesture. I hear the hunt began splendidly, your exalted grace. Please, the head of House Flor and supreme ruler of Atlas Secundus snorted. I'm sure your spies informed you how we poured over 1,000 rounds of special ammunition into ducks. Admittedly, these were giant ducks, specially bred on an ocean world of the Atlantis sector, and they grew up to the size of an Imperial Guard armored vehicle. But in the green gardens that his servants tried to pretend was a forest, it was impossible to miss an orange-feathered duck. I'm sure your exalted grace will take the necessary actions where your hunt prerogatives are concerned. I'm sure of it too. Brabanto clicked his tongue before making a motion of his head. This was the agreed signal to activate the buzzers, the strange archaeotech that made sure no one, not even the Adeptus Mechanicus, would be able to listen in on his private conversation with his prime minister. Do you think we've become too arrogant, Leonardo? His nobles would have been aghast, of course, and likely tried to pounce on his moment of weakness. But this was why the prime minister was trusted, and they weren't. I think angering Lady Weaver like First Duke Mocenigo did is utterly counterproductive. And the 3 dukes of Atlas speaking as one may be tradition, but in practice I fear it is most likely to convince the Lady of Nyx that we are all obstacles in her way. And obstacles get removed. Brabanto grimaced. This, unfortunately, very much echoed his own thoughts. How bad is it going to be? For the moment, it is a series of stings. The Gutenberg heiress is a mercantile genius, but her influence is not that great. She's moving a merchant ship away from our subsector here, increasing some tariffs on the perfumes we buy there. The financial losses are limited for now. But I am your prime minister, and it is my duty to warn you that in my opinion, the sector lady, who also happens to be a living saint and a lady general militant of the Imperial Guard, has made the decision to remove you from your seat. I don't know how, I don't know when, but I fear it will happen eventually. It may take decades, but according to my most rational agents, Lady Weaver is going to make sure none of your children ever sit on the Archduke's seat. The other dukes would likely have whipped any man who brought them such ill news, to be sure. Brabantio merely sighed. He could recognize the truth when he heard it. The smart course of action would be to negotiate with Nix, the Archduke mused as his column passed by the corpses of some carmine-striped felines, earning a few hunters a knot or two for their sharpshooting skills. We know why the Lady of Nix is displeased. I think the Baron of Sacred Spear made a complete list, though he labeled it outrageous proposals and why Nix is a decaying power. Both men exchanged a few disabused glances. Nix had begun building battleships, everyone knew that. Atlas, by comparison, had yet to complete a single one of its cruiser-sized defense monitors, and the order had been given some 60 years ago. What's outrageous is his wig, Brabantio commented with a small grin. Yes. Unfortunately, there are a lot of nobles who think like him. I fear that at the first sign you may order something reformist, they would replace you with one of your sons. That was all too likely, yes. There wasn't any great bond with his children and him. Not my daughters. Half of them are likely to travel to Nix so they can urge Lady Weaver to slit your throat, Leonardo reassured him. The recent ascension of so many female planetary governors has given them ideas. I'm sure they are as reformist as the Baron of Sacred Spear, but unlike some, they would be willing to pretend the opposite just to be addressed as Archduchess. If they really believe that, they are going to encounter some ugly surprises when, if they eventually face the Basileia of Nix. Leonardo gave him a far too pleased expression. Va. My children's ambitions aside, I need a plan, and I need it fast. While I want to believe the Lady of Nix would wait for my death to try something, based on the latest moves she ordered, I fear we don't have that time. I could send a secret emissary. We have no idea of the minimum of tradition bending that will be acceptable, after all. The head of House Floor rolled his eyes. I'm rather sure that we spend most of our resources on hunts, balls, palaces, and other pleasant festivities when the plebeians are toiling in the fields with their bare hands because the factorums are unable to produce enough agricultural machines is not a state of affairs the sector lady is happy with. Yes. His Prime Minister sighed. I can nonetheless have something ready for you in 3 days. Will that be acceptable? It will. A gesture of his, and the buzzers were switched off. I know your leg is aching, Prime Minister. I formally dispense you from participating in the rest of this hunt. Of course now that his only friend left, that meant Brabantio had to make conversation with all the other hunters. He had to listen to their insincere compliments about him shooting ducks. Merciful Emperor, an Ogren would not have missed them. But it was the great hunt for you. It was hours after hours of boredom, and this one was no different. The afternoon had never felt longer. Your Exalted Grace, the master of the hunt sends his compliments. He's only waiting for your command so that the 10th and final part of the hunt will begin. I assent. What was in this one? Some kind of big reptile that they had paralyzed the wings of, a few more big felines, some megastags those had been popular a few seasons ago, it was an attempt to revive the fervor, oh, it wasn't like it was important. Your son is hunting like a born master, these days, Your Exalted Grace. Truly. Yes. He has assured me tonight at the banquet he will present you the head of the Apep dragon. We will see, Brabantio said evasively. That is audacious of him. There was a horrible shriek. And suddenly half of the woods a kilometer in front of them disappeared in an inferno. Golden Throne. Your Exalted Grace. Those were flames, yes. But they couldn't be possibly true flames. No normal fire spat by the weapons they had here wasn't supposed to burn blue. Your Exalted Grace. Master of the Hunt. I was a little distracted, but I think I missed the part of your speech where you informed me that the Indigan dragon indeed could breathe accursed flames. It can't breathe fire, Your Exalted Grace. Or at least, it couldn't. This time there was an abominable roar. And more of the woods disappeared forever, the efforts of uncountable professional gardeners ruined within mere heartbeats. Sound the alert. Tell the Atlas Sapphire host to mobilize. This is no normal beast. But Your Exalted Grace, tradition forbids. His glare must have made it quite evident how little he cared. Or maybe it was the hundreds of hunters fleeing in his direction which convinced the idiot of the seriousness of the situation. And the Apep dragon began to rise above the burning trees. Something that shouldn't be possible, since the game had explicitly called for the wings to be clipped so that they'd be unable to bear its weight. But the Indigan-born dragon was flying. It was flying, and as it approached, Brabantio saw the two tails, the scales coated with dark fluids, and the heretical fires burning within its maw. Treachery and heresy, the Archduke of Atlas Secundus muttered. He barked new orders. Unfortunately, he was afraid he was too late. The great hunt was almost over, and everyone had been anticipating the glorious finale. The PDF and its heavy weaponry were too far away. Brabantio 15 de Flor grabbed a heavy plasma archaeotech relic from the hands of one of his servants, and prepared to fight for his very life. And in his heart, he dreaded this was going to be the first and last time. Was he bored anymore? No. But with the benefit of hindsight, being bored was not that bad. Ultima segmentum. Nix sector. Nix system. Nix. Giraffe spaceport. 2.564.313 M35. Forge Father Fukin Envar. Exactly 12 minutes and 12 seconds after the female Eldar returned, the Nexus of Gold activated again. This time, the effect was significantly more spectacular. For precisely 10 seconds, the now deserted hall of the spaceport was akin to a golden sea. The Dawnbreaker Guard was standing on the surface of a lake of molten gold. Except it was not a lake, and it was nothing something as mundane as gold, of course. It was ether gold in liquid form, and it burned with sacrifice. The paint of their armor was charred by it. Whatever the original color of the chapter they were from, the armor began to be striped with radiant light. It ended before the process could do more than some cosmetic damage, of course. The angel emerged from the depths. And the radiance withdrew in the blink of an eye. After 3 seconds, the show was over. There was only Lady Weaver in her angelic armor, to prove the whole scene had not been some clever trick played by a cunning psyker. My lady, you are safe and sound, the Forge Father was the first to approach. You will be pleased to know we sent the irritating Long-Ear to rest while we waited for your return. Good, the voice was definitely far more musical than it had ever been. Then she coughed, and the effect was broken. Good. Speaking with the Guardian took its toll, and she had to play the role of the translator. I'm fine, or as fine as one can be when doing what I did. Fukin Envar helped her stand, of course, before their lady removed her helmet. There were no changes this time, at least from the outside. Sacrifice. This time it was the Lamenters who paid it willingly. The stars-filled eyes were sorrowful, the salamander knew her enough to recognize the signs. I wish it could have been avoided, I wish. You couldn't have known, he gently interrupted her. I know that, but right now, that is very cold comfort. There was nothing more to say on the subject. Lady Weaver had gone to war, and while it had not lasted a single day, the Forge Father was certain she had assimilated all the weeks of battle and butchery the adjutant spiders recorded from Operation Hell Garden. The Dawnbreaker Guard would have to lead her to the Regina, and make sure she will rest properly. This was all that could be done for now. How bad it is. Bad, I'm afraid. There have been 8 vermilion messages across the quadrant since you departed, and since it has not been 24 hours, more may come. The Inquisition is mobilizing, with several warships of the Holy Ordos about to jump into the warp. The abominations certainly didn't waste any time. No, and my lady, one of the vermilion level alerts is coming from Atlas Secundus. It was from Pierre. There is a reported coup attempt involving demonic activity and cultist manipulations. Thankfully, the Magi were conducting some ensemble testing, as the exercises for. I remember perfectly, seeing as I'm the one that approved the budget for these tests, don't worry. Taylor Bear snorted loudly. It seems the ensembles already proved their worth before even formally entering service. It certainly seems so, Fukin Envar agreed formally, trying not to wince as the signs of exhaustion became clearer. Pierre asked Gamaliel for permission to intervene. I hope he granted it. Of course, the son of Fukin immediately reassured her. We may hate the guts of the Atlassian nobles, but I had no wish to see them devoured by a slave of ruin. Anything beneath that threshold would have been fine, in his opinion. But the nobles, as abhorrent as they were in how they treated their serfs, did remain loyal to the emperor. Of course, their incompetence was not going to be forgotten or forgiven. But there is no question that since the vigilance was lower in the Atlas system than it was elsewhere, someone decided it was a good idea to create a cult there. The Basileia, needless to say, looked really disgusted by the idea. You are in all likelihood right. The Holy Ordos is already responding, you say. I suspect that before you pass through the gates to board the train station, you will be intercepted by at least one Inquisitor. No need to waste such time. My lady. Send 2 members of the Dawnbreaker Guard. Give them the critical information you have, and confirm that I formally grant them all authority required to deal with the problem. My faithful dreadnought will have to be extracted from the disaster, of course. Are you sure, my lady? I know you had plans. For the first time of the day, he is given a sad smile. My plans don't matter anymore. As good as they were, they have just gone down in flames. And wasn't that terrifying? Coincidences happened. It was a big galaxy. But this time, Fukin Envar thought the coincidence was far too big. No, someone had known of his lady's plans for the planets of the Atlas system. This was enemy action, and the architect of it was sworn to the ruinous powers. I am not in position to intervene a second time. I don't have the strength, and I don't think there are people willing to voluntarily give their lives for me on Atlas. Even assuming I was wrong about the latter, the former problem still remains in the way. This was unfortunately true, alas. The Ordo Malleus will have to live up to its reputation, Lady Weaver finished apologetically. I can only hope as few innocents as possible are going to be caught in the crossfire. Catachan system. Not too far from Catachan. Mars-class battlecruiser Pax Imperium. Quarantined compartment. 5.593.313 M35. Sister Kyra. The adjutant colonel was sleeping when she entered, as she often did these days. It took only a few seconds for smaller spiders, all was relative, the silk-weaving orange ones were as tall as she her days, to wake up their bigger cousin. Ah, Sister Kyra. Perfectly punctual, as always. There was no need for your guard to trouble your sleep, Adjutant Colonel. You look like you need your rest. I will be very tired for many months, Bellona confessed, not moving from the giant red air mattress where she spent long hours. The sanguine decree took a lot out of me. Her expression of concern must have shown, because the adjutant spider immediately tried to reassure her. Sacrifice always comes with a cost, and my orders were to preserve all the troops I could now that victory was achieved. Since I wasn't able to fight the Guardian, logic dictated I had to call the web mistress and do my utmost to bring her here. The golden spider made a sound which could have been a sigh from other mouths than hers. I lost plenty of martial abilities I was proud of, and my speed will never equal some of my sisters. My military career is certainly over. I didn't think it would cost you so much. The adjutant colonel was a favorite of Her Celestial Highness, after all. Now Kyra acknowledged the favors of the past didn't matter, everyone had to sacrifice dearly to pay the price. If you aren't ready to sacrifice something you hold dear, how is it supposed to be a sacrifice in the first place? The web mistress repeats that to us quite often, and the chapters of the blood agree with their 2 hearts. Bellona stared at her with 4 of her 8 eyes opened. It is not so bad. The web mistress has quite obviously decided it is not yet time for me to join the light web, and I can enjoy the taste of honey and other sweets. I will likely be assigned to one of the administrative duties on Nyx itself. I will terrify some administratum adepts, despite them being several sectors away. One must always see the good side of things. You might also help us strengthen the position of the Templar Sororitas, Kyra suggested. The words were improvised, but as they left her mouth, they felt right. We made a good team in the Green Hell, no? Absolutely true. Bellona acquiesced. Of course, for this mission, the main chokehold was not the number of valiant hearts ready to volunteer, but the numbers of advanced armors available. The Magi and the other logisticians thought the Death World was going to destroy power armors faster than Operation Stalingrad did, and unfortunately, their worst predictions were not pessimistic enough. There was some familiar arachnid grumble following the sentences. The Mechanics looked like they were able to keep up in the field. They did, but if the battle against the Tyranids had continued for 4 more days, we would have been in real trouble. I think Chapter Master Yarabel will be particularly insistent about that when he will meet the web mistress. He's already on his way. We can't exactly waste the important military force represented by all these valorous space marines, Sister Kyra. Yes, they are on their way. They were the first to be decontaminated and quarantined, I insisted on it. The Lamenters had to return to Nyx for political and military reasons, and the other chapters, I suppose they go to whatever battlefield they are needed on. The young woman cleared her throat. Ah. I presume, Adjutant Colonel, that my arrival was about this problem. You see, I'm afraid you made a mistake. A mistake? Surely not. You never cancelled the deployment of the Blood Ravens. And you didn't announce the end of operations until Her Celestial Highness departed, so for the 16-17 days of active operations, there was a big signal all Space Marine assistance appreciated for the Catachan system. Oh, no, Bellona said mournfully. You're completely right. I was so tired I completely forgot. That, and you wanted to write your book? Hey, Kyra felt she had gained the right to tease the adjutant spider, after everything. That isn't an excuse. While the Codex Tyranids, Hive Python revised with the volume How the Web Mistress Saved the Day After I Battled the Hormiguns in the Hellish Jungles of Catachan is going to be epic both in prose and content, my military duties must take priority until the Web Mistress relieves me. Well, at least one thing was reassuring, whatever horrors had been battled, no matter how many sacrifices had been made, the Adjutant Colonel's taste in book titles remained awful. The Blood Ravens have arrived, haven't they? The Rear Admiral detected the arrival of one of their strike cruisers close to 50 minutes ago. Do you want to meet them? I must. Per our new orders, we have to find some supergiant jellyfish so that this horrible psychic lake diva in the heart of Catachan relinquishes its secrets to the web mistress. And I'm afraid the tourist guides of Imperial propaganda aren't exactly good at seeking something like that. Talking to the Blood Ravens likely won't produce good results either, but it is a start. Yes, the Jellyfish Guardian was the kind of monster the Imperium sent the Adeptus Astartes and the Holy Inquisition to deal with, not the Administratum. But the Guardian didn't remember the worlds where it was raised before being transported to Catachan. Oh yes, it did. But it is of no use. You wonder why? The coordinates the web mistress gave me are in a zone of the galactic core that was swallowed by the maelstrom millennia ago. The maelstrom. The maelstrom, Bellona confirmed while grumbling. I've seen a lot of web threads being pulled in that direction these last couple of years. Chapter 65, Legacy 13-3 Legacy of Change. Legacy 13.3. Legacy of Change. The Fifth Black Crusade was a disaster thanks to Lorgar's pathetic leadership. But it was merely one campaign. The Long War will continue, false Emperor. The Long War will continue, and, inevitably, your Imperium will fall. It will not happen this year. The collapse may not even start this millennium. But it will come. The Long War is entering a new phase. And you underestimated us. Your precognitive powers are incredibly limited now. Your foresight is close to non-existent. The present and the future are in a state of chaos. We thrive in it, unlike you. You are of order. This is a completely new war now, and the galaxy is about to change again. You have underestimated us, false Emperor, but we won't underestimate you any longer. Your servants are waiting on the walls, manning the defenses, praying to you. They hear your whispers that everything is better than worshipping the gods. That as long as they die free and loyal to you, there will be a better tomorrow, if not for them, for their families. But this is all a lie. What your priests pretend to be the light is just pitiful candles trying to masquerade as a true sun. And your order is just the ossified carcass of something once glorious. The 9 legions which stayed by your side have become shadows of their former glory, scattered across the galaxy, forced to fight battles that will never be reported for fear the unwashed masses might begin to think of the true perils of this reality. The Imperium will fall. And we will win the Long War. Death to the false Emperor. Nix Sector. Atlas Subsector. Atlas System. Atlas 2. Ducal Palace of Agranapoli. 3.567.313 M35. Captain Dino Rossi. The gate slammed shut before the monster could recover from the latest surprise that they had sprung upon it. What is that thing? Someone screamed. To Dino Rossi's consternation, it was the commanding officer of one of the palace's primary regiments. It is an abomination, he replied, before adding to the benefit of his men. And we are going to kill it. It is unkillable. We must flee at once. BLAM. Well, that was at least one question answered for good. Yes, the regiments sworn to the Archduke had the equivalent of commissars to maintain discipline. There will be no retreat from the palace, the stern officer in black uniform ordered. And if any other man wants to spread panic, let him speak here and now. Curiously, with the colonel having a large hole in the back of his head, everyone chose to remain silent. Good, the political officer continued. And clearly, any rumors of invincibility are just completely false. A lone Hydra battery was able to destroy its wings and down the monster. Now it is on the ground, and clearly if the last minutes are any indication, it can't regenerate its destroyed appendages. The problem is the breath attacks of the abomination, Dino Rossi agreed. Of course, he only had to say it for the creature to make its presence felt. There was a sensation of infernal warmth, and suddenly, the gates began to melt. Golden Throne preserved them, the metal covering them wasn't adamantium, but it was not something easy to destroy either. Weren't the gates of Agranapoli blessed by the ecclesiarchy? A soldier of the Sapphire Host gasped. Were the priests sent by Nyx, or were they those sycophants the nobles always keep close to them? Air. Silence. Captain Rossi, is it? What do you know about this abomination? I'm afraid it is the Indigan dragon that so many rumors were mentioning before today, sir. The beast that was supposed to be the biggest animal the hunters would kill. But somehow, heretics must have done something truly heretical to change it like this. Now it has 3 heads and 2 tails, and most of our weapons have literally no effect, from las guns to light mortars. And of course, all of the 3 vulture-like heads of the monsters could expel some sort of sorcerous flames from their beaks. This would have been bad enough in the first place, but if the first head unleashed a firestorm that incinerated flesh within seconds, the second was spreading corruption and twisted everything that had the misfortune to be on the receiving end of it. As for the third, there were things that were way too horrible to contemplate. I'm afraid the northern gardens are completely devastated, sir. And all the forces which answered the call to arms in the first hour have been annihilated. What few of them were there, anyway? Nobody had anticipated anything like that. The governor. I'm afraid we don't know, sir. We have been able to confirm 6 of his children were killed as they were too close to the abomination when the hunt became a bloodbath. We know he was alive 3 hours ago. But I'm afraid we have no knowledge of his whereabouts now. Things outside are, a bit disorderly. That was the polite way to say it was a bloody disaster, yes. Thank you, Captain. In this case, I think it is time to bring out the heavier weaponry. They are in this palace's vaults. There was more infernal breaths directed against the gate, and plenty of soldiers shivered. It would be best to hurry, sir. The gates aren't going to hold it at bay for long. And None of my men here have the codes or the formal authorization to access the heavy weaponry. In fact, the majority of the men present here didn't have the permission to be here in the palace, and it included Dino himself. If the situation hadn't been such a bloody fiasco, the young captain would have spent more than a few minutes marveling at the outrageously rich decorations, the oil paintings, and the splendid armors that had been once used by long-dead members of the Archduke's dynasty. I know. You put me in contact with the Western Command and... The shriek interrupted every conversation in order. It was atrocious. It hurt your ears, despite all the earmuffs and sound-dampening stuff they all were equipped with. It was a sound no living creature should ever make. But it also unmistakably was a shriek of pain. Stay still, your horrible parody of Drake. No, surely even Lord Pierre couldn't. Something extremely heavy hit the gates. I said stay still. Are you as dumb as you are ugly? Fine, it was him. The gates exploded. The shriek repeated itself, but this time, it was one where horror and despair was all too evident. Smoke erupted, poisonous and filled with heresy of the foulest sort, but it didn't last. There was something gold hurled into the middle of the devastation. A second later golden flames burst into existence. And this time the horrible shrieking easily tripled in intensity. There were more explosions. And then an enormous piece of masonry fell down. The smoke slowly dissipated. As it did, Dino Rossi was granted the unbelievable sight of Lord Pierre, standing upon the giant abomination. And the Lord Dreadnought had a large Atlassian hat with pink feathers of the latest fashion upon his armored chassis. As for the monster, 2 out of 3 heads had been thoroughly killed with some sort of different spears impaling them, but the greatest injury done had to be the one which had somehow ensured part of the monster's thorax was burning in golden flames. I have come to buy hats and kill traitors, and I already have a hat. Follow me, in the name of the Emperor. Yes, Lord Pierre. Hesperides City. 3.371.313 M35. Inquisitor Gabriel Mercoire. My lord. Yes, Acolyte. Gabriel Mercoire did try to present his usual emotionless expression, and not show his exhaustion. The Lord Inquisitors above him had thought a few years in the Nyx sector would do marvels for his health, as he would be given the opportunity to recover from wounds sustained during the recent battles in Segmentum Obscurus. Nobody had really thought Atlas would explode in such a manner, or that he would be the closest Malleus Inquisitor able to answer. I'm all for rejoicing that the Dreadnought serving Her Celestial Highness was there to deal with the possessed dragon and everything, but, why was he here in the first place? I have my suspicions, Gabriel answered honestly. Knowing how tense the relations between Atlas and Nyx were before this week, it was not to compliment on the promptness of the Atlassian tithes deliveries, or to celebrate the Archduke's next birthday. Bolt guns fired in front of them. Over 20 traitor officers fell. Gabriel Mercoire was willing to overlook a lot of petty actions when the demonic was the enemy, but the sheer level of economic corruption and incompetence that was the norm in one of the chief city of Atlas had to stop immediately. How does the situation in the palace look? He asked, dismissing the matter. The regiments of the PDF that were now mustering were moving far faster. It would have been better if dedication burned in their hearts, but he would settle for what he had. Inside the palace, it's relatively manageable. The Dreadnought arrived in time, and he was rapidly reinforced by solid units which promptly purged the cultists and mutants. Outside the palace, I'm afraid it is worse. The northern gardens are just gone. The teams we have are not encountering the archenemy for the first time, but this corruption is shocking even for men and women of their experience. That's what happens when you lower your guard and refuse to take the threat represented by the ruinous power seriously. Gabriel Mercoire declared grimly. Politics always were a messy business, but you couldn't deny that Atlas had been the only system to be targeted by the heretics, and what a coincidence. It was the only system that had refused to enforce several of the reforms sponsored by Her Celestial Highness. Coincidences existed in their line of work, it was a big galaxy after all. This, however, was not a coincidence. The governor. His personal guard was able to drag him out of the nightmare, my lord. He lost his arm and will have to spend several weeks in a hospital, but we tested him using the holy ether gold. He didn't show any sign of corruption. The representative of the Ordo Malleus didn't know if he was to feel pleased or frustrated by that revelation. On the one hand, the planetary governor had clearly stayed loyal to the God Emperor. As someone having access to this extraordinarily level of power could do extreme damage and spread the roots of corruption to a disastrous degree, it was somehow a relief it hadn't happened. On the other hand, this cultist coup and entire heresy had been done under the nose of the governor. It was not a small error of judgment that could be overlooked. Many adepts in the past had lost their heads for smaller catastrophes. Your orders, Lord. Fortunately for the Archduke, Lord Inquisitor Odysseus Tor had politely requested Gabriel to abide by certain guidelines. And besides, Brabantio 15 de Flor would have to answer for his incompetence soon enough. The Inquisition was not the only authority who was going to be out for blood here. For now, just assign the governor a squad of protectors, and ensure he stays in his private clinic. In time, I will have a talk with him. Once he is healthy enough to be moved, I expect Nyx to summon him. And for his own sake, the planetary governor of Atlas Secundus should begin to work on his future eloquent defense against the accusations that would rain upon his head. The magma spiders. The Astartes have broken through the eastern fort, and put to death every traitor noble that was assembling there. How many cultists were among them? None, it seems, my lord. It was just one power-hungry cousin of the Archduke having delusions he could sweep away all opposition and take power. This day was really not getting better. I suppose that explains why the sons of Fukin were able to rally so many PDF regiments to act as their support when they landed. Yes, my lord. Gabriel Mercoire listened to the reports of his other acolytes, all informing him of their progress through highly encrypted communications. The first priority is to excise the corruption and wipe out the heresy. We have ether gold in sufficient quantities, and it won't do any good to be miserly with it. The northern gardens are to be quarantined by reliable units while the purifying squadrons march in. Rules of engagement. We have the reports of a sworn member of Her Celestial Highness Dawnbreaker Guard, acolyte. I think we can trust him to report the situation accurately. And the mutation breath of the abomination had done so much damage anyway that death after that was likely a mercy. Everything that was caught inside these walls must burn. If someone or something endures the holy flames unscathed, the acolytes are to use their best judgment. Otherwise, my previous orders stand. There are rumbles across the nobility, my lord. We will have to keep an eye on the principal troublemakers. They may do something stupid, some of them are baying that members of their family are trapped inside the palace's area. Gabriel Mercoire felt a flicker of sympathy for a heartbeat. But he extinguished it. Most of the nobles missing were dead, and those who weren't had to wish they were, because the corrupted monster had done things to them that were heresy incarnate. Indeed. And since we speak of the nobility, it is time for us to begin the real part of the work the Ordo Malleus exists for in the first place. My lord. The abomination was slain by a servant of Her Celestial Highness, the Inquisitor said coldly, but I don't believe for a second that the architects of this heresy were able to do something like that from 1 or 2 sectors away. Not with the number of cultists and PDF officers that went traitor. There were some agents of the archenemy that were capable of it, to be clear, but most operated in obscuris, not here. And honestly, the fingerprints of the cultists were everywhere, the situation reeked of chaotic amateurism. Find me the head of this diabolic conspiracy, acolyte. And once you do, take him alive. I have a lot of questions to ask him. Palace of New Bologna. 3.373.313 M35. Marquis Gale Otto de Montaigne. How? How did they find him so quickly? How? We have been betrayed. Gale Otto snarled. It is simply not possible that the dogs of the false emperor found their way to my palace so quickly otherwise. The Grand Master of the 9 secret ambitions wanted to add a few more curses, but the thunder of shells arrived in the next seconds. There was a considerable amount of explosions. The lights flickered out. Grand Master, is it possible they found your correspondence with the commander of the Hesperides garrison? Don't be ridiculous. The Marquis of 3 Seasons hotly retorted. I ordered him to burn the messages as soon as he had finished reading them. What kind of moron would be so reckless and blatantly stupid to keep compromising evidence that would result in your execution if the governor's lackeys found you with it? Still, the doubt began to spread out in the depths of his thoughts. If this incompetent general had truly betrayed him. Grand Master. Your guards inform us they aren't able to hold for long. The enemy has brought troops using power armor. Some kind of stormtroopers we have never seen before. Weaver, Gale Otto cursed. It has to be Weaver. Tell our guards to buy us as much time as they can. We are going to try to mount a counterattack. But, Grand Master, how? I thought that's obvious, really. By now, the 2 other rebellions must have made great progress. The dogs of the false emperor committed all the space marines of the subsector here, on Atlas Secundus. This means that on Atlas Primus and Atlas Tertius, our fellow conspirators must have made great headway. Grand Master. What it is? We have been studying the ether and the long-range communications of Atlas Primus and Tertius. There is no ongoing rebellion. There hasn't even been a coup attempt. No. Gale Otto de Montaigne shouted before his self-control was somewhat leashed again. It has to be a mistake. Perhaps some kind of undercover sorcery that impersonated the first Duke and his cousins and... Grand Master. The bombardment came closer, and several windows exploded. The fires were getting closer. There isn't any sign of that. And the high nobles are all calling on all their channels to inform their friends that this rebellion is an accursed thing, that they are all loyal to the God Emperor and his living saint. The Marquis of 3 Seasons expressed a hysteric chuckle. Loyal? Those insolent parvenus who didn't deserve their title had the gall to proclaim themselves loyal? They were as loyal to the Imperium as the Godkern was a fierce supporter of peace. And what of the rest of the sector? He asked for the 5th time in the last hour as massive fissures appeared in his priceless painted ceiling and dust began to fall from several sections. Surely there must be some agitation. Warlord militia promised us support. Surely we aren't the only ones to rebel. The terrified expressions were all the answer he needed, and a massive pit of despair opened its fangs to swallow his last hopes. I'm sorry, Grand Master, but there are massive astropathic emergency communications. And while many of them are out of our means to decipher, we can perceive mustering orders for Atlas, and only for Atlas. Many dozens of transports and warships are on their way. Nyx is reacting like we are an egg, and they a power hammer. Gale Otto grimaced at the image. This was a couple of heartbeats before the screams of the dying arrived to his ears. Why? Why would the warlord betray us like that? We serve the will of the changer of ways. But the architect of fate is the god of ambition and betrayals too, Grand Master. Is it possible this accursed sorceress feared your rise, and decided to lead you into a trap before you were ready to overthrow her and become the herald of change? Hatred and pride waged war in his heart. In all honesty, he didn't know which feeling won out in the end. Yes. It would explain why the enemy was able to slay the steed of chaos so easily. This beast is supposed to be invincible, especially once it possesses something as mighty as an Indigan dragon. It was not his fault that his efforts were ending in failure. At every point, he had been betrayed by those jealous of his successes. But I will have my revenge. I will have my revenge over you, traitors, even if it is the last thing that I do. His world disappeared in a storm of thunder and the bark of thousands of weapons. No. He screamed. They can't have, to the secret passage. To the secret passage. Don't let them. The orders he heard from the implacable army running towards him caused Gale Otto to panic completely. Alive. The Inquisitor wants them alive. Nyx System. Nyx 3. Hive Athena. Palace of the Orient. 2.381.313 M35. Dankanatoy Custodes Murasay Moda. If not for the lack of crowds, one could almost believe it was one of the minor private manors of Terra. There were plenty of soft carpets covering the floors, while on both sides of the alleys, small trees and plants had been arranged in harmonious compositions. Once past the entrance hall, tall fountains of marble were there to refresh the air and provide more decoration. Soft music played in the background. And in the main quarters, the number of sofas and comfortable armchairs was simply prodigious. All of it was true. And yet nothing was as it seemed. Plenty of plants had colonies of insects buried in their pots. The fountains were filled with several crabs and other sea-based arthropods. And while they tried to stay as discreet as possible, Murasame could count the number of Fey and Nyxian guardsmen waiting behind the red curtains. That didn't count the huge golden spider in the middle of the room, that was pretending to sleep poorly, in his opinion. It was a formidable amount of security, and Murasame knew that no one, not even him, would be able to penetrate it alone. Uncountable assassins had tried and failed over the years, and it was not because they were utterly incompetent. It was not the reason of his visit today. I didn't receive the message announcing your arrival. I didn't send one. He replied. The stars-filled eyes turned towards him for only a glimpse, before turning away. The Basileia of Nyx gave a slight nod. Many guardsmen behind the curtains left, silently or not. The music levels rose. The adjutant spider stopped pretending she was sleeping. The enemy has decided to attack the quadrant, as I'm sure as you are aware. He received a snort in return. Call him Abaddon, Lord Oda. Lady Weaver told him bluntly. We can dispense with the pretenses and affirm it was him, no. Murasame Oda didn't hesitate, for this wasn't the way of the 10,000. He merely considered what approach would work better in this case. Yes, it was the despoiler making his first move. Indeed, the woman the Emperor had imbued with his light grimaced. If it had been only Atlas and a few other actions, mind you, I could have almost believed Militia was the sorceress-in-chief of these atrocities. But there were the others. And while in some cases it isn't exactly hard to guess how it was accomplished, others leave me completely baffled. The former first captain of the 16th may look like a brute, but he is very cunning. That is the understatement of the year. The golden wings were unfurled, increasing the radiance of the room. Capua of the Maximus sector. Someone threw a cursed sword into one of the largest arenas of the planet, proving once more it is a very bad idea to not have appropriate wards around these pits of violence. By the time the Inquisition was able to intervene, both spectators and fighters had torn each other apart under a rain of blood. Before the Angel of Sacrifice, a hidden hololithic projector materialized a map of the quadrant. 3 seconds later, it zoomed on the Ashikaga sector. Nara, a civilized world of no importance. It seems a Night Lord Trader Marine was able to land unnoticed and began a fell ritual. For 8 consecutive days, the sun was unable to pierce the sorcery clouds, plunging this world into a nightmare of shadows. Once Ethergold burned the taint, over a third of the population had disappeared, and there was only an empty armor of the Chaos Marine left. More concerning, the inhabitants were not killed by demons, the inquisitors told me every man, woman, and child had died of terror. The map moved towards the eastern frontier of the Samarkand quadrant, to a world Murasamoto was familiar with. Cadmus, Bacchus sector. Some degenerate cultists somehow found a Zeno's crown artifact that they offered to the governor's heir. It took only minutes for the murderous orgies to begin, and soon enough, the entire court fell into deprivation and things that should only be seen in a drukari society. Reading the reports of that disaster had not been a pleasant thing at all. Slaanesh was dead, that was a fact. All its demons had been killed, permanently. Everything the monster of excess had done had collapsed. So how had the despoiler done it? Industrial Plant Alpha of Planet W5T3, Vancouver Sector. At first, it appeared like an industrial accident that detonated a fusion reactor. Except industrial accidents generally don't have a cursed power shield in the middle of it inciting everyone nearby to pick it up and bind everyone else into slavery. Grom, Fire Helm Sector. It took a single jewel crafted as an eye to convince a merchant of importance to divide his inheritance among 11 complete strangers he'd never met until that day, and anarchy spread uncontrollably, engulfing 11 significant settlements before the Ordo Hereticus arrived to stop it. Hessian, Brunswick Sector. The cultists managed to get in position to carve 8 pointed stars upon the brows of an entire mercenary company, ensuring they all began to believe themselves chaos warlords, rallying those unable to resist their charisma to their banners. On the station minus of the Icarus sector, a warp plague broke out, killing the loyal and transforming those foolish enough to believe the lies of the ruinous powers into abhorrent colossi of contagion. The Basilea didn't speak of the 9th event, but then there was nothing pleasant about commenting about this awful event aloud. The hololithic projection vanished. I'm sure you have realized it was a ritual. I'm aware, yes. Strategically, both on Atlas and elsewhere, doing what the cultists did makes absolutely no sense. On Atlas Secundus, the fallen nobles had every reason to stay in the shadows and continue recruiting more personnel, bribing their way into more influential positions and playing different factions of nobles against each other. They were way too weak to take power without a massive demonic intervention, and they had no backers anywhere in the sector. If they didn't plunge the planet into the warp within a few hours, they were always going to lose once the reinforcements arrived. Murasame had to agree with her. Yes, the killings and the uprisings had done massive damage, but most of the cultists clearly hadn't been in position to corrupt planets beyond redemption before the Inquisition arrived and committed Ether Gold. And from a cold-blooded perspective, the worlds themselves were hardly vital for the Imperium. There was no sector or subsector capital. There was no industrial world of importance. There was nothing to disrupt the war effort or the civilian economy for a significant period of time. It was concerning. It is possible the despoiler's actions are a provocation to urge you to abandon your plans, Lady Weaver. The stars-filled eyes stated at him. In that case, he is going to be disappointed. The shipbuilding plans along with everything else we have allocated funds for are barely beginning. I am not going to abandon everything and rush my veterans and the ships I have to Cadia in the name of vengeance. Understood. Don't get me wrong, Lord Oda. Weaver's words were curt, but her expression revealed the truth. She was furious. Just on Atlas Secundus, we already have more than 150,000 dead. When we add together the 9 atrocities, the butcher bill rises into the tens of millions. Abaddon will pay for that, and so will militia and everyone else involved in these rituals of mass murder. The Dankanatoi custodes didn't say a word. After all, the Angel of Nyx was absolutely correct. The execution was going to be difficult to accomplish, though. There is, however, one way we can react, to make sure the despoiler can't repeat what he just did. Yes, I suppose there is one. The Watcher of the Throne answered. Is there no other way? Aurelia Malice speaks for all the males, females, and children worshipping Authority. I am going to contact Terra. Archmagos Dragon Richter. I saw the custodes leaving. He didn't look happy. Do I look happy, Dragon? You're not. The Tinker admitted. And for that matter, it's time to admit I am utterly furious they dared sully the noble and beautiful form of the dragon for their fell schemes. If Militia one day is taken prisoner, I want to be the one to deal with her first. Join the queue, there are a few millions more wanting her severed head on a tray than there were last year. The insect mistress closed her eyes, and Dragon knew the exhaustion was not faked in the slightest. Going to Katachan in a hurry and returning had taken a lot out of Taylor, though she was recovering fast. What are you going to do? For the incidents outside the Nyx sector, the matter can be summed up in a few words. Really? Yes, it begins and ends with let the Inquisition handle the problems. Dragon did not bother hiding her win-ce. I would have preferred a gentler and more careful approach. So would I, but if I intervene personally, we're likely going to add a political crisis to the mess. I am not the Quadrant Lady, and even if I was, the title would not give me the authority to enforce my will over those of the other sector lords. That was a good point, though it didn't bring any comfort. And really, this was why the Inquisition was created in the first place. To fight the war against all major threats without politics hindering them. I know. I just find the sheer amount of collateral damage they do, I don't like it at all. Me neither. The angelic-looking woman sighed. But alas, Abaddon very much forced our hand in this case. I've read the non-redacted reports of the cultists' actions and the rest of the butchery, and believe me, it makes for very ugly lectures. The best I can do is to provide enough ether gold to the Inquisition teams. That way, they can actually tell the difference between innocents and those who have been truly corrupted by the ruinous powers. The worst part was that it was not a small consolation. Without ether gold, the Inquisition would have had truly no recourse in some cases to truly go on a rampage so that no culprit and corrupt agent escaped. In worlds like Nara, it could easily have resulted in the total purge of the population. And for Atlas? The draconic Archmagos asked. Taylor snorted. The childish part of me wishes to remove the entire Atlasian nobility, and not just the one of Secundus. They have never ceased irritating me these last years, and now I have been given plenty of good reasons to send them to the penal legions in battalion-sized formations. And the noble and angelic part of you. The Basilea licked her lips, and a cloud of insects brought her a glass to quench her thirst. Pierre made it clear, in his last report, the Lady of Nyx replied after emptying it the crystal glass of its content, that hundreds of thousands of Atlasians took arms against the change cultists, and not just the common PDF soldiers. The authorities of Atlas Secundus were clearly incompetent when it came to ferreting out the cults hiding near them, but once the coup began, they reacted relatively swiftly. Many noblemen and noblewomen rushed to the capitals and killed the traitors with extreme prejudice. Some of this newfound loyalty, Taylor had to know, was based on the insult to every tradition the massacre of the hunters in the northern gardens of the governor's palace represented to all. But in the end, loyalty was loyalty. One couldn't exactly investigate the thoughts of every imperial citizen. Moreover, I suppose that with the other worlds of the Atlas system having had no cultists trying to topple the respective dukes ruling there, it would be incredibly difficult politically to move against them now. Exactly, the Basilea muttered. I know it was probably not her idea in the first place, but militia really screwed up everything I had planned for Atlas. Think of all the resources and favors you won't have to use, Dragon said sweetly, earning a huff for her trouble. I also was thinking of how nice some heads would look once separated from the rest of their bodies. The golden-winged para-human admitted. I will take whatever pleasure I can from this disaster. This has given me a golden opportunity to order the Inquisition to investigate the entire Atlasian society. I somehow doubt we will find more cultists, but it is better to make sure they have not tried to cover for Slaaneshi cultists and other traitors before. You have a point. But Dragon had the feeling the Inquisitors were not going to find anything. Well, nothing related to chaos corruption. The inefficiency and the sheer levels of bribery and nepotism that were the norm among the Atlasian nobles strongly suggested the tithes would need to be recalculated in certain cases, along with several arrests for financial crimes. The Grand Duke and the First Duke are not going to like it, though. They are not going to like me, unless I turn into a bastion of conservatism and stagnation like their entire ruling caste is, Dragon. Once you acknowledge that, you realize really quickly I have no reason to be particularly gentle with them. You are going to remove the Archduke, then. Legally, it is my duty and privilege to do so. He proved incompetent. The big problem is that Atlas is not Nyx. There's no middle class worthy of the name to replace the nobility I will remove. So I very much need advice on the matter. Dragon blinked. There can't be many administrators in the galaxy who have experience about backward civilized worlds and the process of transforming them into productive planets for the greater glory of the Imperium. Assuredly not, but there's one ruling the kingdom of Ultramar who owes me a few favors. Athena Strategium. 2.387.313 M35. General Nikolai Rokossovsky. It was a rather calm atmosphere, all things considered. Obviously, foregoing the pomp and all the rituals helped, there were barely over 200 men and women present in the Strategium, and that included the 10 Space Marines of the Dawnbreaker Guard. There were plenty of whispers. Naturally, the Strategium was a place of work, and there was much to do, no matter the hour. It still was one of the best locations to discuss the outcome of Operation Hell Garden. It goes without saying that while you came back and gave us an immense amount of data, Your Celestial Highness, we will have to wait until Bologna and Rear Admiral Yamamoto return to give our official conclusions. I knew at the moment I ordered Artemis to give you everything I had in writing. Lady Weaver smiled, her attention focused on the many hololithic screens in front of her. The preliminary analysis, please. I doubt you will be surprised to be told that shell consumption once again largely outpaced our worst-case predictions. Nikolai began. Though this time, we have a good excuse, we really thought total orbital superiority was to be ours. Kinetic strikes were supposed to demolish the biggest source of opposition, opening the way for the infantry advances. It did not work that way in practice, and thus we had to use far more ammunition of all types than was calculated beforehand. Of all the nasty surprises the Tyranids for them, this one had perhaps been the worst, for it had completely changed the rapport of strength between attackers and defenders. The Vostroyan general cleared his throat. I have also read the messages of Adjutant Colonel Bologna urging me to consider the deployment of Heliosa flowers on every world of importance. The mistress of the aforementioned spider chuckled. I suggest you do nothing of the sort for now. Did you see how many tons of fertilizers the Heliosa flowers consume with each shot? Your adjutant gave me the figures, yes. We could find options to diminish it. I am not convinced, the living saint shook her head. The ingenuity to use a queen ant to return one of the flowers to serve as an anti-air battery was impressive, yes. But what few people noticed was that at the end of the battle, the Heliosa flower had pretty much killed all the flora in the neighborhood to feed itself and continue firing. It's true that if we placed it on an agri-world, it could represent difficulties. Difficulties? It could eat all the food we harvest, leaving millions to starve. We have continent-sized fields of wheat, barley, and many other things for a reason, General. It will do us no good if we save the planet by destroying the supply of grain and everything edible. That is a good point. Besides, I fear that this kind of planet-based defense can only work if the attacker is unwilling to destroy the planet in the process. The primary reason why the task force couldn't incinerate the Heliosa flowers every time they dug themselves out was that we would have raised Catachan by the time the process was done. And as such, the Heliosa flowers would not save a world against a powerful Necron, or Chaos Astartes invasion. Very true, Nikolai conceded. And I suppose that it is not something that can work more than a couple of times before our enemies grow wiser and learn how to detect them. The adoption of countermeasures, obviously, would come in short order after that. With your permission, however, I will study possible uses for it. By all means, the Basilea smiled. We might never use it, but better to have that weapon in our arsenal if the opportunity presents itself. Other points of importance. The power armors have proved their worth, and the more we have, the better our infantry fares against the worst things the galaxy can throw at us, Nikolai replied honestly. But we already knew this from the Imga monolith and Makraj. We need more of them, obviously. Dragon is working on it, in her copious free time. But as always, building the industrial base to support everything is the priority these days. It will do us no good to deliver 10,000 power armors next year, and to realize in 3 decades that we can't expend further from that because the groundwork hasn't been done. Increasing the number of shifts and workers in armament manufacturers is only a short-term solution. I defer to your greater experience in these matters, Your Celestial Highness. Can we obtain a vanguard of Titan Catachan devils to act as a suitable vanguard instead, my lady? At least you didn't propose I use it as a mount and a pet, Lady Weaver grumbled. To answer your question, the Catachan devils are incredibly resistant to swarm assimilation. Bologna forced several young ones to submit, but it only worked for these babies. The older the Catachan devil, the bigger the struggle, and past a few years, I am the only one who can control adult devils. But it is very much akin to riding an apex predator. The moment I am not in range, the Catachan devil will return to its usual levels of aggressiveness and savagery. This indeed sounded incredibly dangerous. Too bad. Nikolai Rokossovsky would have paid a lot to see a line of traitor marines be destroyed by the implacable pincers of an army of Catachan devils. As for the Titan devil itself, its place is exactly where it is right now, in the jungles of Catachan, hundreds of kilometers away from any human presence. We have markers to ensure any Catachan jungle fighter and other agents stay as far away as possible from it. It managed to kill one of the evolved prototypes the Genitors evolved from a deathworm of Necromunda, something I wouldn't have believed possible if my spiders had not shown me the fight from their memories. If your Genitors can do something like that, could they do the same for this outrageously powerful Guardian? No, General. I'm afraid the mighty Guardian is something that is beyond all human Genitors, past and present. The Amber Library. 2.390.313 M35. Basilea Taylor A. Bear. I have a feeling that if enough resources and adjutant spiders were available, Taylor, you would rebuild the Imperium from the foundations to the top of the hive spires. The compliment was pleasing, especially coming from Marianne, but years as the Basilea of Nyx ensured she wasn't distracted by it. But, the Vice Queen smiled like an innocent feline, contrary to what some people may believe, no one has an infinite amount of resources. I know that. And you insist that you won't divert manpower and funds from your reforms. Well, of course not, the insect mistress replied while handing a jar of sweets to Artemis. We need to have very qualified teachers, and the academia world we negotiated with has a reputation of quality, if not one of cheap prices. And I need an education system that won't collapse the moment I begin to look away from it. We have plenty of other things we can't neglect either. There are food production goals to reach, big transport and infrastructure projects, to name just a few. And of course, contrary to what some people murmur, war doesn't pay for itself. We could name our beloved Vice Queen as planetary governor of Atlas Secundus, Wei suggested, not changing her lazy behavior on the red couch. She was instantly rewarded by a loud groan. How generous of you, Marianne Gutenberg declared. Atlas Secundus is a rich prize, the Regina of Wuhan declared unrepentantly. As long as you are happy to steal the income of the average Atlasian citizen, keep the majority of the population in a state of quasi-servitude, and make sure to limit all city and farmland infrastructure projects. That way, all the wealth is confiscated by the local aristocrats. Yes, the system is of a great stability, and you can become relatively rich doing that. But if you decide to improve the lifestyle of the non-nobles, the benefits are going to decrease at a stupendous rate. The untapped potential can still make it a rich prize in the end. Oh, yes, the blonde agreed enthusiastically. It has 3 inhabited worlds, and a population of 16 billion plus, after all. It is a crossroads for several warp routes, most of them able to bring consistent revenue if you're a prudent investor. But most of it has a single, big problem: the Atlas system is essentially controlled by a clique of governor dukes that don't tolerate outsiders. The beautiful blue eyes shone with mischievousness when the next words were uttered. Remove the 3 dukes, and I would be willing to take the challenge of transforming Atlas from a poor backwater to a powerhouse that can stand proudly as a mercantile and trading partner of Nyx. It was tempting, really tempting. And not just because Marianne was taking a very seductive pose. No, the Basileia decided regretfully. I have enough reasons and legal precedent to remove the Archduke, but I can't remove the 2 others. Obviously, the investigations overseen by Inquisitor Mercoire have just begun, so a lot can change, but so far we've only found chaos worshippers on Atlas Secundus. You could purge them nonetheless. Yes, thank you, Wei. Artemis was of no help in that case. Her adjutant general was already calculating the net increase of performance this would generate militarily and economically. Mind you, there are going to be purges. The Inquisition removed the traitors. Once the investigation moves on to the non-heretical side of things, I am sure more heads will roll. But I am not going to kill nobles just because they have had the bad luck of being born in a world that adheres to a rigid feudal system. I see, Marianne nodded. In that case, whatever plan Guillemon is sending you by courier ship is certainly the best option you will have. You mentioned a republic. Taylor raised an ironic eyebrow. Theoretical, Macridge is still a republic de jure. And the practical? Her wife wondered curiously. Well, Robert Guillemon is the eternal consul of Macridge. And the second consul, save in rare occasions, had always been the chapter master of the Ultramarines chapter. Or before the second founding dissolved the M30-M31 organization, one of the chapter masters of the 13th Legion fulfilled the duties of the position. And there is a Senate. Does it have anything to do with Leet screaming something about I am the Senate before cackling maniacally? Yes, it does. Taylor looked pointedly at Artemis. And now that I think about it, I will certainly have to make sure all my precious adjutants stay as far away from him now. Some of their reactions during Operation Hell Garden proved that during their sentinel duties, they may have listened a bit too much to Leet's monologues. I will ferociously tackle the problem, webmistress. Yes, I'm sure you will. Ah. Gavriel and Gamaliel were on their way, and there was only one reason why they would urgently return after they marched out half an hour ago. It seems we are going to have to finish this conversation another time. What a pity, Wei yawned. I hope this is not more bad news. One Atlasian tragedy is quite enough for this year. No, I don't think it is bad news. I could be wrong, but I think my faithful Astartes of the Dawnbreaker Guard are going to confirm that Aurelia Malice arrived. And I need to have an important talk with her. Oh good. The Regina's grin was so huge the alarms rang in her head long before the verbal strike came. Don't do anything with the High Priestess of Authority that I won't do. Marianne, of course, burst into laughter. Vice Queen, you're absolutely not helping. Nyx. Somewhere in the south of the Dolos continent. Somewhere well below the surface of the planet. The Hope Beacon under construction. 2.392.313 M35. High Priestess Aurelia Malice. Do you intend to always look so smug all the time? I don't know what you're talking about. My Empress. Not far away, Leandra of Kaelder laughed. The muse devoted to authority didn't try to change her expression or pose. It was not every day Aurelia was in the angel's presence, and she could tell begging the giant spiders for their silk had been a sound decision. Her Empress was glancing very frequently at her body half covered by the red robe made out of it. You are very, very smug. It was not a complaint, but it was more than a statement too. So I can ask and receive anything I want. The former blood muse chose to express her hilarity again, and was promptly silenced by several spiders of different sizes. Within reason, the ruler of the swarm conceded. It was a title that had never been more deserved, as around them, entire armies of insects built massive structures, patrolled as guards, and supplied the workers with a synchronization that reminded her of several anthills. The Emperor will veto any attempt to reclaim the Infinity Circuit of Biltan, for example. I think his reasoning is that after so much effort invested into her god-forging, it is out of the question for authority to swallow millions of warmongering souls and end up as some distorted version of Cain once again. This was prudent of the human seer, yes. Because as much as she wanted to say the concerns were unwarranted, Aurelia didn't really know what kind of influence the Biltan souls could have over her young goddess. The songs of those truly believing in carnality and symbiosis should be able to drown out the choir of war, but what if they didn't? I understand the restriction, my empress. The young high priestess answered seriously, before showing her smug smile once again. But I wouldn't be myself if I didn't point out there are far more spirit stones of Asuryani that your Imperium confiscated since it has come into existence. And many of them weren't like Biltan. Weaver exhaled. The argument is a good one. That said, I can only promise what spirit stones are in the vaults of Terra personally monitored by the custodes. There may be a few in the trophy halls of the chapters of the first founding, my lady, one of the red-armored giants chose to interject. Obviously, nothing of the loot acquired by the traitor legions is in our possession now, but I think some of the chapters may have a few trinkets left. Aurelia hid a grimace. These were more than trinkets, these were unique souls that had been willing to risk being trapped, alone and forgotten, because the alternative was being devoured by she who thirsts. But she was willing to tolerate the ignorance. The fate of many, many souls was at stake, and the giants were willing to help, no matter the past actions of their ancestors. Well, I don't have much influence over the Dark Angels, never mind the Iron Hands, but we will check with the other chapters of the first and second founding. We can offer some kind of deal of brand new weapons for spirit stones and other Eldar possessions. The Imperial eyes flashed gold for a heartbeat. It goes without saying that I will insist that there will be no reprisals and no reopening of vengeance campaigns from any side after the deals are made. The Astartes were doing their duty, and the craft worlds and other factions involved are generally not blameless either. If we can obtain cherished souls and valuable possessions that were taken from us, I am ready to swear on authority that there will be no attacks to punish the wrongs of the past. Aurelia didn't say out loud they were all too likely going to be too busy appeasing the traumatized souls and helping them find harmony within Authority's embrace to spend time pursuing wrongs. And the humans responsible were nearly all dead by now. I, of course, came with a list. The Empress gave her an unsurprised glance. Aurelia almost wished to try to get closer to deliver it into her hands directly, as it would give her the opportunity to do a few more risky deeds, but it was not to be. The giant golden spider that answered to the rank of adjutant general stole the Singer document from her hand with the help of smaller red-black arachnids. Artemis. It sounds acceptable, webmistress. Of course, I will have to contact the Watchers and the Primarches. They are the ones who have the biggest stashes of everything belonging to the Long Ears. Contact them. But no astropath messages this time. I want a maximum of secrecy for this. At once, webmistress. And over 1,000 spiders ranging from the size of a flyer to ones which could fit at ease within the palm of your hand spread out, with Artemis storming into a nearby tunnel. Plenty of giants and other human soldiers laughed, especially as in her precipitation, the spider had slightly disrupted the choreography of the swarm's moves, with the "excuse me," and "hurry up, I am in the webmistress service," being particularly loud. It didn't last more than a short microcycle, however. Both spiders and ants working knew their purposes, and they adapted very quickly to unforeseen factors. This is a very massive etheric engine, my empress. This was not a muse praising her empress to win more favors, it was the naked truth. Save the humans, who had built their astronomicon before going on to conquer the galaxy, there were few races which had dared to even contemplate the construction of something so powerful. And here, it was built in secret, with the air burning everywhere in orderly light, to ensure the primordial annihilator was unable to perceive what was coming. Since the times are anything but peaceful, I find the entire project prudent. There was an ironic smile blossoming on her lips. And there is an ancient saying of mankind that the wise prepares for war if they want peace. We have a proverb not too dissimilar to yours, the young muse admitted. The blades which have been broken, once abandoned, will not be of any use for those lacking foresight. Unfortunately, it was an old song of the lost empire, and the translation in the tongue of today was really awful and hurting her ears. No more words came, and Aurelia took it as an invitation to continue. I will bring the agreed help as fast and as discreetly as I can. There will be however one payment I expect in return. What did I say about the smugness, High Priestess? It is nothing too onerous. She smiled innocently. The Bonezingers have lovers and families, my empress. I want their children and partners to be allowed a serene life in the embassy we were given. There was a long silence. They will have to obey the strict procedures for each travel between Hive Athena and the Fortress of Light. Her empress said at last. And I expect an excellent performance in return. You will not be disappointed. The High Priestess of Authority promised. This etheric engine will stand for thousands of cycles and fulfill its purpose. There was nothing but calm acceptance coming from the angel, but the giants and the humans around them were far easier to listen to. This is not the only etheric engine you plan to build, my empress. Weaver sighed. It is not. Prudence is the key word, and we will build a second just to ensure that if the ruinous powers somehow manage to sabotage the first, we will have an etheric engine to use to replace the first. But for now, finishing this etheric engine and learning how to use it to its full potential, it is my goal for the next years. And what is the etheric engine going to do, aside from burning the tendrils of the primordial annihilator in this region of space? Why I just don't show you, O Herald of Authority. Nix 3. Lisa's Dome. 2.401.313 M35. Basilea Taylor A Bear. The songs of Lisa were particularly triumphant today. It may have something to do with the new harvest of peaches that had been grown on the Ruby's harvest moon. The fruits had been highly recommended by several governors of the quadrant. And well, a happy moth was a more productive moth. The noctilith brought in front of Lisa today had been transformed into ether gold in record time. But now it was done. Listening to the song helped her thinking about many things that stayed out of her mind during her day-to-day duties. Lisa's melodies were powerful, joyous, and quite often celebrated plenty of mischief she had done to the poor sororitas assigned to guard her. The music also was orderly. And that was not a coincidence. It was subtle, and she had almost missed it several times, but both her thoughts and actions took an orderly turn. And no, it was not because Robot Gillimon had woken up to lead the Ultramarines once more. It was because the Emperor was of order. Honestly, the insect mistress wondered why it had taken her so much time to connect the dots. It was obvious, when you thought about it. If you wanted to become anathema to chaos, you had to be a being of order. No wonder the ruinous powers loathed the living saints and all those burning with the Emperor's radiance so much. The very fact they existed was the equivalent of several slaps in the face of Tsianch, Kern, and Nurgle. And yet, for all her shadowy abilities, Elena Kerrigan had to have been molded with order too. They were of completely different aspects, but whether light or shadow, there had to be order to ensure they didn't repeat the mistakes of the Primarches. Sacrifice, administration, and hope, but with a foundation of order underneath. Taylor honestly didn't know how she was supposed to feel about that. If the Basilea had been told she would become an angel of order. Bah, I was warned that this wouldn't be easy, and I can't say I didn't receive nice perks for the job. The song of Lisa ended under the dome. Predictably, the diva asked for some comfortable petting. And one of the Astartes of her Dawnbreaker guard approached. Yes, Thomas. I can come back in 1 hour if you desire. No, that's fine. Lisa wants to be brushed or take a shower, and I have seen how that ends often enough to know I can afford to miss it this once. Shoot your arrow, battle brother. Thank you, my lady. The Space Marine of the White Templars bowed before getting straight to the core of the matter. I believe we are too predictable when it comes to our armament programs. And predictability killed, he didn't say aloud. I would change predictable for orderly, Thomas. Otherwise, I don't deny you have a point. Unfortunately, building the industrial capacity to sustain crusade-level operations was not something you did with a snap of the fingers or in utmost secrecy. There were machine tools, giant manufactorums, and of course millions of tech priests and other qualified personnel. That said, the Lady of Nyx shrugged, that our enemies will be able to have a clue or two about the thunderhammer we will smash them with does not mean they will be able to stop it. I would be more confident of that, my lady, if we hadn't just been given evidence of the atrocities the archenemy can ignite on worlds that should be out of reach of its treacherous claws. Taylor grimaced. That was not pleasant to hear, but it was indeed the truth. Abaddon had somehow managed to execute 9 attacks in total, using minor factions of cultists, and each time funneling them resources they shouldn't have been able to obtain. And while the means were well documented, the how did nobody notice any of that, remained unanswered. The problem, she announced as the power of administration rose within her, is that long-term programs, by the sheer costs and commitment they represent, have to be orderly and predictable. Hurrying too much, most of the time it results in useless hulls like the Zion-class battleship. Tanks and armored vehicles were easier to deal with, but a serious commitment required tens of thousands of them minimum, and for the sake of efficiency, you had to impose some rules and guidelines. I am very well aware that by now, there isn't any surplus of dry docks and empty slots to build more warships. Why, only yesterday, Artemis was cheerfully proclaiming she had never seen so many dock workers cheerfully accomplishing their purposes. All the shipyards were incredibly busy, and the industrial platforms devoted to other things like guard armament production were equally busy. As a result, some of the ships damaged during Operation Hell Garden had been diverted to Ryza for repairs, so that they wouldn't wait for months before returning to active service. I know, my lady. And perhaps I worry too much about operational security. It's just that if the Atlassian cultists were incompetent, others are not. The Heracles Wardens need all their skill to dismantle some enemy networks now. It was unfortunately true. The traitors didn't waste any time sending corrupted agents anymore, instead they were sending true chameleons that were ordered to stay undercover for years at a time, and sometimes they didn't even recruit Nyxians, instead acting alone and spying once or twice while doing perfectly normal jobs. We could move some mobile shipyards to Alamo and Neptunia, Thomas proposed. And place them under Mechaniku's jurisdiction. And where will we find these mobile shipyards in the first place? Taylor asked lightly. We ordered 2 from Riza, and they will be delivered in a decade at the earliest. Besides, even assuming we got some spare shipbuilding capacity, the question of how we would avoid screw UPS is important. We are building a lot of ships from classes that are brand new or have not been built in centuries. There's plenty of room for mistakes, and I think plenty of oversight is required. It may be the administration in her speaking, but that didn't mean it was incorrect. There were millions of tons of metal, advanced electronics, and incredibly complex pieces of machinery involved in every warship or transport ship. And frankly, the mobile shipyards and everything else aren't conjured just like that. Even the Ring of Iron, with its fantastic size, has to tolerate some very real material limits. I know, the White Templar admitted truthfully. I just am uncomfortable doing all for the conventional approach, when the enemy knows for sure he is going to lose if it comes to a conventional, straightforward campaign. You have a point. Yet there aren't many tech priests that can afford to launch important military programs on their own, and 9/10 of them can't do it with any secrecy, whether it's life or death obligation or not. Yet there is one, my lady. Yes, there is one, Taylor regretfully conceded with a sigh. And I would prefer to not utter his name today, thank you very much. The Eye of Terror. Scaven Blight. Date estimation impossible redacted. Daemon Primarch Omegan. The warp twisted and erased many things, but for all the influence of anarchy over Scaven Blight when other factions didn't push for Anarchy Kingdom or Disorder Blight, of course there were still traces of the Sikaris that was. Arguably, most of it was the ruined temples that had been immediately converted into sites of worship to their god once the word-bearers were gone or killed. Quite clearly, none of these locations had any historical value. Before, they had been repeatedly proclaiming the holiness of Lorgar over and over, and now, you didn't want to hear what the Scavens were preaching assuming they didn't use the sermon opportunities to eliminate their rivals. No, to find the important historical sites, you had to descend far deeper than the surface warrens of the new masters ruling over Scaven Blight. It was dangerous. The planet had always had its old horrors and abominations crawling out of warp disturbances, but at least in the past the word-bearers had conducted regular purges. Now? Unless the spawns ate someone important or an entire warren, there was little urge to counterattack. Life was very cheap on Scaven Blight, and for every follower of anarchy who went missing, there were 111 willing to take his, her, or its place. Fortunately for Scaven Blight, the mutated horrors in these deep tunnels were hardly a match for an Astartes legionnaire, never mind a Primarch. And once you killed one, the others descended upon the fallen to devour it. Anarchy or not, there were things which didn't change in the Eye of Terror. It may have taken him an eternity, but Omegan finally reached the underground ruins that he had learned the coordinates of. All it had taken him was to devour the brains of a mad Astartes whose livery had made clear he was of a chapter that had fallen to chaos. The ruins of the temple had been desecrated, of course. But once you stepped inside, you knew very quickly it was not the word-bearers or the Skaven who had been responsible for it. It was, simply not their style. The voices in his head approved and disapproved. And as Omegan stepped forwards, the temple began to rebuild itself around him. Oh, not completely. Whoever had tried to destroy this temple had clearly broken something important. But as 3 more arms and several heads grew on his demonic body, Omegan found the fresco that he had come for. It was a large piece of artwork. Someone had clearly tried to shatter it permanently. They had failed. The 8-pointed star of chaos shone malevolently, like it had been painted in blood and dark fluids mere minutes ago. But it was the inscriptions which interested Omegan above all. The words that the voices of anarchy had been unable to repeat to him, for they didn't know them. Behold the eightfold path, the etheric dominions, the warning of everything that was and everything that is yet to be. Behold the 8 arms of the primordial annihilator, slaver, and protector, the sin and the weapon, the darkness of the lost and the damned. The Daemon Primarch read. Yes, this was what he had come to find. The first glyph above needed no explanation. It caused one's senses to be assaulted by the smell of blood. In the distance, you heard weapons clashing and the tumult of war. But it was not the name of the Lord of Skulls which was to be found next to the star's point. Instead, there was something very different engraved there. Heedless slaughter, well, that explained so much and so little. Did it mean that no matter how many times Kern was killed, a new ruinous power with his attributes would always rise again? Or did it mean that if this Lord of Chaos died, the loss would be permanent and nothing would ever try to pick up the crown? The glyph at the opposite of the key ornate one was not a surprise. It smelled like an odious perfume, one urging you to commit the worst deprivations, to swallow filth and betray everything you stood for, as long as it gave you a single taste of exquisite pleasure. Slaanesh, the word was dead, and devoid of power, or as this dominion is supposed to be, rapturous sensation. And Slaanesh was gone. Would the warp erase the loss in due time, or could it rebuild itself from the ashes? If there was an answer to this question, it was not to be found here. Omegan turned towards the next glyphs. He recognized only 3 of them. The changer of ways glyph was next to the star's point, proclaiming it as Infernal Tempest, which was anything but a surprise. It appeared that destroying the plans of allies and foes alike was a feature, not an anomaly of the Xiantian chaos. Its opposite, as could probably expected, was the glyph of Nurgle. And it was called Putrid Corruption. Yes, it was completely accurate, and for once the squeaks of approval gained a majority. Last but not least, the rune of anarchy was present. The name of Malal was nowhere to be found, of course, but the mysterious creator of this fresco had carved the letters Ravenous Dissolution. This could have been all, but it wasn't. 8 points for the 8-pointed star of the Primordial Annihilator. 5 were known. The other 3, Omegan tried to look away, but he knew instinctively he had to read. He had to read, though he didn't want to. Malevolent artifice, he spat the words. Encroaching ruin, despite his resistance, something spoke with his mouth. Formless distortion. And in the center of the star, of course, the Primordial Annihilator awaited. The pressure diminished. Omegan, instinctively, rushed out of the fresco room. He didn't know why, but he felt the urge to get out of this temple, and never return. But once the previous room was long behind him, the passages in front of him ceased to be the ones he had seen before. There were more carvings. All of them looked recent, like the artist had just left. Omegan wasn't fooled, they were likely as ancient as the Eye of Terror itself. He tried not to read. Omegan really tried. But something here seemed to have the power to befuddle the mind of one of the demigods forged by the Emperor and empowered by the Beast of Anarchy. Some words had been mercifully erased. Others were not. 4 will dominate 4, none can be equals, none can be united, the reverse is the mirror, the 8th will usher the age of apocalypse. There were many, many more sentences proclaimed. Some were outright contradicting everything that came before, others would have made his blood freeze if he had still been made of flesh and blood. But one thing was clear. No, 2. 2 things were clear. Abaddon knew. The Emperor knew. Both had come to Skavenblight when it was still called Sikaris. In person for the former, via an avatar of the Astronomicon for the latter, most likely. When? Malal suspected after the siege of Terra, but before the last Black Crusade. They knew. The War Master of Chaos and the Anathema had found out some of the few rules that Chaos could not go against, and now both, for very different reasons, were trying to exploit them in order to achieve victory. If there are 8 smaller dominions unable to ally with each other, order can divide and conquer at its leisure. His father was truly gambling that once the 8 paths had their gods, he would be able to kill them one by one. And thanks to the death of Slaanesh, the birth of Malal and every deity after it would not destroy the galaxy in the process. Of course, the new War Master has both greater and different ambitions. He wishes for 4 of the 8th to be greater, while 4 languish in the shadows. And they will all court him. They will all be vying for his military acumen and decisiveness. The screech of his patron was particularly abominable. Anarchy did not like being told what to do at the best of times. Having to crawl to a mortal to beg for scraps was a colossal insult. The power of rats ravenously eating the other rats was unleashed. The walls began to corrode. Pillars broke. The rebuilding of the old ruins abruptly stopped. There was a glimpse of something at the end of the tunnel. There was a glimpse of... Stop! He shouted. I must. But Malal was not listening to him. Malal was screeching and hurling its displeasure at everything that had the misfortune to be too close. Everything was dissolving. Everything was falling apart. But the eyes of a Primarch were almost divine. They could see. They could see a new 8-pointed star. Except this one had a malefic eye at the center of it. An eye. The eye that watches, but not the eye of Horus, never Horus, not Horus. Horus was weak, you learned of it here, despoiler, you learned of its existence, the greatest treasure of the Phoenix throne, you came here during your errant quest, searching for the path that would lead you to it. You wanted the eye of Shirayan. And the screeching of Malal suddenly came to an end. Because, and the Beast of Anarchy had acknowledged it at the same moment Omegan did, it was almost certain Abaddon had grabbed this priceless treasure before raising the banner of the Black Legion. It changed things. No, it changed everything. Nyx sector. Nyx system. Ferris Revenge shipyards high orbit above Nyx. 2.404.313 M35. Admiral Miranda Lawson. Thank you for agreeing to clear a spot in your schedule so promptly, Your Celestial Highness. I reward success, and you've been very successful in some parts of the Venus cruiser construction, Admiral, or so Archmagos Sultan assures me. The living saint gave her a polite smile. And of course, I had this entire day of very tedious conferences on Ferris Revenge, so I admit you make a nice interlude. Moreover, your message was intriguing. I will try to justify this confidence. One of the 2 space marines playing the role of bodyguards clearly tried not to laugh, and then tried to pretend it was a cough when Lady Weaver glared in his direction. Right. I have about 40 minutes before the next meeting on my very schedule. Convince me, Admiral. As I'm sure you are aware, due to the clearances involved, the tech priests on Terra Cimmeria have been able to unlock a new STC template, Your Celestial Highness. Yes, they did, with some custodes support. The ruler of the Nyx system blinked. I was under the impression that it is something incredibly complicated and more fit for expensive research on graviton technology, however. It is, and it isn't. Now she had at least the curiosity of a living saint. Explain. Some of the theory of the T-waves and the graviton particles are completely beyond me, Miranda admitted shamelessly. A lot of the graviton research available on Holy Terra and Mars was revealed by the God Emperor himself during the negotiations whose outcome produced the Treaty of Olympus. Most of it comes to us straight from the Age of Strife, and we were only able to reproduce some of the complex tools as the Great Crusade came to its conclusion. Obviously, most of the advances were reduced to ashes in the Great Heresy right after it. I am not surprised to hear that. The golden-winged woman replied unhappily. But some of the research and the prototypes survived, I take it. They did, and the Imperial Navy invested a considerable amount of time and resources trying to pursue the project. Many Lawson admirals were involved in it during the last 2 millennia, by sheer coincidence. Sometimes I believe more in the Emperor's hand trying to guide us than coincidence, Admiral. The Basileus snorted. Miranda smiled back carefully. I presume the admirals of Battlefleet Solar had a good reason to sink so many resources into this project. One I can't see so far. Yes, I have seen some relic graviton weapons fired, and they're impressive. If the effect is magnified by a warship's battery, the offensive potential is obvious and terrifying. But I am realistic enough to know that 10 or 12 guns like that could cost as much as a brand new battleship if the tech priests aren't careful with their finances. You are completely right, Your Celestial Highness. Graviton weapons don't justify these massive expenses. The gravity wave projector, however, absolutely did. I've heard that name somewhere. I think Archmagos Lankovar used it when showing me some Tau prototypes and devices. Mainly in an attempt to allocate funds to some projects. I think it was able to slow the speed of human-sized enemies, or entirely halt them over a small area. But it was very short-ranged, and expended a frightening amount of energy for inefficient results. This, Miranda's lips twitched. This might be a family of weapons using the technology on a tiny scale, yes. Well, I have learned something very interesting this morning. Continue. There are several gravity wave projectors in the Jovian shipyards, the female admiral told her superior bluntly. But so far, we were never able to miniaturize them sufficiently to install them in a battleship hull. Moreover, the projectors are horribly short-ranged. As such, their deployment was considered impractical. That's all well and good, but I fail to see the importance of what you are telling me. Oh, sorry, Your Celestial Highness. I will cease to dance around the subject. With a gravity wave projector of sufficient range, and some other advanced derives that are found within the template, the Imperial Navy may very well be able to deploy ships that will create miniature gravity wells in graviton-disrupted areas under certain conditions. And this will mean that strategically, we will be able to disrupt the warp drives of an enemy fleet. The hands of the living saint struck the table, and Miranda admitted she almost jumped, because it was really a thunderous sound. Seriously? Miranda Lawson nodded hastily. Yes, Your Celestial Highness. It is the solution to the frustrating problem that has tormented every notable admiral since there is an Imperial Navy, how to force an enemy that doesn't want to face you in battle to commit his void assets despite the unfavorable odds. And it is also a way to turn the table against the traitors, who often enough trap squadrons and battle fleets inside warp storms, forcing to choose between damnation and annihilation. I can see that, A&D. Archmagos Sultan and Dragon were made aware of this. Yes. Archmagos Sultan agreed the theory was sound. Archmagos Dragon grumbled something about an interdictor or something of that nature. The angel grumbled too in the next seconds. Something about lead and reality being stranger than sci-fi. I suppose this has merit, then. But then I think the technology must have drawbacks too. The biggest and most notable problem, as far as I see it, Your Celestial Highness, is that it will neutralize only the enemy ships which use the warp drive or some variants derived from Imperial technology. The Necrons and the Tyranids, as far as I understand, do not fall into this category. The Eldar and some other Xenos also did not share what was easily the great advantage and weakness of the Imperium. And, well, the price for a single unit of this formidable application of graviton technology is extremely expensive. Miranda admitted. Furthermore, the STC template here proposes an extremely miniaturized version compared to the Jovian devices, but it remains huge. I think we will need a battlecruiser hull to deploy it. And of course, the more warships are equipped with this technology, the larger the area of effect, I assume. The female admiral silently nodded. We do not have the space and the resources to build something like that here, Admiral. One battlecruiser? Yes, we could build something like that. But an entirely new class with some of the most advanced technology that Sol has yet to field in Navy's service? No. Does that mean you are not going to fund the project until the first part of the naval program is over? No, to her great relief, the living saint answered, though her sigh was not exactly reassuring. Several of my advisors argued rather loudly that in the next campaigns to come, we need an edge against the multitude of enemies that will no doubt push their luck against the Imperium. You have given us a weapon that can upturn the strategic balance. It just means that we are going to need to act very carefully, and in secret. The Basile looked upwards, but her stars-filled eyes locked on something that Miranda was pretty sure wasn't in the room. Gamaliel, I fear I am very much going to need to contact call this time. Nix 3. Triangle Citadel. 2.410.313 M35. Basile Taylor Bear. Over a decade ago, the idea of sending 100 guardsmen against a single space marine, even for a light tactical exercise, would have been considered a punishment. Now? Well, the space marine still won with impressive ease. But the equipment, especially the new tactical drones the guardsmen had been given for today, was considerably improving the time they were able to last in the scenario. Those are Kriegers and Vostroyan firstborn in the trenches, aren't they? They are, Werner Groner confirmed as the Iron Drake battle brother brutally cleared trench after trench with foam grenades. Impressive, Taylor said aloud. How long did you give them before organizing this little game? 10 days, the Kadian informed her. Impressive, she repeated. I suppose you want to train other guardsmen like that. That would be for the best, the Quartermaster General replied. And I will politely request more drones. I suppose we can do that, and Leet was going to be happy to learn the invention he sponsored was mass-produced by the tech priests. Of course, I will warn you that I've heard several space marines protesting about the unfairness of these trials. They intend to ban the drones for the next formal military maneuvers in a few months. No, Taylor said drily. Their tech marines are going to buy drones of their own, and then they're going to field them against the guards' regiments. Werner had the good sense to win CE. Yeah, the space marines would obviously understand how much of an improvement the drones were for their operations. And unlike most guardsmen right now, they had a power armor that had sufficiently evolved cogitator power to control said drones remotely. Several magi are debating whether drones could end up as a separate branch of the armed forces of the Imperium. That's the enthusiasm speaking, I think. Honestly, Taylor hadn't truly decided on a position on the subject. I think I will wait for these new weapons to pass the trial of fire in the next years before making such a radical change. Experiment, then fight the political battles. The Basilea of Nyx chuckled right as the Iron Drake eliminated the remaining opposition with the paint ammunition. It is certain that it's not a if, it's a when those battles will be fought. The insect mistress shrugged. Still, there's no denying this phase is a success. You can proceed with the next one. Thank you, Your Celestial Highness. Truly these drones were really massively increasing the scouting capabilities of the reconnaissance regiments and every force on advance guards duties. It would give plenty of tools for an innovative commander, and decrease the casualties in consequence. The question was now if they could provide a worthwhile replacement to the Sentinels and other scouting vehicles, so that the men and the women could survive in the environments the drones warned them about. Other issues? She asked. Besides the obvious ones we already discussed for hours in the last months. The long-range precision fire, Groner answered thoughtfully. For the short range, we have the mortars, for the mid-range, the Vermilion Dawn rockets and all the current artillery pieces are adequate. But once we begin to go past 90 to 100 kilometers, our artillery is forced to fall silent. Most of the time during Operation Stalingrad, we had to rely on the Aeronautica Imperialis to strike further than that. And when we don't have air superiority, it results in unpleasant losses. And Death Strike missiles are way too expensive and dangerous to use on low strategic targets, Taylor finished. This wasn't an exaggeration, the 200 missiles she had negotiated with Triplex FAL recently were so horribly costly she could have created several tank regiments for the same price. Yes, Your Celestial Highness. This would mean a specialized long-range artillery regiment. Well, the Munitorum wouldn't have a problem with the concept, at least. This kind of battalion-sized unit would be able to destroy some key targets, but it wouldn't have the manpower to do anything else, like confronting an infantry regiment at close quarters if treacherous ideas were spread by the ruinous powers. That was my opinion, too. Werner Groner assured her. The price, however, is a big problem, and not just because I feel the tech priests will tell me it will require some really advanced technology to enter mass production. There were ideas to go with air defense systems to improve the panel options and provide high-altitude support to the Hydras. Could we make something with dual purpose? The Lady General Militant combed her fingers through her black hair. Maybe. I admit that I am a bit out of my depth here. I didn't study those incredibly specialized fields much, and so far, the last discussions I had were with tech priests trying to convince me that air-to-air missiles could be modified to ground-launched attack modes. And the field tests. They haven't started yet. There's a lot of doctrinal, vigorous debating. If you want more details, you will have to speak with Archmagos Dragon Richter. I will. Otherwise, we could always adapt what we have. The insect mistress sent an ironic glare at her subordinate. I hope you aren't going to propose our huge anti-orbital missiles to be mounted on trucks, General. Some of the ammunition had special armored trains built just for the very purpose of moving them from the spaceport to the silos where they played their role of deterrence. Perish the thought, Your Celestial Highness, the Kadian officer smiled before returning to a deadly serious expression. But I don't think we can keep relying only upon our hydras. The archenemy has proven that it can unleash new horrible mechanical abominations in the last Black Crusade, and I have really no wish to be defenseless when they will strike with their new super heavy bombers. I understand your point. Obviously, they were going to field new aircraft that would have the orders to shoot down everything that the enemy had in the air, but they couldn't really take chances on the subject. Please speak with the Master of Destruction as soon as you can. We will discuss the subject at the next Strategic Council. Nix System. Jagatai Celerity Shipyard. Headquarters of the Nix Compact. 2.418.313 M35. Rogue Trader Lady Magdalena Orpheus. The painting was beautiful, whether or not you liked jellyfishes. It felt so realistic that you could almost believe the subject of the artwork was really in an aquarium in front of you. It was too realistic, in fact. And knowing what she did now, Magdalena's unease was very, very real. Looking at your expression, I suppose it's a good idea I didn't invite any smug long-ear to this audience. I'm sorry, Your Celestial Highness, the rogue trader apologized, it's just that. You don't need to apologize, Lady Orpheus. Unlike plenty of people who have no reason but the imperial propaganda to believe the worst of the Xenos, you had the bad luck of meeting Sliskus. And in general, when you've met a Drukari, you have a tendency to hate the guts of all Eldar subspecies, not just the one which did you wrong. Yes, it's exactly that. Good. I will move the painting once we are done here. Its purpose was to give you a good idea of what sort of appearance the Guardian had. I can't exactly let you land on Catachan to see yourself, after all. Magdalena sighed in relief. Obviously, she knew Lady Weaver was not going to send her on a suicide mission, but it was always good to hear. I just hope it is not going to be amended by but I will send you into a place as dangerous as the Green Hell, Your Celestial Highness. She received an amused look for her humor. That depends entirely, I suppose, whether you consider the Galactic Core more dangerous than Catachan. Personally, I don't, but I may be a bit biased on the subject. As rumors were already spreading through the entire Nix system of what kind of hellish opposition the Guard, the Sororitas, and every being assigned to Operation Hell Garden had encountered, no, Magdalena didn't think the living saint was biased at all. The region is not known for having bred devils that can reach the size of titans. The female rogue trader did decide the yet was not to be spoken today. Does the order of priority for my mission is going to change? Must I locate this species of psyker jellyfishes at all costs and bring a breeding pair to Nix? Absolutely not, the angel shook immediately her head. I respect your courage, but you don't have the sheer power needed to capture the equivalent of a young guardian, no matter how many advantages I could give you. Even if a young jellyfish would lack both the experience and some of the overwhelming power of the guardian, the psychers I spoke with confirmed that young specimens would fall into the alpha class category. In other words, a capture mission would just result in your extremely painful deaths for no gain. No. This is not a capture mission, it is one of information gathering. I must know if in the Galactic Core, there is a planet where the species of the guardian jellyfish survived. Will I be able to use local resources for this goal? Magdalena bluntly asked. By that, I mean. Yes, you will be able to request the help of whatever Duardan agents want to cooperate with you. You don't have the time to explore the Galactic Core system by system, and that is not why I'm sending you there anyway. The bastions Borak spoke to me about, however, have been there for millennia. In all likelihood, they have been able to compile massive records on the fauna and flora they encountered during their mining and non-mining operations. I just warn you to be careful. You think they would seek to grab jellyfishes for themselves? The black-haired holder of the ancient Orpheus warrant of trade reacted with genuine surprise. No, I'm far more afraid that once they know what we're after, certain Duardan merchants would try to raise their prices, until the sums we're speaking about range somewhere between extravagant and financially delirious. This was alas a way more likely outcome, yes. Nonetheless, the potential dangers and the stakes have considerably skyrocketed due to factors you had no say in. That's why I plan to reinforce your expedition, Lady Orpheus. The journey to the Galactic Core, even with the support of the White Scars to provide succor close to the region, is not going to be a tranquil affair, she noted. I doubt anyone but rogue trader ships can maximize the odds of a return with most of the crew alive and some success under their belts. And unfortunately, all the rogue traders of the Compact were already assigned to other missions, some temporary, while others like Wolfgang Bach promised to last far longer periods of time than hers. That is true. But I have spoken with Terra and some interested parties, A&D. As always, large rewards have a miraculous ability to open doors that have previously been sealed shut. I suppose greed is a powerful motivator, your celestial highness. Though it also brings out other problems. Completely true, but I remain moderately confident that crazy or not, your reinforcements will not be as enthusiastic as Leet and his accomplice in provoking as many conflicts as they can just because they feel it is going to be fun. Basilea Taylor a bear. It took 10 seconds. 10 seconds for Magdalena Orpheus to leave the hall where the jellyfish painting had been moved to. 10 seconds to swallow some cold water. 10 seconds also was the sum of the patience some muses could tolerate enduring. After that, Leandra of Kaelder jumped out and began to behave like she was the mistress of this place. I will admit that Sliskus had good taste, the red-haired Ildari smirked. I mean, satisfying his carnal urges with non-Ildari would have been a death sentence in Malkitha's court. I believe he would have been flayed alive before being thrown into a lake of some super acid before being resurrected. The glare she gave to the smug long-ear really conveyed nicely the message she wanted, because Leandra stopped immediately. But I suppose you don't want to hear that sex is something critically important if you want to not go insane. Most of your species went insane because you debased yourselves into planetary-sized orgies. The Angel of Sacrifice retorted. Yes, in hindsight, what was the point I was trying to make? Your gods should have tried to spank you for your behavior. We might have thought that was to encourage us, my Empress. Taylor sighed. It seemed that she was not going to win this debate. All rogue traders I have working in my service are going to be told to keep both eyes open for the possibility of encountering the species of the Guardian, but realistically, Magdalena Orpheus and Wolfgang Bach are the ones who are going to explore areas cut off from the Imperium for millennia. And if they found the species in question, your Imperium may get access to the knowledge of the Old Ones, and design crude geomantic engines. Yes. In turn, that would allow them to launch vast recovery operations for worlds previously devastated by war and other cataclysms. And yes, they were doing something like that at Neptunia, but compared to the Muse's memories and Leandra's own words, it was extremely primitive compared to the efforts the Old Ones were applying on daily whims. By the way, since the Ildari clearly didn't manage to reverse engineer these geomantic engines, how did you erase so much of the damage of the war in heaven at your height? It is true we had no geomantic engines, but we had our gods, the golden-skinned muse spoke with a slight smile. Taylor raised an eyebrow. I seriously doubt Cain had powers which made him skilled in the art of turning wastelands into forests and verdant plains. Cain was the exception, yes. It was Isha and Liliath who were considered the greatest in this art. There's a reason why we called ourselves children of Isha during an eternity, and why the new gardens were called the Maiden Worlds. It was common during certain periods to affirm the goddesses were etheric geomantic engines. With the caveat that when the empire of a billion moons fell, this alternative to the true geomantic engines fell with it, and thus not only were the Eldar's souls suddenly no longer safe, they also had no way to Eldar form new planets from the ruins of their folly. Thank you for this explanation. I suppose we can only hope the rogue traders and other parties will find young Guardian-type jellyfish in time. The Guardian has to relinquish this knowledge before dying, if not, it will be a dark omen for this entire galaxy. I agree completely, my Empress. Of course, in this instance, I think the humans have a considerable advantage over the descendants of the Ildari. One must search for powerful jellyfish, and since the Guardian clearly was invisible to all threads of fate, the farcers will be of no help at all. The more eyes search, the better. And there are more human eyes out there ready to do it than there are children of Isha. It was a logical reasoning, yes. Of course, Taylor had already contacted Terra and Baal among other planets, and the negative answers didn't exactly put her in an optimistic mood. This quest, since I believe it is one of the most important one we will have for the next decades, is indeed going to be led by humans. That said, I believe it is necessary to use all our potential sources of information to solve this problem. And in that regard, the better informants are those who were alive when the old ones were still around. It was with a certain pleasure Taylor saw that all smugness had deserted Leandra of Kaelder. My Empress, this is... Ruby-colored lips were licked in a rare show of hesitation. The Queen of Blades doesn't like to be disturbed. And you know how frequently she answers queries. I may have to track her to wherever she went to train. The Queen of the Swarm began to giggle. The former Blood Muse pouted. It is not fair, my Empress. You know she is going to use me as a punching bag, as your Dawnbreaker guard enjoys saying aloud. Yes, in all likelihood, she will. Taylor was a chosen of the Emperor of Mankind, the Shield of Angels, and the Lady of the Nyx Sector. She was incredibly powerful and proud. Thus she didn't voice the thought better you than me. But there are two ancient legends who may know something of the Guardian and how the old ones genetically and psychically altered him to suit their purposes on Catachan. One is the Queen of Blades. The other is Trazyn the Infinite. Taylor grinned. I am going to personally contact the latter, but if it is your utmost desire, we can always swap interlocutors, Leandra. Horror coexisted with admiration in the next 3 heartbeats. You are really evil, my Empress. The Eye of Terror. The Broken Worlds. Empyrean saturation maximal date estimation impossible. Battleship Natural Selection. Warlord Militia, the destiny unwritten. Most of the time, when you sailed through hell, you tended to forget that the prison had once been the heart of the greatest empire to have ever ruled this galaxy. And the Eldar had ruled for millions of years. Millions. The Imperium, by contrast, had not lasted 200 years before almost destroying itself in civil war, and even today, the new formula was barely 5,000 years old. But admittedly, mankind had never enjoyed the advantages other species took for granted. And when Slaanesh was born, when the Eye of Terror tore apart the Matrium, most of the empire had disappeared in mere seconds. The great monuments like the palaces of deprivation had disappeared with it. Excess had come to claim everything, and 99% of everything that the Eldar had loved to boast of was disintegrated by divine wrath. The Eye of Terror had not just been the death blow to the Eldar Empire, it was their damnatio memoriae too. But not everything had disappeared with its Xenos creators. Obviously, the life expectancy wasn't great for the crumbling remnants. It was the Eye of Terror. But here, before her eyes, there remained some shadow of the past glories. The Broken Worlds. It was almost a poetic name to describe immense void naves that had been abandoned in the middle of nowhere. The hulls were beyond gigantic. They were more colossal than the Moon of Sol, and it was not the fires of stars and the laws of cosmic physics which had created them. No, these hulls had been shaped by impossibly complicated psi technology, the likes which had never been touched by human sorcerers. In many respects, the Broken Worlds were the predecessors of the current Eldar craft worlds, pleasure crafts which sole purpose was to ensure the long ears enjoyed absolutely luxurious living conditions when they traveled across the galaxy. But when the Eldar had grown bored of their unprecedented planet-sized chariots of the void, they had abandoned them here, after removing everything that was ether-active or valuable to them. And thus the Broken Worlds had survived the fall of Slaanesh, when the Eldar didn't. I wouldn't advise to get much closer than we are, Boroskan chimed in conversationally. There are rumors some nasty scavengers have made their lairs inside these planetoids. Pure superstition, Militia scoffed. There isn't any air inside these carcasses, and while Eldar shipbuilding before their fall surpasses the art of mankind, nothing is eternal. If there is anything left inside the Broken Worlds, it's demonic. Even orcs and other belligerent life forms need air in significant quantity to survive long term. Several minutes were spent watching the spectacle offered by the Broken Worlds. It was strange to feel so tiny, to be confronted with your own insignificance compared to these leviathans of the past. The galaxy was old, and uncaring. This may be the lesson that you could take from the sights. I know why you chose this place to hide, but I doubt the ferryman is going to be fooled for too long. It has given us a respite of several days, and it is what matters. A respite for what? The Space Marine inquired. So far, the Black Legion is the nicest reception we got, and it was more or less don't fight while we negotiate. Once they obtained what they wanted from you, the despoiler and his cohorts ignored us. And with this precedent, I don't think anyone will try to join forces with us. A respite to escape the Eye of Terror once again, the Tsianchan sorceress replied. Boros gave her a surprised look. We lack the means to go through the Kadayan Gate. Who said anything about using the Kadayan Gate? I am very well aware we lack the strength to challenge the Kars and the millions of guardsmen permanently stationed there. At best, we will make them laugh as they crush us in a one-sided manner. But, you don't have your hourglass anymore. Unless you lied about this. Regrettably, no, I lack my hourglass. That accursed bastard of King in Yellow shattered it while the final battle raged. It had been one of the many bad surprises waiting for her when she returned to the natural selection. Many key treasures broken, as the guardians empowered to guard over them had lost all reason, killed themselves, or outright been turned to dust. The King in Yellow would pay for that. No, Nagash would pay for that. And with interest. In that case, we will be forced to use one of the existing gates. Boros told her with a tone of finality. Not exactly, the female para-human corrected him. There are other unstable routes on which one can leave the Eye of Terror. Yes, the incredibly dangerous ones. Assuming you can reach them in time, you have mere minutes to use them, and even if you do everything right, sometimes, you lose half of the fleet in the process. I heard in fact from a few legionnaires that it is the best scenario. 3 cases out of 4, you fail, and everyone is turned into cosmic debris, or worse. That's why I desire an artifact that permits me to properly stabilize the road out of the Eye of Terror. The blonde sorceress admitted to her lieutenant. We can't of course open something as big as the Kadayan Gate without the Imperium moving half of its armadas to intercept us, but we can with proper rituals and an excellent focus, delay the collapse of the temporary exit by a few days. The escape would still be dangerous and require peerless helmsmen to lead the way, but the chances would rise from extremely low to fairly good. All right, I concede the idea is not stupid. But where do you find an artifact as useful as this one, and why did the despoiler never bother to acquire it for one of his 4 massive campaigns against the dogs of the false emperor? Brigantian 4, Militia said simply. The planet of steel? We don't have the military strength to storm it. And I heard that since the destruction of Kumarak, the planet has been fully engulfed by the Eye. If it isn't a daemon world now, I don't know what it is. Yes, it is one of the 4 great citadels of the Iron Warriors Legion inside the Eye. And the slaves of Perturabo after the Myrmidon androids, it felt disgraceful to call them his sons, had an unhealthy obsession building the greatest fortified strongholds of the hellish prisons, so the competition was high among their ranks. If the Night Lords had been in control of the planet, we would have had a chance of victory, but... No, Militia abruptly stopped him. It had to be the Iron Warriors. The pirates of Conrad Kurz only care about loot, plunder, slaves, and committing atrocities that can give nightmares to everyone. We could have only offered them to take them with us along the journey, and obviously, we would have had to watch our backs until they deserted our side to go after badly defended targets. The Iron Warriors are far more predictable. They are also waiting for us behind kilometers-tall walls of adamantium and the toughest materials that can be found in the Eye of Terror. Yes. The Destiny Unwritten whispered softly. And it will not save them. 86th most wanted being of the Imperium. Dead only. Manor Ustrath. The Tyrant of Steel. Warsmith of the Iron Warriors, Traitor Legion. Traitor Siege Master. Heretic and Forge Master. Extremely dangerous. Extremis Alpha physical threat. Extremis Beta Diabolus threat. Extremis Traitorus. Do not engage without Imperial fists or other support from the Sons of Dorn. The target is noted to have built immense fortifications and legions worth of heretical engines powered by Redacted. Reward, 25 trillion throne gelts, 1 fortress world, support of several Kadayan regiments, several medals and commendations from the Imperial fists, etc. Outer edge of the Eye of Terror. Brigonian 4. Empyrean saturation maximal date estimation impossible. Warsmith Manor Ustrath. The thunderous sounds were entirely devoted to making new weapons of war. Many had compared Brigonian 4 to a succession of forges and colossal gears whose only purpose was to produce new ways to kill their enemies, and there was truth to that. The warpsmiths were building the weapons. The rest were building the defenses to protect the forges. Iron within, iron without. It was all as it should be. Colossal gears moved perpetually, crushing everything in their path. The raw substances of the planet and the warp were funneled into large lakes of lava so that the machines could find and use everything valuable in them. Demons were dragged out of reality to be bound inside metallic chassis. Artillery tubes were shaped and prepared by the tens of thousands. As the large iron hearts beat faster, proof of the mastery of the 4th Legion over the Matrium and the Immaterium, the smells of oil, sulfur, and of course steel alloys were everywhere. Imperfect weapons were sent back to the furnaces, obviously. Sectors which had failed to respect the quotas he had assigned were dismantled, devoured by the ones which had. Everything was as it should be. Except for one thing. Glory to Tsianch. You can't not escape from, Aarg. Manor Ustrath looked at the miserable worm who had dared revolt against his authority. Dismantle him piece by piece, and throw the remains into the twisted engines. Show the slaves the consequences of rebelling against my rule. And once you have done that, find all his accomplices. This one couldn't have gotten so far inside the Styx citadel without support. Yes, Warsmith. The legionnaire saluted and ran out, proof that he had perfectly heard the unsubtle threat in Manor Us words. Either the accomplices would be found, or soon Brigonian 4 would have a new master of executions. Cultist activity is on the rise, Warsmith. The thunder of the hammers striking the metal rose higher, overwhelming many voices, and more slaves perished below. Though we don't know how. We know perfectly who is behind these pathetic attempts to destabilize my rule, the implacable master of Brigonian 4 declared. Militia. It must be that useless wretch Militia. I would have thought that the ferryman pursuing her from one end of the Eye to the other would have prevented her from plotting. Apparently not, he grunted. Curse Skirvithrax for not finishing her at Harmony. Skirvithrax, or the War Master. In many other legions, it would have been something worthy of the worst punishments. But the Iron Warriors of Brigonian 4 were not the dogs of the Despoiler, or anyone else. They were their own masters. Both, I suppose, Manor Ustrath responded. Anyway, it is a problem. We are not ready. And the flow of legionnaires from Midrengard has all but ceased. Words that he didn't think would ever cross his lips or any of his warband warriors, really. The Eye was truly changing. I think everyone who wanted to escape Midrengard has done so now. Falk and the others certainly did, they just chose to not come here and accept my authority, unlike others. Mechanical groans succeeded to screams of pain as another assembly line finished the creation of a new model of Held Rake. This creation seemed particularly ferocious and vicious, even by the standards of these engines. It devoured 3 reptilian slaves' body and soul before the runes of hatred compelled it to stop. This betrayal is too. We are not surprised by this latest treachery from our so-called Gene-sire, the Warsmith of Brigonian 4 interrupted coldly. He always was a true bastard, and if not for several interferences, he would have destroyed us before the Great Crusade came to an end. His actions make perfect sense from his perspective. He believes the Legion is unsuited to march into the Inferno and die like the idiots worshipping Lorgar did. Therefore his solution is to drag all our souls back to Midrengard, and build us anew as parodies of men of iron. Enslaved Astartes forever cursed to be trapped in a men of iron's armor. For all his facade of calm, Manor still felt the fury he had felt when the first warband of Midrengard had arrived to show him the evidence. And while he wouldn't admit it to anyone, yes, he had shivered. There had been unease. Perturabo had done some brilliant things, and others that were downright monstrous. But the revelation of these Myrmidon androids had been on another level altogether, and from what he knew, the reaction of the Legion stationed on Midrengard had been split between two extremes, those who had decided to depart immediately with everything they could transport, and those who had sworn vengeance and urged every legionnaire to besiege the massive citadel where their so-called father had made his lair. The former were alive. The latter were not. Increase the alert of our defences, Manor Ustrath commanded his subordinates, who all saluted back the Olympian way. I don't know whether militia will get here before Midrengard throws several of these strange space hulks against us, but it is a certainty now that Brigonion is going to be attacked sooner than we calculated. They will all die, Warsmith. Our walls will not fall. Indeed they will not. And our enemies will soon understand why we call this world the planet of steel. Ultima segmentum. Nix sector. Nix system. Nix 3. Hive Aquila. 2.422.313 M35. Lord Inquisitor Odysseus Tor. Obviously, the message could have been delivered by someone of far less seniority in the holy ordos of the Inquisition than him. But Odysseus had not met the Angel of Sacrifice recently, and with recent events, something unofficial yet requiring a personal touch was needed, in his opinion. So Inquisitor Mercoire thinks the situation is under control. The Basileia asked, eyes closed after sipping her tea. In the background, a large spider was reading the Atlas report, while many Catachan ants directed a small army of insects. He is. Apparently, he is not satisfied with the towering incompetence and lack of security procedures that were the norm everywhere near the Archduke's palace. Odysseus let the warmth of his hot chocolate spread through his body before opening his mouth again. I suppose you won't be surprised to hear that he has transferred close to 800 cases to the Adeptus Arbits. Then there was only the waiting. It wasn't long, certainly under 40 seconds. I suppose I can live with that, the Lady of Nyx nodded. Yes, I am willing to follow the recommendations of the Holy Ordos to deal with this fiasco. High Judge Milos will receive your report today, along with my support. The Arbits will be allowed to be the fully independent judicial power it is meant to be for procedures like this one. The Lord Inquisitor gave out a thin smile. I am moderately surprised you don't want to handle some of the cases yourself. Lady Weaver huffed. Please don't tempt me, my lord. I already had to vent on the sparring grounds for several hours after I read Pierre's report. If I hadn't listened to myself, I would have cut the heads of half of the Atlassian nobility, and sent the survivors to the penal legions. To be honest, it was exactly what plenty of Nyxians had almost expected to happen. The ardent supporters of Weaver with an excessive amount of jubilation, the conservative nobles with a surprisingly poorly hidden amount of fear. Somehow, I don't think the rumors spread by certain foreign agents sent by the administratum would have deterred you. He stated politely. You are absolutely right. The Queen of the Swarm replied bluntly. They were already proclaiming I am a tyrant months before this happened, they can go screw themselves, if they still have the physical ability to do it. I, however, have more practical concerns. Despite the accusations leveled against the Archduke and his court, there is no denying Atlas Primus and Atlas Tertius will keep their current roles as planetary governors. There may be a few courtiers who will fall after the investigations of the Arbits, but nothing compared to the turmoil of the civilized world. True, Odysseus Tor acquiesced, noting a point he had been waiting for several minutes. Is this the moment you will reveal why you had deployed your faithful venerable ancient to the Atlas system? No, the stars-filled eyes stared at him. It wasn't a glare. But it wasn't empty of defiance. I don't think I will. The Lord Inquisitor sighed internally. He had expected something like that, yes. And no, Odysseus didn't believe for a single second that ancient Pierre had somehow sniffed out in a few days the heretical cult which had ushered so much disorder and bloodshed. One had to be realistic. Weaver had likely sent the Dreadnought as a vanguard for a long-term plan which would remove the three Dukes of Atlas from their positions. There wasn't enough evidence, but his experience told him the Basileia had wanted to decapitate the three heads all at once. The irony was that the move had largely contributed in saving part of the Archduke's family from this three-headed abomination and the half-amateur military coup that had been unleashed at the same time. It is your prerogative, of course, but next time, please warn us. Several freshly arrived inquisitors were, not pleased by all the implications this affair had. Of course, quite a few were still trying to adapt to a sector where they had planetary governors in front of them that would call the Angel of Sacrifice before obeying their orders. Nonetheless, there had to be rules, or the next years wouldn't be calm. I will inform you of some of the actions taken in my name, if it doesn't threaten operational security, Lady Weaver swore after several seconds. Odysseus made a curt sign of the head. He supposed it was the best he was going to get today. How is the situation on the other fronts? The despoiler opened across the Samarkand quadrant. All the demonic influence and the heretics have been permanently neutralized, the Lord of the Ordo Malleus reported grimly. But I fear that in 3 cases at least, more unpleasant actions are going to be necessary. And one involves a plea for more ether gold. I see. The grim expression was copied by the insect mistress, and the spider behind her began to tape frenetically on the specially customized console. How unpleasant are we talking about? Hive Athena. The Palace of the Orient. 2.425.313 M35. Minister of Foreign Affairs Zoe 19 Attica. This minister gathering went far more smoothly than I foresaw. That's because you didn't tell your humble servants to change everything about the budget again, your celestial highness. I suspect there would have been fierce grumbling otherwise. The Basileia of Nyx snorted, and sent several of her blue medium-sized beetles able to carry away the plates and the refreshments. Yes, I suppose it would have been quite masochistic of me. The budget so far looks like it will be within margins this year, and the economy, so far, has not shown any sign of experiencing any massive inflation increases. Something that makes Baron de Signelas very happy, Zoe commented lightly. Oh, no doubt. The golden-winged ruler agreed. How did it go with the rest of the quadrant? I will likely need a few more weeks to give you a full sector-per-sector summary, Lady Basileia, but so far the general impression is overwhelmingly positive. Inter-sector is an all-times high, and the measured response of the Inquisition to recent events has been appreciated. Really? They're well aware you could have arrived with the Enterprise and begun to ask uncomfortable questions. The young noblewoman pointed out. Yes, I could have. But not in all likelihood without feeling like a massive hypocrite. I couldn't stop the situation on Atlas Secundus from exploding out of control. What right I have to blame sector lords who have even less influence than I do over the other planetary governors? To be clear, Zoe could guess that if a sector or a subsector had been the site of one of the 8 or 9 Vermilion level alerts that had shaken the quadrant and provoked a massive military retaliation from the Inquisition and other military forces, there would have been a hefty price to pay for many lords and ladies. But they weren't, though. As she understood, some ether gold testing had been made in certain cases. As far as certain ambassadors reported, several governors wouldn't have hesitated if the armored boot was on their side. I know. But this time, I think we need to be better than to spill the promethium and feign surprise when we bring the flamer near it. Zoe grimaced at the image. Does that mean? I have not abandoned the idea to reform the Imperium, do not worry. But I have realized that as pessimistic as I was on the political front, I was not pessimistic enough. This time the Win-Ce on the living saint's face was not hidden in the least. I fear Atlas is going to keep us very, very busy for the next decades. Unless for some reason the First Duke and the Grand Duke have changed their course of action. This would have been quite something, Zoe thought. Those two had refused pretty much everything that was associated with Nyx, and they weren't going to bare their throats at such a critical moment. I'm afraid, Lady Basileia, that it isn't the case. The First Duke and the Grand Duke are incredibly sorrowful about the deaths of the Atlas incident. And clearly, they are proudly claiming they were loyal all along. Why, the cultists were all found on Atlas Secundus, and thus the heresy began and ended there. Their only mark of shame was to be so close to Atlas Secundus. One of the Space Marines watching over the small audience room coughed violently. Well, Lady Weaver drawled, I suppose I shouldn't be surprised by their incredible survival instincts. They abandoned their cousin to your mercy, Lady Basileia. Given how strong the blood ties were between Atlas Secundus rulers and their own houses, I am hesitant to call it a smart strategy. Did I call them smart? The Lady of Nyx snorted again. They are as stubborn as some wild groxes I saw recently. They just happen to have better clothing habits, that's all there is beneath the facade. I suppose they're gambling on the fact that if I want to build a modern and functional society on Atlas Secundus, it will cost me so much that I will need to look away from their feudal domains. They're not completely wrong, are they, Lady Basileia? I mean, all the economic warnings are clear about the risks of inflation if Nyx was to act unwisely. Plus, as it had been mentioned before, the budget of the Hive world and everything associated with it were in a sound situation right now. I know. But we may have a bit more margin next year. And with the return of the survivors of Operation Hell Garden, I will have an abundance of queen ants. Bacta production is going to increase significantly. And what is good for Bacta sales is good for the Nyxian Investment Fund. You decide, Lady Basileia. Zoe chuckled. After all, you and your lovely wife are the main shareholders, I believe you control something like 80% of it. 70%, the black-haired ruler corrected with a grin. Greed is a dreadful sin. And many planetary governors of the Nyx sector and the quadrant would not have been able to resist it, they knew. Well, this promises very interesting budget discussions for the next year, to be sure. It also promises a very interesting series of talks with certain nobles of Atlas Secundus too, don't you think? Nix. Hive Athena. Seraphim Avenue, the gateway to the spire. 2.514.313 M35. Archduke Brabanto 15 de Flor. Unlike most of his children and the overwhelming majority of his court, Brabanto 15 had visited Nix before. It had been 42 years ago, give it or take it, and his memories of the planet were hazier than he liked to admit, even to himself. But Brabanto remembered enough to know that the massive street leading to the gubernatorial palace of this level had been reserved to nobles and all those who were employed directly by them. And the plebeians were by law forbidden from showing their faces if they did not have the proper permits. Of course, the avenue he recalled had been known as the Ajax Menelaus Avenue, not Seraphim. Moreover, failing memory or not, he did not remember all the shops and the angelic statues. Could a world change so much in 40 years? The Atlassian noble in him wanted to believe that, no, it couldn't. The pragmatic part of him whispered that the traces of blue, brown, and green that had been visible from high orbit had not come into existence by asking aloud and hoping something nice came out of it. The human part of him gritted his teeth as pain erupted in his body again. Brabanto looked at his left arm. He had never been proud of his muscles, and he wasn't narcissist enough to believe he could have attended the Atlantean Games as a participant. But it was still a shock. A shock to see that his left arm was made of metal. And as his eyes fell lower, Brabanto's mood fell as well. Despite the best efforts of his personal medics, his left leg had to be partially amputated too. The wounds taken from the traitor guards bribed by the heretics had made it inevitable. And this rubbed the injury with something extremely painful. Nothing but a miracle could have saved his arm. There hadn't been much left of his hand after the first enemy shot, but Bacta could have saved his leg. But of course, Atlassian politics being what they were, they had refused Nixian interferences from the very beginning. And thus there had been no red Bacta on hand to heal him and save his leg. The Inquisition had some, Brabanto knew. But it had all gone for the personnel fighting against the heretics and the traitors. There had been a priority order, and for the first time in decades, he had not been at the top of it. Of course, he was a governor. A man of his station could buy prosthetics for an affordable price. Brabanto had done that. But one more problem that had suddenly slammed in his face was that while Atlassian device synchronizers existed, the best of the best in the Nix sector were not found on Atlas. Add the irregular flashes of pain to the underwhelming performance of his new metal appendages, and Brabanto had been given a prime taste of the consequences of his politics. And now as his aircar opened in front of the flamboyant red carpet, the Archduke of Atlas Secundus was not confident at all he had made the correct choices for his world and his people. Honestly, he had likely been less confident than he thought he had been in the last years, but it didn't matter. Regrets didn't matter. Deeds did matter. And Brabanto had really no reason to boast about anything. Especially not as on each side of the red carpet, a parade guard of thousands of guardsmen clad in Nixian blue was lined up. Usually, the Lord of Atlas knew, these men and women would be in their most splendid uniform, wield honorific swords, all the while pretending they were not going to run to the nearest tavern to get royally drunk the moment their superiors allowed them to. Today, that wasn't the impression given by the soldiers of the Imperial Guard. All of them were clad in some sort of advanced armor. Brabanto knew there had to be some which was carapace and some that was power when it came to the models, but he didn't know enough about the military side of things to say which was which. He could say, on the other hand, that these hundreds, no, thousands of men were equipped and ready for war. There were whistles and some music. The armored boots slammed against the floor, staying far short of the red carpet. And that was all. There was no sign of a herald to announce his titles, no loud demand to cheer for a governor of his importance. And he was not stupid enough to not recognize the unspoken message. You were incompetent. You were lax. You opposed me on everything that mattered, and you were wrong. The massive doors of the palace in the distance, an edifice that seemed to have become even more imposing and fortified since his last stay here, opened in a song that resonated like the calls of the banners of the god emperor. It was, far away. Very far away. Brabanto swallowed heavily, and thanked everything that was holy that he was allowed to use his hover chair. There was no doubt in his mind that this walk would have demolished him physically, erasing all the healing progress of the last days. It was, ultimately, going to be something you could describe as an awful experience. Lord Archduke, one of his daughters whispered, there are rumors that the distance one needs to walk to reach the living saint is directly proportional to the annoyance she feels towards the petitioner. I have heard the rumors, Brabanto grimaced as he tried to install himself correctly on his hover chair. We better pray they are not true. More pain pulsed in body. Brabanto gritted his teeth. We have been invited. Let's go meet our host. And if he died here today, it would make sure he didn't see the tens of thousands of nobles and non-nobles that he had failed by his inept handling of Atlassian politics. Severity's manner. Basilea Taylor a bear. It was strange to think it here and now, but Taylor felt more than a little pity for Archduke Brabanto 15 de Flor as he advanced towards her elevated throne. The man really behaved like he was encircled by a school of mega sharks that had just been told dinner was served. It may not even be that much of an exaggeration. The 100+ nobles following on his heels were not all antagonistic, but plenty were already anticipating the slaughter. It was not completely surprising, but after the you're-on-your-own attitudes of the First Duke and the Grand Duke, Taylor had hoped for some loyalty from the Atlassian nobles. Clearly, if she hoped for an outstanding display of brotherhood and genuine trust, it wasn't going to be this pack of jackals that was going to set an example for future generations. Or it would be taught in schools as something that you shouldn't do. Your Celestial Highness, Brabanto left his hover chair as he reached the first stairs leading to her not throne, and kneeled, despite the obvious pain it must have caused him. I have answered your invitation. Indeed, you have, the Basileia answered coldly, waiting 3 seconds, before deciding there was no point to be cruel. Rise, Lord Archduke. The nobles of course whispered at her words. What? Did they truly think she was going to kill him on the spot in front of them? If it had been the case, she wouldn't have wasted the price of a journey to Nyx to do so. Pierre was still there trying to remove the black sheep of the Atlassian PDF along with a team of Heracles wardens. Separating the head of a noble from his shoulders didn't require a giant audience with a demonstration of force. And besides, it was interesting to get a look at one of the people who had been constantly irritating her. There had been vids and other hololithic documentation, yes, but most of them had been made for propaganda purposes. In reality, once you removed the purple and red rich clothes that seemed to be straight out of a Renaissance fair, Archduke Brabanto 15 really looked average. He was reasonably fit, though the severe injuries suffered during the coup may change that he clearly hadn't adapted well to his mechanical prosthetics. Yes, the richly silver-embroidered cloak of carmine was incredibly extravagant. But for all the annoyances, for all the political struggles, the Archduke looked like a man completely unsuited for his position. It was, assuredly, truly something to never forget for the short and long-term future. I am sure you know why I invited you here, Lord Archduke. She began as her gold wings unfurled, acknowledging she had to look like a miniature sentinel of light in her golden power armor. Inability to fulfill my sacred duties, Brabanto 15 answered in the voice of someone who knew the axe of the executioner was close. Incompetence in the fact your vigilance wavered against the heretics and the abominations they serve, the winged para-human corrected. If you had tried to embezzle some of the resources you were supposed to pay to the administratum, I don't believe we would be having this conversation. If you had harbored pirates and other outlaws guilty of attacking the Imperium's shipping lanes, the Imperial Navy would have delivered the reply in person. Needless to say, it would have been a battleship and a few flag officers that would have sailed to Atlas. You let heresy spread under your watch. And though your Prime Minister appears reasonably competent, there is ample evidence of you and plenty of your relatives dismissing the warnings that several arbits and representatives of the Imperium made concerning your ridiculous isolationist behavior. Do you deny these accusations? There was no resistance, just resignation, both in the man's eyes and his behavior. It wasn't sacrifice, it wasn't falling upon your sword to defend others. It was just that, resignation. No, your Celestial Highness. Of course, behind him, the pack of nobles really looked like they were about to jump and tear him to pieces. Your honesty is duly noted. Archduke Brabanto 15 de Flor. By the power invested in me by the Emperor, may his radiance and sacrifice be forever honored, I strip you of your title, duties and privileges of planetary governor. Fortunately for the salvation of your soul, the Inquisition has declared you pure of the corruption the chief heretic spread on your world. Therefore I will be merciful. The small secondary castle palace you have in the Thia Mountains of Atlas Secundus will remain in your possession with a reasonable amount of servants. You are hereby commanded to stay here for the next 10 years, which will give you time to heal from your wounds and meditate on what you've done wrong. Once this period of penitence is over, you will place yourself under the authority of the Holy Ordos of the Inquisition. The ex-governor of Atlas Secundus suddenly looked far happier than he had when he entered this room, a confirmation that she was not the only person to have thought the aristocrat was unsuited to fill the shoes of the highest office of the civilized world. Your Celestial Highness, may I? Do not speak to the web mistress without being invited to. Yes, the carrion birds were here to pounce upon their prey. But Artemis was here to admonish them severely, and if a giant golden spider storming out from her hiding place didn't surprise you a bit, you had good nerves. At least most learned their lessons quickly. They didn't open their mouths for several seconds. As their janitor moved his hover chair several meters to the side to give them room, Taylor wondered how was it that Pierre had not stolen all their hats. They had some really impressive headwear, and it had been complemented by pearls, feathers, and in some cases, even some devices to project the illusion of hunting scenes. But as much of a pleasure it was to have silence, there was no avoiding the dance. She gave the command to Artemis, and her adjutant general allowed one of the female nobles to speak, one she was pretty sure was trying to seduce her given the indecent cleavage of what should have been a ball gown of blue and crimson. Your Celestial Highness, if a planetary governor is removed from his position for the charges he was guilty of, there are many interpretations of the succession laws. As funny as it would have been to play with their expectations, or let them propose ridiculous methods to settle their way. She didn't intend to spend days speaking with the Atlassian nobles. The basic succession laws don't apply here. I read the extensive reports the Inquisition wrote on every potential candidate, and frankly, I am appalled by the plots and intrigues that were made in the aftermath of the heretics being purged. As it stands, I don't believe any member of the Atlassian nobility has the mindset and the honor to be a good planetary governor. The Lady of Nyx could name one of Brabanto's 15 children, oh yes. And sadly, watching them as they stood in this hall, there was little doubt that it would take more than 10 years before his or her removal in an extremely violent manner, one way or another. The possibility of her own blade being the cause of said death was not to be discounted either. Fortunately, I have been given the honor by the Primarch Robert Guillemon himself to host the valiant chapter of the Angel's Revenant after the series of victories won in the Macrage system. Thus a solution to my dilemma exists today. You can't do that. You heathen. The noble whose cloak had been covered in emeralds abruptly stopped his scream of defiance when he realized that Artemis was not the only one who had stayed hidden out of sight. The Dawnbreaker Guard had too. Henri Clougerge Bulgage of the Iron Champions cut for a very impressive figure at all times. The offending noble was removed from the room in a deathly silence. It took many seconds before another daughter of the Archduke stepped forwards. This one had dyed her hair in purple, and the style reminded Taylor for a strange reason the fashion sponsored by Aurelia Mellis. She had a large amethyst necklace around her throat, all of the certainly purchased from Magira, and her yellow robe of silk was clearly both trying to respect the Renaissance style and to seduce. Not necessarily in that particular order, mind you. Ah, Your Celestial Highness, we have been loyal subjects of the Golden Throne. It would be a poor reward to confiscate all the wealth of House de Fleur and every noble family which stood against the darkness when the heretics tried to storm the governor's palace. Sometimes, Taylor really thought that politics was just the art of lying through your teeth while keeping a smile on your face. Who spoke about confiscations, Countess? The insect mistress gave a silent command to Artemis to withdraw a bit. Several nobles had reacted very poorly to her being too close to them. She sighed. Obviously, all the houses, guilds, and other parties who sided with the heretics will have their wealth entirely confiscated, assuming it has not already been done at this hour. And the resources obtained from it will be placed at the disposal of the chapter master of the Angel's Revenant, who will name a seneschal of Atlas Secundus. Obviously, the Angel's Revenant chapter does not have a presence yet as they're busy fighting a war in the name of the Emperor, thus it will fall to the current Prime Minister to fulfill the duties in the interim, and he will be overseen by several Nyxian administrators. The last part she added as an afterthought was definitely payback, however. And one adjutant spider will administrate the accounts, in the eternal struggle against tax fraud. We will not fail you, web mistress. The young noblewoman paled, but maintained a face filled with dignity. The same couldn't be said about the rest of the jackals. Some had collapsed. Others were agitatedly waving their fans and clothes like they were hyperventilating. One or two were screaming hysterically no insults, no, it felt like their nerves or sanity had completely failed them at this hour. But, Your Celestial Highness, the angels of the emperors are no doubt the greatest warriors of the Imperium. This female aristocrat was certainly dangerous, her first impression hadn't been wrong. But they know nothing about the customs and the traditions of Atlas Secundus. This will require, a delicate touch. And here at last they came to the prelude advice of a genius, better known to the Imperium as Robert Guillemon. This is why, with the approval of the authorities that be, the creation of a Senate is an imperious demand of Nyx. Countess Serena de Fleur. There were days where you were tempted to curse your siblings as loudly as your lungs allowed you to. It was better to control oneself and resist the temptation, though. The living saint dominating them from above would not like that at all for one thing. It had been supposed to be so simple, according to the parasites they had sent ahead of their delegation. Wait for their genitor to pay for his incompetence, and then convince the Basileia of Nyx you were the most suitable candidate to replace him. A dozen or so of half-brothers had been pushing particularly hard for this, and they were archcounts and vice-dukes, while she was merely a countess. They had more resources, more secret accounts to spend, and in their totally modest opinions, they of course knew better. This is outrageous. Bruno was the first to react in a very vocal manner. The traditions of Atlas were to remove said institution around 2,000 years ago. Yes, I'm aware. The flamboyant figure burned so brightly it was very difficult to glance at her and not shiver in the process. What a former Lord Nyx tolerated, I won't. The institution will be reinstated, and the feudal rule will be relegated to the archives. All of Atlas will rise against this perfidy. Vital protested, once more proving he was lacking the intelligence of either of his parents. Was that a threat? The living saint inquired politely. The giant spider, which had been about to return to hide behind the curtains, returned to its previous position. You didn't need to be a duke to know that if this unconventional pet was given the order, they would all be dead in the blink of an eye. The Astartes that had just dragged Sabato outside would just have to clap his hands and clean up the mess. No. Yes. No. Panic made people do very stupid things, but it was one thing to know that intellectually, and a whole different thing seeing it with your very eyes. When you lived at court, everything was prepared months in advance. The etiquette was so well known that you could predict what would happen around their genitor with a clock, a calendar, and the dress code of the year. This is just a brazen attempt to confiscate our wealth. It is not. They were playing a game they had not been trained for. Serena made a few discreet hand signs. They had to be careful. Well, I for one refuse your dictate. I will go back to Atlas and... You will not. Artemis. Vital de Flor, Vice-Duke of Zephyr Island, Chancellor of the Eastern Gardens, Colonel of the Antelope Regiment, yes, the giant golden spider talked, the rumors had not been wrong about that at all. More worrying was the fact slapping them like a velvet glove. They had not been prepared for the living saint, but clearly the reverse was absolutely untrue. Value of the assets estimated at 2 billion Nixian throne gelts and change. We can buy the assets at your pleasure, web mistress. Their possessions were not going to be confiscated, in other words. But it was possible when there was a change of dynasty to buy palaces, forts, manors, gardens, and other particularly valuable lands the fallen nobility had jealously guarded. It was happening here and now, and Serena knew better than to hope that any of her half-siblings had the throne gelts, crowns, florins, or ducats to outspend the angel ruling over the wealthiest worlds of the sector. You were saying something about a senate, your celestial highness. Yes, the very act of speaking the words was a massive admission of defeat. I presume there will be requirements to enter it. Granted, Serena hadn't studied how any senate worked, but everyone knew you couldn't just stroll into the Senatorum Imperialis of Holy Terra and expect a seat to be waiting for you. There were things to achieve before that. Yes, there will be requirements. Obviously, one of them will be to be a law-abiding citizen of the Imperium. The Lex Imperialis is something that must be respected, not ignored. There will be elections. But the biggest requirement of all will be a mandatory period of service in one of the Imperium's institutions before applying for senatorial office. No. No, she couldn't mean. I am not merciless. The living saint's light seemed to leave no shadows, nothing to hide from her, be it emotions or thoughts. While my personal preference of course goes to the Imperial Guard, I am well aware not every citizen is suited for military life. Logically, it will mean leaving the choice of every Atlassian soul to serve the Imperium in the manner they want to. It can be the Administratum, the Arbits, the Mechanicus, or service under the guidance of the Adeptus Astartes. The last option had not been chosen randomly. With Atlas Secundus about to fall de jure under a chapter's authority, of course the other space marines in the sector would watch what was happening there with great interest. But it was a disaster for all the nobles of Atlas. Serena had not counted them, but there couldn't be more than 1,000 high officers of suitable blue-blooded deployment in the Guard, and that was one of the biggest contributions to the Imperium they did make recently. There will be a joint delegation of Aventinium and Nyx that will arrive soon at Atlas to shift Atlas Secundus towards the brilliant future the Emperor of Mankind wishes for all humanity's souls. But before that, I'm afraid I have to insist if you will recognize the authority of the Senate over you. Yes, otherwise they were all going to enjoy luxurious prisons on Nyx while the plebeians celebrated their exile. Nyx Sector. Nyx System. Nyx 3. Giraffe Spaceport. 2.611.313 M35. Basilea Taylor A. Bear. My lady. Yes, Diamantis. With all due respect, you didn't leave them a lot of choices. It had been only minutes ago the Atlassian aristocrats had disappeared in the direction of the VIP halls where they would wait until returning to high orbit. Okay, the minority of Atlassian aristocrats. About half had declined her proposal, and would stay honored guests in Hive Athena with her swarm monitoring them. You disagree? No, the Husgirl replied frankly. I would have removed them all. I was almost surprised you didn't. They were incompetent, not treasonous against the Imperium. So far, the insect mistress didn't add. And you might have noticed, like Gavriel and the rest did, that nowhere is there a promise that the Angel's Revenant will guarantee their presence in the new Atlassian Senate. A few of the heirs and heiresses might make it. Some of them had brains, and now that the old order was no more, they had all the motivation they needed to claw their way out. And if they choose to break their word as soon as they land on their home world. There is a reason Pierre didn't immediately return to Nyx. And the Inquisition presence is not as imposing as it is just because of the anti-heretic investigations. The reports indicated that as of last week, they had approximately 70% of the PDF under control. It went without saying that the arrogant feudal rule of the Atlassian nobility had left them with few friends, for all the patronage and the gallant and protective shield they had proclaimed for the last decades. If this proves so much of an efficient diversion, why not invite more nobles here? The Imperial Fist asked, visibly curious. The more were summoned to this little audience, the more suspicious the aristocracy was going to be. Many are incompetent, but not all, and they still have a brain somewhere in their heads. When you summon thousands of people at once, it's either to reward or to punish. And I don't think anyone was delusional enough to think I was going to reward the Archduke and his main advisors. Honestly, I think the only reason all his children and grandchildren came was because their ambition to replace their sire as planetary governor overwhelmed their common sense. And the other nobles would not have been part of the House of de Fleur, so they wouldn't have answered the invitation. Not unless it was delivered with a bolter. Or several hundred lasguns, yes. It was somehow disheartening that plenty of times, the only thing that could be taken for granted was the monopoly of violence the Imperium enjoyed over its citizens. There had been more times than she bothered to count when Taylor asked herself what would have happened if the Emperor had pushed a model that was more akin to a federal republic from the very start. Naturally, said political system would have had to survive the Horus heresy to be able to rebuild the Imperium into something idealistic. Anyway, the other nobles that are not part of House de Fleur will be forced to adapt too. I will likely have to visit Atlas in person next year, just between us. Joy of joys, stone of stones, the Huskarl grumbled before shrugging. At least we will be busy protecting you from all the assassination attempts. You have no faith in nobles respecting the aspirations for liberty of their subjects. The female parahuman knew it was a rhetorical question. Thank you very much. If you had confiscated their assets, my lady, they wouldn't have the resources or the personnel to hire said assassins. Touché. But it was better to wait for the nobles to give her the reason to remove them from the board. And when they did, it had been a surprisingly long amount of time since a penal legion had been formed. But there is another reason why I chose to come in person today. Follow me. The walk rapidly led them out of the secure corridors to sections where you had an excellent view of the orbital elevator, before moving to a shopping center closed at this hour. Half of the Dawnbreaker Guard, most of them specifically chosen by her, were acting as rear guard today, while Ishtar and several thousand spiders were the vanguard, along with 2 companies of guardsmen. It was not a race, but the Basileia knew that people without a constant physical activity would not have been able to follow them without sprinting after a few minutes. They passed through some of the most secure choke points installed at the creation of the Giraffe spaceport, before at last arriving to hangars which, all proportions guarded, were very similar to some of the underground bunkers found on many fortress worlds. They had arrived just in time, for the massive doors of all the hangars were opening to let some 30 Thunderhawks enter. Usually, such an arrival should have inspired tens of thousands of men and women to attend, if not hundreds of thousands, or more. But discretion had been requested, and thus discretion was given. Besides, it was so much fun keeping so many of her Dawnbreaker Space Marines in the dark. It was just a small act of petty vengeance for all the times where they had kept secrets for her, after all. And honestly, when the first hatch opened, it was literally priceless to see so many Astartes gape at the same time. Lord Dorn, it is my honor to welcome you to Nyx. Hive Athena. Gardens of Meditation. 2.614.313 M35. Primarch Rogel Dorn. The garden was oddly peaceful. It was like war had never existed here. Bloodshed couldn't exist in this little realm of water, flowers, and trees. Everything was orderly, with beautiful symmetries. His father would likely have adored it. That was never in question. For his own personality, it was. Rogel was not used to it. He could admit it truthfully to himself. The 7th Primarch liked the silence. War was loud, and you had to keep yourself thinking as fast as you could despite the thunder of the cannons. Here there was nothing to trouble the surroundings. The only living beings nearby were his sons and the insects feigning to sleep on the grass. It was secret, far from the crowds who worshipped him as something near divine now. The thought was very much an uncomfortable one. Fortunately, there was cold, harsh, pure water to banish it. And there were more pressing subjects anyhow. You think Abaddon is going to try to escape the eye of terror the moment our internal problems explode out of control. I realize I have little evidence save a 9-fold sorcery coordinated attack, Weaver almost apologized, her own glass in hand, her outward appearance limited to a simple military uniform of blood-red color. Yes, the Kadayan and the Boros gates are incredibly fortified. Logic dictates he would unavoidably suffer heavy losses in any attempt. But, well, as it happens, I agree with you. You met him in person during the last campaign, I was given to understand. I did. He certainly will be one of our most dangerous enemies as long as no one manages to kill him for good. And in all honesty, I don't think I can duel him alone. I believe you. The Primarch of the Imperial Fists winced as he dug to find memories of old. Memories of before the betrayal. Memories of brotherhood. Memories that could not be anything more than memories now. Ezekiel Abaddon always was a very dangerous commander and a champion of the legions. Many underestimated him because they thought size and ferocity alone were the reasons of his success, but I knew better. And when the siege came, he was one of the rare traitor commanders to escape with his life, all the while forging no pact with the monsters of the warp. Much like everyone in the Maurnival of the 16th Legion, Abaddon could have been one of the greatest heroes of the Imperium. He in fact achieved this status in his lifetime, well before Elainer. Instead, unlike some heroic souls, the first captain of the Sons of Horus had chosen the death of unity over his oaths to the Emperor, the arrogance of his sire's legion before reason. Istvan III had marked his descent into the pits of treachery and destruction. And Abaddon had never looked back. He may try to create his own exit. There is precedent. Weaver indicated calmly. At the risk of stating the obvious, it would leave him with no path of retreat possible, either for his Black Legion or for himself. For yes, there were paths sometimes opening that allowed the lost and the damned to storm outside the Eye of Terror. There had been some in the 30th millennium, there were others in the 35th. But all of them were temporary. If you wanted to get out with a massive fleet and retreat back through the same gate, Cadia and Boros were the only sane options. I know. And yes, Abaddon has the disastrous example of Lorgar to think of now. It was one legion deciding to bet everything on a poorly thought out gamble. But, Rogel finished grimly, the problem many strategists will not consider is that for all the flaws of Lorgar, his plan could have worked. Yes, the young winged woman confirmed unflinchingly. Evidently, Lorgar did screw up his campaign. He underestimated the defenders of the Cadian Gate. He underestimated the Space Wolves. He underestimated the Emperor, many great commanders, and plenty of other Imperial heroes. But there was something he didn't care about. He trusted the fanaticism of his Space Marines, the sheer hatred fueling them, and the levels of atrocities they were willing to sink to. Stars-filled eyes stared at him. And in them Dorn saw the glaciers of his first years at Inuit. I don't think we can count upon the new War Master to underestimate us like Lorgar or his own Gene-sire did. I believe you are completely right. The Praetorian answered. It must be said that I would have been more confident of Father's plan if he had arranged to tell me decades in advance and prepared the defenses. Yes, I know the plague of rats is his solution to an incredibly bad problem, but the risks are incredibly high. I can't say I disagree. Weaver admitted while filling his glass anew with water, before doing the same for hers. And if the Emperor thought removing, let's say 6 out of 12 of the High 12 was a solution, I have a feeling it would have already been done. But while a symptom of the disease would be treated that way, in reality we would just have lit the fuse that would shake the Imperium to its very foundations. The foundations are already very badly shaken. Rogel sighed. It was a bit pessimistic on his part, admittedly. In some aspects the Imperium was stronger today than it had been at the Ulaner triumph. The Imperial Guard of M35 was not the Solar Auxilia of M31, but the former had such an absurd numerical superiority that it didn't matter how the latter fared individually. Unfortunately, the threats of today couldn't be taken lightly either. I suppose this is why every Primarch is preparing. You see the storm on the horizon. We'd better see it, for we ignored it when we were young. And you're seeing the same. I am. I was told there was a certain project which could make our lives easier. It would be more accurate to say there is a critical project, supported by lesser ones. Just to give you an example, we're beginning to prepare a world right next to it to serve as a Titan Moth reserve for the days ahead. And we already have a whole new generation of them being born under the domes of Nyx. Dorn understood the hint quite clearly. As long as it wasn't activated, the Custodes had decided there was no need to know for him. The 10,000 hadn't changed much in the last millennia, and the Praetorian challenged any human to change his mind on this specific topic. When? We're shifting as many resources as possible to finish it next year. Segmentum Solar. Sol Sector. Sol System. Holy Terra. The Imperial Palace. 0.614.313 M35. Solar Guardian of Records Nicephorus Van Dyer. Nicephorus took a few steps back as the outburst of rage went out of control. How does she always manage to emerge triumphant with no negative consequences whatsoever? How? The surprise was truly unpleasant on his part. To be sure, Nicephorus hadn't brought something that could qualify as good news, but it hadn't been that bad either. Forgive me, Xerxes, but I don't see how this is a bad thing from our perspective. Yes, a few heretics tried to launch coups and were crushed in the attempts. The Inquisition played a key role in arresting and purging the heresy. What is there to be angry about? How about the Holy Ordos not arresting that bitch Weaver for incompetence? There were times when the Solar Guardian wanted to end his headache by smashing his own face against a mirror several times. It would hurt a lot, and he may die in the process. But it would remove some of the despair he felt at being so powerless right now. Brother, surely you remember that even in the Zion sector, the heart of our sphere of influence, there are worlds we have little control over. Xerxes grunted in reluctant agreement. Yes, but those are a bunch of worthless backwaters that are paying nothing but pitiful tithes. From Weaver's perspective, the Atlas system was heading the same way. I've looked at the taxes and industrial output, and the system is definitely stagnating. I also must mention that that isn't likely to change. Yes, the sector lady is going to try to revitalize the civilized world. But there are hard limits to what she can do. The other planets of the Atlas system are not under her control, and unless the 2 local planetary governors are so stupid as to meddle in heresy or some other sort of treachery against the Imperium, they never will be. There was a tense moment. And after some nasty glares, the wrath of the High Lord of the Administratum progressively faded away. All right, the anger was still in play, but it was not sheer fury powering it, but why a senate and this dance of hypocrisy and ancient laws? Because there is no middle class worth the name, and the unwashed masses of that backwater do not have any experience ruling something as complex as a manufactorum. Or because she wants to test how far she can go with her ugly reforms before moving to Holy Terra. Those were words that came back more and more frequently in Xerxes' mouth these days. And if Nicephorus was honest with himself, yes, it worried him. Xerxes had not risen to where he was by jumping at shadows and inventing enemies that didn't exist. The administratum required a lot of astute politics moves and some ruthless competence. And here, it was trying to conjure enemies when there were none to be fought. Xerxes. Assuming Weaver has such ambitions, and I am not convinced she does, she would need a supermajority of the High Lords to resign en masse to get away with it. Yes, some of her allies, like the Fabricator General of Mars, are willing to sponsor some reforms. But each member of the High 12 has very different goals from the others, you know this better than I. The Chartist captains are more concerned with tax exemptions and trade privileges. The Astronomicon always want more psychers to train in their facilities. There is no motivation for critical reforms. Not now, not since the crisis of the Black Crusade is behind us. Nicephorus was sincerely grateful for that, by the way. The Imperium needed order and stability. It didn't need mobs trying to upturn the status quo which had worked so well for the last millennia. You say that, but we have Astartes on the doorstep of Holy Terra. Who knows what kind of schemes they're preparing? Oh no, not this again. Xerxes, we have debated this several times with your children recently. Yes, the invaders are likely more loyal to Weaver than anyone else in Seoul save the God Emperor. The contrary would have been very surprising, truly. But they're literally watched by a billion eyes, and they're currently stationed either on their ships or aboard the phalanx. And if I remember correctly, we all agreed that the best thing to do was to get them back to full strength as quickly as possible so that they will once again return to the front lines. No. That was before knowing that they intend to increase their recruitment pace with aspirants from Necromunda in addition to Terra. Xerxes spat. And Nicephorus blinked in incomprehension. Where is the problem? I mean, this wasn't something I heard before, but it is not too surprising. The invaders are sons of Dorn, much like the Imperial Fists are. And everyone knows the Fists recruit irregularly some replacements on Necromunda. As there are several trillion bodies to choose from, I don't think it is very surprising they went for that hive world. The planetary governor is an informal vassal of the Fists, and it's not like the Helmare line is going to care that they are missing a few thousand hive gangers. Necromunda had plenty of things in common with Holy Terra, minus the greatness. That was what happened when you allowed someone that was nothing but an upstart ruffian to unite the planet instead of sending the Imperial Guard and putting the fear of the God Emperor in them. It matters because this is the prelude to an Imperial Fists muster at Necromunda. Before her triumph, Weaver will strike at our vital interests. Was Xerxes losing his mind? Nicephorus was suddenly very worried about that possibility. Xerxes, there are currently less than 50 Space Marines, supported by a single strike cruiser at Necromunda. This was announced yesterday by the representative of the Adeptus Astartes. I suppose it will be them who will do the recruitment purposes, in all likelihood. This is not a muster. And it is assuredly not anywhere close to our vital interests unless Zion and all the sectors in our sphere of influence have mysteriously moved a few hundred light years from their previous coordinates while I wasn't looking. The Lord of the Adeptus Administratum suddenly looked, not furious, but very displeased. Not at Nicephorus, oh no. The glint in his eyes was eminently recognizable. It was a sign that Xerxes feared having said too much. On the one hand, it was somewhat reassuring that Xerxes was not becoming raving mad. On the other hand, it was an unpleasant sensation to be kept in the dark. For he had spoken the truth just now, the Van Dyer clan had few assets in the Necromunda sector, and their influence over the major players there was insignificant. The question burned on his tongue. What had been set into motion in the Necromunda sector? Nicephorus tried to find the courage to ask. He failed. And though he didn't know it at the moment, the Solar Guardian of Records would have plenty of reasons to regret it later. Nyx sector. Nyx system. Nyx 3. Hive Athena. The Palace of the Orient. 2.620.313 M35. Basilea Taylor a bear. A pity the Lord Primarch didn't stay longer. I would have been eager to ask him more questions about the trade nexuses of the 30th millennium. But I'm sure it will result in more fortresses being built, so it's all for the better, right? Taylor snorted. She could recognize the sarcasm of the Vice Queen when she heard it. Thank you very much. And this coming from the merchant woman who tried to buy the phalanx from its legitimate owner, the insect mistress joked back. Did you at least obtain the information you were primarily after? Of course she got the information she was after, Wei interrupted, moving around the piano that had been recently installed in the entertainment room. You know that compared to her implacable Chartist sense of affairs, a mere Primarch is nothing. They all chuckled for several seconds, and it felt good. It felt really good during these evenings to not have crowds of pilgrims repeating Your Celestial Highness a few million times. It felt good to not worry about assassins and unpleasant security problems. Her adjutant spiders were coordinating with the Catachan Queen Ants, and Nyx was as safe as it could possibly in this dangerous galaxy. But in all seriousness, yes, I learned what I wanted. Marianne abandoned the red couch to sit on the piano seat. I knew of course that the pre-heresy Imperium was a very different animal than the one we have today, but I couldn't have imagined by how much. To be fair, the female para-human pointed out while petting the purring Minds cat on her lap. We can't exactly be surprised. Heresy or not, it was a period of time that occurred 4,000 years ago. It was enough to give several men and women in her staff vertigo. And it certainly gave her a sense of humility. No matter how much she considered her new increased life expectancy, the Imperium has stood for longer than the Roman Empire, all the Chinese dynasties, and plenty of other civilizations. The survivors of the Age of Strife had managed to rebuild from the ashes, no matter how imperfect their solution had been. I know. The Vice Queen moved her fingers like she was launching a coin into the air. But there's something that interested me above all, the Adeptus Administratum, and how it was tied to the planet that was called Terra at the time. In what way? The black-haired queen of the swarm asked. In the way that at the time, it was a far more balanced Adeptus, for one. Marianne grinned. By sheer coincidence, it may have to do with the fact the Administratum had not absorbed about a third of the old bureaucratic adept uses of the time. The Primarch guessed for he was not there most of the time that it was an emergency measure brought by the devastation of the heresy in order to rebuild the throne world as swiftly as possible. And in the end, the emergency measure was never relinquished when the big works were over. Wei sweetly asked rhetorically, receiving a nod of confirmation. Why I am not surprised. Because you're clever? And yes, inertial ensured the status quo was allowed to continue. And then as each new crisis exploded out of control, you can very much predict what happened. The Departamento Munitorum was swallowed during the era of the War of the Beast. Of all of the betrayals the Imperial Guard suffered by the bureaucrats hiding behind it, this was definitely one of the worst. It should have been independent, but this was forgotten. And, Wei added, every time the Administratum grabs a minor Adeptus, it is ensuring the performance of said Adeptus severely decreases, by virtue of the game of politics. The Administratum as a consequence becomes more bloated, unwieldy, and deliriously maze-like with a Byzantine and nightmarish bureaucracy. The mistress of the Dawnbreaker Guard concluded. Without it, the Imperium can't stand. But with it, celerity and ability to evolve are severely restricted. And we fall into decay. Did I mention how I hate decay? Oh, yes, you did. Her wife assured her. At least twice per day, lately. Good. It was not an exaggeration to say that billions, no, trillions of Administratum members would fight to the death to protect their privileges. And why shouldn't they? Year after year, they had convinced the rest of the Imperium to give them all sorts of power, using every stratagem legal and illegal that humanity had ever invented. By comparison, the aristocrats of the Atlas system were a model of cooperation and friendliness. No, that wasn't a joke. Yes, Atlas Secundus had given a nice refresher on how much financial corruption an entrenched elite could accumulate if it was allowed to run rampant for centuries with no one to stop or at least discourage it. And then, Marianne spoke with determination, there is Holy Terra. Vice Queen Marianne Gutenberg. What about Holy Terra? There was something deeply funny about a living saint trying to keep an adorable white-furred cat on her lap content all the while a very serious conversation was happening. Taylor, we all know you are deeply unhappy about what they did to the home world of mankind. If by the they you include the arch-heretic Horus and all his traitor legions, yes, I am, the angel of sacrifice admitted without shame. And I'm a bit more than unhappy, Marianne. For all its flaws, the Terra of M30 was rebuilding itself from the ashes of the Age of Strife. It had a large ocean and several growing seas. It was beginning to deal with all the problems of atmospheric pollution. The white teeth didn't audibly grind against each other, but they weren't far from it. And then came Horus. The accursed name was hurled out both as a poisonous dart and the curse of betrayal it stood for. For someone who supposedly wanted to save the Imperium and mankind, he came closer to completely destroying mankind's homeworld than anyone else ever did. I don't doubt for a single second that if the Emperor had built the Imperial Palace on another planet, the traitor Armada would have utterly destroyed Terra. These bastards worshipping the ruinous powers have a curious tendency to proclaim all is the will of the abominations before raising everything and proclaiming victory upon the mountains of corpses of the innocents. The webmistress of the adjutant spiders sighed. But I suppose that isn't the point you were going to make. It is not, Marianne confirmed. This was more of an introductory nature to the fact that pre-heresy, Terra's budget had a positive balance, to the point it likely had no peer economically. This allowed it to not only erase the damage caused by the Age of Strife across Sol, but it was a major source of relief for human planets that were left in ruins by the military campaigns of the Great Crusade. It had been a symbiotic relationship, or at last as close to one could likely exist. Terra invested in the reconstruction of mankind, the newly rediscovered planets were rebuilt and gave out ever-increasing tithes, and Terra grew richer. Repeat the cycle, and the prosperity levels soared, not just for Terra, but for the entire Imperium. As Taylor could calculate 1,000,000 times faster than her, summing up the problem was not very difficult. But now Holy Terra is a black hole, economically speaking. Where 2 trillion people lived, there are now quadrillions, and many of them are forced to survive day after day in abject poverty. The environmental damage is colossal, to the point it will likely need 5 centuries to rebuild anything from this polluted disaster. Obviously, that's not counting the oceans and some vital things. Mutants, I heard from my adjutant spiders, are not an outlandish rumor, but a sad fact of life due to the industrial pollutants and the absurd lack of care for the planet. The victor of Kamarak grimaced. Thousands of people are starving every day, and I don't even want to imagine what would happen should one day the trade routes be disrupted in a significant manner. It would be chaos, and they both knew it. For all their efforts, the eminent Chartist captains knew the granary megasilos and the water reservoirs were utterly insufficient for even a mild crisis. Terra is dangerously overcrowded, the Regina of Wuhan commented in a dry tone. But I don't really know what we can do to remedy to it. We already have encountered minor difficulties of our own at Nix and Wuhan. And these are planets where, thanks to our lover here, we have options that are denied to the majority of the planetary governors. Many can't offer land grants on the neighboring civilized worlds, for example. We also have the religious pilgrimage more or less under control now. It had to be pointed out that Wei Cao had chosen to not pet the mine's cats, preferring to avoid fur and complement the adjutant spiders so that her spider silk robes remained clear of other animal essence. To return Terra's population to something a bit manageable, the Regina continued, we would have to organize the greatest exodus in the history of the Imperium, maybe the history of mankind ever. Adjutant spiders or not, I'm pretty sure the transport ships for something of that magnitude don't exist. And in the unlikely case they were built, where would we settle all these people? Marianne looked at the suddenly emotionless expression of the Basileia of Nix. The Maelstrom, she answered, knowing she had stumbled upon the truth. It is the Maelstrom, isn't it? Regina Wei Cao. Wei did try hard to not smile as Taylor rolled her eyes. The mewling of a cat wanting more caresses kind of ruined the effect, it must be said. You're saying that like I was going to sell something before the first shot of a crusade-level campaign is fired. I'm not hearing a no, Marianne teased her. Fine, you're right, it is one of the options I've been contemplating. Obviously, we must find a way to close the Maelstrom first, which in my opinion will likely be the most difficult challenge of our lives. Since previous challenges had involved horrors that should have been exterminated millions of years ago, that was not reassuring at all. That said, I have access to the old Necron maps, and I could calculate a basic projection with my power of administration. If we are really able to remove the warp storm, snuff all the warp abominations out of existence, and purify the area of space sufficiently so that human settlement is made possible, we will have enough worlds to create the equivalent of 10 to 20 sectors. But notice how many prerequisites are involved. But the benefits do not stop there, no. Marianne astutely replied. There are 30 to 40 existing sectors around the Maelstrom that are economically non-viable because of their proximity to said warp storm. The circumstances demand a significant military effort for all their governors, even if it is not in the same league as the defenses of the Eye of Terror. And yet pirates and heretical raiders are a never-ending threat because they have bases where the Imperium won't dare to pursue them to. Just from this perspective, a blind citizen could recognize the massive benefits a removal of the Maelstrom would entail. Without the corruption and the other threats that were generated by the warp storm, the region would open up to imperial settlement again in large numbers. It would also decrease the dangers existing in the very heart of Ultima Segmentum. Trade lanes that could never be secured no matter how competent the admirals were at last would require only few convoy escorts. And it may open up the roads to the galactic core that had fallen out of use long ago. Yes, the gains were literally galaxy-changing. Unfortunately. The benefits are there, Taylor conceded. Not that I expect certain high lords we have every reason to distrust to admit it in public. And of course, if we can see the potential victories we can win with this move, it is a safe bet to say our enemies will move to stop us too. Yes, I don't expect them to take the prospect of a resurgent Imperium lightly. There will be retaliation, and on a different league compared to what happened at Atlas. Agreed. That's why attempts will be made to make sure they aren't able to intervene in the first place. Eye of Terror. Brigandian System. Plague Battleship Virulent Blight. Space Temporal Anomaly Date Estimation Impossible. Warlord Glutherskirvithrax, the Ferryman. Some warlords pretended the Brigandian system was cursed by the gods. Others thought the Night Lords had unleashed a particularly vicious ritual in exchange for power beyond their wildest dreams. Many sorcerers suggested it was a combination of the proximity to the edge of the eye and the fire tide of the astronomic and having several times illuminated the region. A few of these theories might be correct. Or not. As always within the prison of the legions, truth was incredibly subjective, and malleable to the will of the gods. And frankly, Gluther didn't care. The only thing that was certain was that it was not going to be an easy battlefield. Brigadier 6 is still there, the Watchmaster announced, and had the humor to not add, unlike the last time we came here. But it looks like the planet is burning in blue and pink flames. Militia and her pet sorcerers, the ferryman stated. Almost certainly, Lord. The other planets. Brigadier 5 is crawling with some new kind of infestation, some of kind of never-born-looking slugs? There are entire flocks of harpies battling them and calling for the hosts to join the war. As for the other worlds, I'm afraid there are too many disruptive phenomena in the way. And what phenomena those were? From his bridge, Gluther felt he was looking at a giant storm that also happened to be a maw. Lightning shrieked like 10,000 beasts fighting each other. Asteroids were twisted before transforming into cascades of glittering pink crystals before reassembling into blue edifices that tried to befuddle their long-range abilities. There were giant towers which appeared and disappeared into the void. The very earth of the Brigadian planets was altered to create tall structures that collapsed the next instant. Gigantic tsunamis of acidic fluxes destroyed everything on Brigadian 7 and 8. But all his experience of veteran told him to focus on the storm. It was between them and Brigadian 4, and it was beyond gigantic. It was, of course, not worthy of being called a warp storm by itself. But it was more dangerous than anything else beneath that threshold. Baleful fire surged and struck, preceding or succeeding to black-purple lightning. The energy was pouring out of the realm of the Changer to conjure a maelstrom of elemental power. The few laws of physics that were considered true even in the Eye of Terror were not applying in this chaos. Calamity, one of his elite legionnaires cursed. Infernal tempest, Gluther corrected, the boons of his god empowering him without warning. But is she the harbinger or the queen? The power faded as fast as it had appeared. And it left him assuredly with more questions than answers. Lord Ferryman? We are able to detect significant fighting on Brigadian 4. So far, evidence suggests a significant cultist uprising is ongoing in the forges of the Iron Warriors. How unsurprising! No legion tried to make itself beloved of the mortals, but the fourth had a way to make itself truly hated by everyone they happened to rule over. The Iron Warriors in general have plenty of contingencies to deal with rebellions. If they're struggling to stop them, I guess that means militia is here. We're not seeing her ships, I'm afraid, Lord Ferryman. But it is the likeliest assumption, yes. Warlord, the girl must be desperate to resort to this kind of scheme. Desperate, or does she know something we don't? Gluther asked before spitting seventh blessed diseased saliva. It doesn't matter. We are going to approach this battle methodically and ruthlessly. Gee, Scalathrax, Harmony, the broken worlds, the prey has escaped the hunter every time. I think it is time that ends. Warlord, we have a communication request from Brigadian 4. Old protocols from the Legion Wars, Iron Warrior's origin is confirmed. Accept, he ordered. It didn't take more than 5 seconds for the hololithic image of a legionnaire of the Fourth to appear. The quality of the communication was absolutely deplorable, but it was better than nothing, and the audio worked, though one could hear tortured screams echoing in the background. Whether it was a result of the Tsianchan sorcery or the planet's defenders punishing their unruly slaves was not his problem. Gluther Skirvithrax, the voice the ferryman recognized, by virtue of having fought by the Legionnaire's side twice, and tried to kill him 3 times. Warsmith Manor Ustrath, the warlord of the Death Guard, didn't waste any precious time in foolish pretenses. Are the Sons of Change there? They are here, yes, the Lord of Brigadian 4 growled. Her cultists were able to spread enough rebellions for a beachhead to be seized in Sector 2 Delta 4. You should have done your damned job at Harmony. I didn't see you telling the despoiler no to his face last time I checked. The grandfather in person had accepted that Gluther couldn't engage the War Master's fleet, and if it was good enough for his god, then it was good enough for a corpse maker of the Fourth. Give me one reason why I should spare your fleet. Oh yes, here came the arrogance of Perturabo's gene line again. I have enough knowledge to conjure a rust plague that will turn your little citadels into a scrapyard of broken hulls and perfectly infected machines, Drath. You can help me or you can get in the way. But if you choose the latter, I promise I will crush you. He could feel the pure hatred irradiating the organs of the Iron Warrior. But in the end, the Lord of Brigadian 4 chose the problem he hated the least. She is on her way to the Iron Chamber. You can still catch her if you hurry. Brigadian 4. The Iron Chamber. Space-temporal anomaly date estimation impossible. Warlord Militia, the destiny unwritten. Some people pretending to be experts on the Iron Warriors proclaimed that the slaves of Perturabo enslaved the Kadians and every soldier or civilian worshipping the anathema just to avenge themselves for the chains their gene sire had placed around their throats. It was a grave misconception. The Iron Warriors were enslaving everyone that they had the skill and the opportunity to enslave. Nothing more, nothing less. Demons. Humans. Xenos. Semi-sentient demonic machines. It didn't matter who or what you were, if the Iron Warriors could enslave you, they did it. It was really unfortunate for them that against transmutational change stone, all their enslavement methods failed. The change-imbued Noctilith acted as a focusing lens for ambition, and right now, the two main ambitions of the billion of souls of Brigadier 4 were to gain their freedom and have their revenge against their captors. It had required only 9 pulses for the rebellion to begin. It had taken only 9 requests to let it erupt beyond the ability of the slavers to regain control. And once she landed, there were only 9 Astartes to eliminate. Now it was only a minor issue of expanding the state of disorder. The hated overseers were pushed into the lava pits by the former slaves while others roared and cheered. Daemon engines went into a rampage against other daemon engines. The explosives that had been assembled in tears and blood were hurled against the vulnerable parts of the forges. The ammunition production was suddenly grinding to a halt as explosions rocked the ferroalloy structures. Energy blackouts became more and more common as the rebellious Mechanicum personnel diverted the output to wage their war against their former masters. Predator tanks that had just been completed out of an assembly line were now charging to shoot at the Iron Warriors which should have manned it in the first place. It was the greatest slave rebellion Brigadier 4 had ever seen, and the Iron Warriors, in their monumental arrogance, had ignored the signs until they received the first bolter rounds to their ugly faces. "They are waiting for you," Antony444 commented as she incinerated some Mechanicum automatons which stood in their way. "I know. I would have been almost disappointed if they weren't." It wasn't like she had gone for something subtle. Her progression had been insultingly linear. The Qsal sorcerers accompanying her were casting the same 9 spells. She had chosen the closest and most obvious landing pad to make her entrance known. There had been no element of surprise to be won here, and she had not lifted a finger to make a diversion. And now she stood before a demonic gate that was hundreds of meters high, fortified by hell packs and the toughest materials available in the Eye of Terror. "May calamity befall you," the warlord spoke. And she swung Antony444 with about half the power she could wield without hurting her arms in the process. The gate was strong, too strong. Militia had no doubt that in a conventional siege, soldiers may have bombarded it for decades without creating a chink in it. The black blade of Antony444 carved it apart in mere seconds. Iron broke. Iron roared. Iron collapsed. Millions of slaves nearby felt their collars fall apart before their disbelieving eyes. The gears in the cogs stopped working. Stupefaction died down, and new roars of triumph spread out. Waves after waves of unchecked savagery and determination rose. The Iron Warriors were good, but they were facing odds of 1 against a million, and the overseers were in an instant desperately trying to save their lives for a few more heartbeats. Militia turned her back on them, and went through the broken gate, her sorcerers in tow. There was a gigantic hall which offered itself to her view. And at the end of it, on an elevated balcony that some Astartes lord had forged in ancient times, was the object she had come for. A Noctilith crown. It was a large ring-like structure, but obviously the name and description were insufficient to convey the power, the threat, and the sheer potential of the artifact. It was obviously a prototype, and Abaddon the Despoiler had given it to the Iron Warriors in exchange for unknown favors. It was one of the few things Militia knew could fulfill the objective of escaping the Eye of Terror. But it was not yet hers. The hall may have been empty hours ago, but now Space Marines had assembled here. They were exactly 77. On Terra, they likely would have been mistaken for the Horsemen of Pestilence trying to replicate in large numbers. They carried scythes, and their colors were those of disease and contagion. They wielded power scythes and bolters, and the air around them seemed to die given how much they reeked. "Death Guard. I see you brought reinforcements, Manor Ustrath." A door opened, and about 50 Iron Warriors went to take position around the Noctilith crown. You needed only a glance to know 2/3 of them were Terminators, and given their iron-colored mechanical limbs, they were certainly veterans of the Long War. "Your pathetic attempt to steal what is mine," the war's myth of Brigadier 4 erupted in a tone which imitated particularly impressively the sounds of a machine, "ends here." "Really?" the young woman asked. "Because from where I stand, you seem to have a few problems. I mean, you didn't have many Iron Warriors in the first place, and denying your Genesire means you will not receive reinforcements anytime soon. And of course all your slaves are busy rampaging across your forges, trying to take all of the Iron Warriors' heads. Slaves can and will be replaced." Once again, the platinum-haired sorceress wondered what the hell was wrong with the Iron Warriors. They really sounded like machines without a trace of humanity left in them. "And when it comes to the Iron Warriors, I have now the Demonculaba technology to replace my losses." The name meant absolutely nothing to Militia. But it evidently meant something to the Death Guard. Unease spread through their ranks, and their warlord turned his head back towards Manor Ustrath. His helmet hid his expression, but it evidently wasn't a congratulatory one. "Are you insane? That horror was proscribed by the Mechanicum. You are harvesting rotten fruit from your unwilling sire, Skirvithrax." The warsmith declared mockingly. "You are not exactly in a position to chastise anyone. You are." The Iron Warrior who had taken and held Brigadier 4 for so long clenched his fist. "And now I believe it is time to reveal to you the weapon that is going to kill you all." A slave was pushed in direction of the Noctilith crown, and suddenly all the Iron Warrior's Terminators tried to get away from him as fast as possible. It could have been funny, if one didn't see the male human in question age visibly before her very eyes. It was like the tormented soul was losing a year of life per 10 seconds, and in his hands there was an hourglass. "What have you done, you fool?" There was a sinister laughter resonating within the hall. "You among all ensured I would not claim eternity. But I certainly can take from you everything." Nagash. The King in Yellow. Of all stupidities. Two things happened at the same moment. The Noctilith crown activated. And the slave carrying the hourglass threw it into the ring-like structure. Reality screamed, and the true battle began. War's myth Manor Ustrath. This was not his favorite method of destruction. The enemies that were now at his non-existent mercy should have been mercilessly gunned down, slaughtered by perfectly calculated fire from 10,000 turrets. They should have been felled by the long-prepared bombardment of several artillery brigades specially trained for this operation. Instead he had to rely on this distasteful sorcery. What was the saying again? Victory excused everything? It certain applied in that case. The Noctilith crown was attuned to the strange hourglass. It was not precise. But it was something lethal. The first Death Guard legionnaires had no time to understand the depth of their mistake. In one moment they were shooting, the next their life essence and souls were ripped away from their bodies. Astartes knew no fear, but here and now as you saw the near black stuff of the warp enshroud and imprison them before robbing them of every scrap of life they had, the screams of terror couldn't be missed. All the training and the psycho-indoctrination in the galaxy in the end couldn't save you from that. And here I thought that denying Perturabo made you a sane commander, there had to be some sorcery at work, for Militia's word somehow could be heard without difficulty. I chose a weak lord, it certainly gives me plenty of authority and opportunities to rise. Weak. The infernal child laughed. I withdraw every compliment I ever said about you and your warband. Negotiating with the King in Yellow because he is weak is utterly ridiculous. All four powers came together to make sure his apotheosis didn't come to be. There were many interventions of anathema power, and pretty much every daemon primarch who could be committed was sent to the Tyrant Star. That was then, Drath growled as two more Death Guard legionnaires fell, and the remainder tried to take cover as his Terminators unleashed enough firepower to kill 10,000 slaves. Right now, he needs allies. The King in Yellow has no allies, and for all his servants, the leash is undeath. There is a word for that. What was it, again? Ah, yes, it is slave. To his frustration, the target of his ire showed no terror, not even as the power of death incarnate moved towards her. Manarus wanted to see her fearful and begging for his forgiveness. Why wasn't she kneeling? Why wasn't she trying to run away, proving her ideals were nothing but empty air to hide her cowardice? You have enslaved legionnaires of my legion too. Temporarily, the sorcerers in blue and gold were trying to cast mineable spells, but the power of the Noctilith crown dispersed them like the pathetic distraction they were. I certainly don't keep billions of slaves next to me, trying to give them a reason to hate my guts with every breath. Do you think this weak justification will convince me to save you? You chose to come here without any Astartes and now you are completely defenseless. As for you, Skirvithrax, I will make sure you regret until the end of times the threats you dared utter in my presence. I am Manor Ustrath, warlords of change and decay, and I am going to kill you. So to the last second, you didn't ask yourself why most of my lieutenants were not with me when I landed on Brigonian 4. The abominable sword in the insolent's hand struck. The wall, built by the expertise of the Iron Warriors, exploded. Was it? Figures crawled out the smoke. Small figures were emerging from the new devastation, and they weren't moving like space marines or humans at all. There were dozens, no hundreds of iridescent green flashes. It was a salvo he had not accounted for at all. The only salvation was the abysmal precision of the shots. But terrible or not, it did too much damage. Manor Ustrath wouldn't know if it had been luck or skill. His mind would always think of the former, but there would be a itch that couldn't disprove the latter. It was a single projectile, a tiny and ugly piece of metal that had been mixed with foul substances and one of the most unstable and corrupt substances of the Eye of Terror. It hit the hourglass, and the artifact that had been released into his custody, which should have been unbreakable due to the power protecting it, was damaged. There was a hole in it. The fissures immediately spread out. Precisely 13 heartbeats after the impact, the hourglass exploded. And most of the chamber of iron detonated with it. Warlord Gluthar Skirvithrax, the ferryman. Gluthar survived the titanic blast which saw the destruction of the cursed hourglass. This was the good news. The King in Yellow had been stymied in his frightening plans of vengeance. With the deactivation of the Noctilith crown, Gluthar knew the souls of his legionnaires had been freed from the torment the device had put them through. They had returned to the Garden of Nurgle. That was the only good news the ferryman could see in the Chamber of Iron. Living to serve the grandfather another day was of course a great blessing. But watching tattered banners be hoisted over the crumbling ramparts of the Iron Warriors was not. Foolish girl, the ferryman spat, what were you thinking? This fortress warren is now ruled by Clan Skyer. Praise Malal. They were a multitude. Their very appearance was both one of ugliness and cowardice. They hated themselves as much they hated their enemy. Mortal slaves had joined their ranks, but the rats still formed a majority of the lawless mob that was scurrying out of the holes. Iron within. Iron without. Manor Ustrath called Brigonian to war, and Brigonian answered. The ceiling was pulverized by enough artillery to breach a hive, and held rakes and colossal daemon engines entered the fray. 2 soul grinders charged and trampled the Skaven, and bathed in their vermin's blood. But no matter how many were killed, no matter how many hundreds were slaughtered, the numbers seemed to have no end. For Tsianch. For the great architect of liberators. Mutation will set us free. You are all cockroaches. Iron will put you in your rightful place. Volley on my command, yes. Anarchy conquers all. It was assuredly proper chaos the likes the gods enjoyed. With the trap revealed and broken, Militia was unleashing her followers at last, tens of thousands of slaves that had pledged their allegiances to the Great Liar, supported by thousands of beastly mutants, and behind them the sorcerers played the role of long-range batteries. The Iron Warriors counterattacked by deploying gigantic turrets and all the arsenal of dangerous machines they were known for. The Skaven horde had more numbers crawling out of their ramshackle breaches, and used warpstone-fueled weapons that appeared to kill more of their own troops than they did the enemy. It was a 3-way battle. It should have been a 4-way battle. It should have been his moment to strike. But an ocean of fangs, claws, and death machines separated him from Militia. And as much as it pained him to acknowledge it, Glother didn't have the resources here to accomplish his mission. He had thought that bringing 76 of his legionnaires in addition to himself would be enough to secure the victory and prevent Manor Ustrath from stabbing them in the back. In this regard, the ferryman had been proven wrong. Now there were only 33 Space Marines dedicated to the Grandfather left, and many of them already suffered wounds that would have killed a lesser Astartes. No, it was time to go. His haste had been ill-advised, but there were other ways to accomplish the will of his god. Besides, while he had lost here today, Militia hadn't won. In this confused melee, the possibility of claiming the Noctilith crown was so low he wasn't worried about it. The servant of the Great Liar was as trapped in the Eye of Terror as they were. And his fleet could intercept everyone who survived this 3-way clash long before they could get away from Brigonian. That was the problem with this bastardized version of a warp storm, yes. You could blind and restrict your enemy, but it was making warp travel synonymous with painful death if you activated your warp drives too close to it. Reverse the Contagion Vanguard ritual, Glother Skirvithrax gurgled as his weapons reaped hundreds of rats and human-sized daemon engines. Prepare for Plan Fever. This was a setback, but it wasn't the end. His fleet was coming ever closer to Brigonian 4, and soon there would be no escape for the girl and her warlock acolytes. Sorcery teleported him out of the iron chamber, but not before watching the soul grinder be toppled by the rats and uncontrolled explosions of warpstone. Warlord Militia, the destiny unwritten. At least twice per battle, Militia thought that taking the sorceress role had been the best decision she could have ever made. Cast a few spells. Stay at long range. Be patient. And let the arrogance of her enemies do the rest. Most of the time, it was enough to convince her enemies she was a coward and that she was no threat at all to them if the fighting turned out to be at close quarters. The ferryman fled with his tail between his legs. A pity, I would have loved to be the instrument of his end. Unlike some people, Skirvithrax can recognize when a battle is lost, and twere. The para-human sorceress gave 9 new orders to her troops, and then stopped pretending. She sang to her power, and her power answered. A second later, she flew into the melee and began to massacre them. A venom crawler stood in the way, and she tore it apart. Skaven tried to stop her with a concentrated salvo. Her power's shield went down for the first time, but the platinum-haired warlord was already among them, hacking and slashing, punching and kicking, claiming hundreds of lives. There had been a chaotic 3-way fight before. In a couple of minutes, the 2 armies of the Scavens and the Daemon engines were separated and cut off from each other. Worse for them, the actions of her Astartes began to tell. They were not in the Chamber of Iron, this had never been their mission. But thanks to their teleportation raids on other strongholds, the reinforcements of the Brigonian 4 defenders completely dried up. As for the followers of Anarchy, their so-called Nahole was disrupted by a simple ritual. No doubt the rodents were going to open another one soon, but for the time being, they only had what troops they had been able to deploy before being cut off. The rifle specialists were dangerous, incredibly so. But that was exactly why she had gone for them first, and now the lone survivors were running away as fast as they could. The mob-like horde tried to overwhelm with numbers. Wielding Antwer in her right hand and sorcery in the other, the Skaven sworn to the beast understood incredibly fast that it had been the greatest error of their short lives. It was somehow exhilarating to create a mountain of corpses. No wonder the Kiernates enjoyed it every time they could, the mad bastards. Militia soared again, and then charged towards the platform of the deactivated crown. The last Iron Warrior's Terminators tried to stop her, and lost their heads for it. Manarastrath was more of a challenge, or he would have been if she had intended to fight only like a brute. Unfortunately, Militia was a brute and a sorceress. It took 3 seconds and a subjugation spell to have him kneeling before her. This was enough for the rest of the fighters. While the Daemon engines didn't surrender, and as such were put down one by one, the Skaven and every ex-slave which had pledged his arms and soul to Malal fled without looking back. You believe, the warsmith snarled, you are strong enough to hold Brigganyon 4? Others will come. The Iron Warriors and all the other legions will come. It was amusing that for the first time, the voice was not so quite mechanical. Fury and hatred were apparently some emotions the legionnaires of the Fourth still understood incredibly well. I don't care about Brigganyon 4. Militia replied honestly. I am here for the Noctilith crown, and nothing else. By the furnaces of Midrengard, why? Manarastrath asked. You have more of your corrupted Noctilith than anyone save the War Master. You answered your question yourself, Warsmith. I have transmutational change stone, which by its very nature, is imbued with the essence of change. It can serve no other purpose. Militia wondered when most of the galaxy would consider the implications of this reality. That the Noctilith, once it was correctly prepared and imbued with the power of a god, could not receive another power. You could break it into several fragments. You could steal it with significant difficulties. You could destroy it utterly by several methods. But once Noctilith was transmutational change stone, it could not become anything else. It was a bit ridiculous, since Psianch was change, and change was Psianch, but it was something that couldn't be altered. Weaver was aware of it, of that Militia was certain. Abaddon, the Anathema, and several others knew it too. I could have tried something, of course. But you see, what I need is to create a stable route which will lead me in relative security outside of the Eye of Terror. Go to the Kadayan Gate, then, which? The young para-human sorceress rolled her eyes. Do I look like Lorgar? Dying explosively against the Imperial Navy and the Imperial Guard may have sounded good for fanatics like the Word-Bearers. Most people not completely insane were not so eager to be martyred for no good strategic reason. Back to the main topic. Transmutational change stone could open a route across the warp storm. Unfortunately, as was only proper for the Master of Mutations and the Architect of Fate, this would be a twisted, ever-changing route. It may be even more dangerous and chaotic exit than those which ended up killing all the challengers. Prepare the Noctilith crown for reactivation. The Destiny Unwritten ordered her sorcerers. And for the love of the gods, check first that the King in Yellow's influence is gone. I really don't want another intervention from his damned undead piles of bones here. The 11th Primarch was a massive problem before, and it seemed the ruination of his eternity plans had not ended his threat in the slightest. It took several minutes for her warband specialists to do their job, as more echoes of battle shook the planet. There were reports that Boroskan and other Astartes were withdrawing, their diversions accomplished. And of course the Iron Warriors were now recovering and launching vicious counterattacks in her direction. They are coming, Manarastrath told her. But not because of loyalty, Militia commented idly. The price the King in Yellow paid you, it was a ritual. He tied your soul to theirs. As long as you aren't dead, their souls won't be dragged to the Empyrean and devoured by the Neverborn. The Iron Warrior didn't have anything to answer, which meant her statement had struck right at heart of the problem. The Noctilith crown is going to activate in 9 seconds, Warlord. Good, Militia drew a little box from her pocket. The thing had cost her a fortune, but it had been worth it. No matter how close the rituals and the influence of many demons, it had remained intact. She opened it. The artifact inside could be best described as a little ring. It was a ring, and yet it was more than that, for it burned in orange flames that were not and couldn't be natural. This is madness, Antwer sounded, impressed. This is not fate, and I write my own destiny. The ring was thrown right as the Noctilith crown activated. And Militia uttered one name. Adaeth. There was an immense shockwave, and Brigganyon 4 shook from its spires to its foundations. Warsmith Manarastrath. For 14 seconds, nothing happened, and the Warsmith prayed that it had failed. That whatever the Tsianchan sorcerers had prepared had failed. But then orange flames began to pour out of the gate in the ring of the Noctilith crown, and hope died. Darkness extinguished the lights of the room. The engines that had fallen down began to burn and reassemble, but, different. They were burning. They were burning even as darkness fell. But so close to the heart of the ritual, it was not the obscurity which ruled. It was the flames. Controlled, almost sentient orange flames, shaped like furnaces and forges, but wrong. All wrong. Manara saw Xenos whipping humans into submission, and the screams of defeat of his legion. It was an all-consuming flame. It was also glory, glory that had been forever denied to the Iron Warriors. Manarastrath hated it on sight. And it didn't matter, for he couldn't move a finger. He was condemned to stay on his knees and watch the Noctilith ring twist the machines of Brigganyon 4 into something abhorrent. The bearer of calamity, the reign of terror's harbinger, the herald of change, screams merged to speak in a single voice were heard. Speak. I am here to offer you a bargain. We don't need a bargain. The flames screeched. We don't need anyone. In that case, I am going to melt the Noctilith crown and change it into something far more proper. And this conversation will never have taken place. Wait, darkness danced into the flames, and Manarus was very glad he couldn't see deeper into the twirling vortex of hell that had opened. Yes. The abomination didn't come out, but for a single heartbeat, there were two burning eyes glaring, emerging partially from the depths of the warp. Name your bargain. I want to go to a place where I am assuredly not welcome, Militia spoke as if she was conversing with a tradesman that happened to be a bit stubborn. And I was told you could help me. In exchange, I give you the souls of all the Iron Warriors of Brighanyon 4. That which, he was going to. I was told the previous master was weak. And yes, he is indeed far less powerful than he was then. But all this means is that they are even more vulnerable when other gods come for you, because the king in yellow will not offer succor or protection to those he can't puppeteer like his undead. Truth. Several sections of the iron chamber began to collapse, and lava began to flow. In the distance, furnaces began to beat again, and the pulse of the forges began anew. But wrong. Everything was wrong. They are unclaimed. They will serve. What is the rest of your bargain, destiny unwritten? The next words were uttered in a language that Manarus Drath had never heard before. It was melodious, and yet harsh, guttural. I will never serve that Xenos monster. I'd rather crawl out and ask my unworthy Gene-sire to turn me into one of his Myrmidon androids. Eldritch blue eyes turned towards him. A good thing, then, that you aren't given a choice, the Xiantian sorceress spoke like he was mud under her boots. You have broken your oaths to the anathema, and that was pretty much the only valuable soul protection that could have allowed you to keep your free will. Now? Perturabo doesn't care, and the gods are very eager to break their new toys. I know, the warsmith grimaced as several spells of torture slammed into his flesh, that one day, someone will put your head on a spike and place it at the top of the walls of Brighanyon 4. I don't care who will do it, the dogs of the false emperor, my legion, or someone else. But I curse you to rise and fall hard. You are not of the legions. You do not believe in the long war. You frown upon our methods, but you enslave as readily as we do. And yet at this hour, no one is coming to save you. But as these words were uttered, darkness fell and the orange flames seemed to lose in power. The sounds of battle faded away. And then the sun rose over the walls of Brighanyon 4. The fire tide, the things that had crawled inside the carcasses of the daemon engines shrieked in fear. The fire tide. The flames of dawn. The anathema watches us. The legion of sacrifice comes. Death came for the traitors and the rebels. Death came in the form of an Astartes riding a giant moth of flames. The skies of Brighanyon began to burn gold, and in the chamber of iron, Manarus Drath laughed. Warlord militia, the destiny unwritten. This wasn't supposed to happen. Fire. Fire. Shoot down that moth. This was not one of the flying titans of Weaver, or was it? None of them had died, so they couldn't. They shouldn't be here. Yes, the call to a ruinous power had been made, and every action allowed an opponent to launch a counter-action. But the anathema had no Astartes follower on Brighanyon 4. Shields. 10,000 guns and turrets fired. For a few seconds, all the beings, no matter their allegiance, understood the danger. This enemy could not be allowed to succeed in his goals, no matter their own bitter feuds. Enough shells and lasers were sent into the skies to exhaust the stockpiles of several armies. It worked. But it didn't work fast enough. The flying vehicle of light slammed into the section where the gates of the chamber had been broken, and the impact was devastating. Countless Neverborn were vaporized, and thousands of cultists screamed their last breath as the golden flames incinerated them. There was no corpse left behind. There was only an inferno of flames, which was forcing the amber flame of Adaeth to choose between retreat and being devoured. And at the center of it, there was an Astartes rising. Militia's eyes widened as she saw the red armor and the Egyptian theme equipment. Thousand Sun, a loyalist space marine of the Thousand Suns. There had been rumors some had managed to escape the pursuit of Xianch, but why would one? No. There was only one reason he could be here today. The same reason she had gone after the Noctilith crown. The space marine had sacrificed himself to open a path for his battle brothers, to sacrifice everything so that the other loyalists could make their breakthrough out of hell. Kill him. Instinctively she knew there were not going to be any negotiations. There couldn't be one. This space marine had been led here by the anathema to kill them all. Kill him. Don't give him time to cast an anathemic spell. The transhuman enemy drew his kapesh. The eye protections shattered as golden flames erupted from his very eyes. For the Emperor and my brothers. The space marine of the Thousand Sun charged. For a moment, Militia stood gaping. Thousand Suns were master strategists and first-rate psychers. The sons of Magnus were thoughtful, prudent, and calculative. They weren't world eaters. The first strike of the Kapesh killed over 200 former rebels who had pledged their lives to her. It was nothing she'd ever seen before. It was golden flames. It was fury out of her experience. A soul grinder rose, burning with the flames of Adaeth. It was immediately cut in half, an exploit as impossible as the last. Lasguns and bolters, turrets and grenades, everything vented its fury. Most of them found their mark, and blood began to flow, but always it burned in golden flames, and always the Thousand Sun took another step forwards. The daemon engines were broken like they were nothing. The cultists died in a hurricane of violence. Her sorcerers burned, praying Xiange to save them. This was a juggernaut that couldn't be stopped. They couldn't stop it. The Thousand Sun kept charging. He was a berserker of the anathema. He was something out of this world. Keep firing. The platinum-haired para-human drew Antwer and attacked. Why won't you die? Beware, he is. There was a horrible sensation of pain, and suddenly, her helmet felt hellishly hot, and then it broke. She was flying, and not under own power, suddenly she was feeling powerless. Her helmet was no more, and it had saved her life. Militia mustered all her strength. Antwer? Where was Antwer? She was defenseless, her shield had taken the brunt of the attack and the Space Marine towered over her, Kapesh raised. In that second, Militia knew she was going to die. She was. The bargain is accepted. The inferno of the warp, orange flames, and darkness, hit the servant of the anathema, and threw him away. Adaeth had saved her life. It had been, way too close. And it was not over. Once again, the Astartes burning in golden flames was stepping forwards. But this time, the Space Marine was slow. The enemy was heavily wounded. A venom crawler was there to intercept him. The daemon engine was eliminated, but it bought her a few more seconds. The Kapesh rose a last time. And it was hurled into the depths of the world below, a terrible and brilliant spear that annihilated everything that stood in its path. He can't kill you, but he will deny Brigonian 4. He will break the steel and the planet. The Space Marine didn't answer, for he collapsed and hit the ground. There was an intense flash of gold that forced her to close her eyes. When Militia reopened them, she knew the son of Magnus was dead, and his soul gone. This has really not been a day of pleasant surprises. Manor Ustrath would likely have agreed, but it was the moment Adaeth decided to claim his soul. The warlord of the Sons of Change grimaced and ignored the screams. A bargain was a bargain, and this one had saved her life. Though she couldn't say the same about Abaddon. Did the War Master know her little Atlassian plot was going to result in such a Weaverian retaliation? If the answer is yes, I swear that you will pay a heavy price for this, despoiler. Segmentum Obscurus. The Boros Gate. Boros System. Inquisitorial Prison Ship Vigilant Night. Date estimation redacted. Ignis. The prison was to be sure comfortable. It didn't matter in the least when the bad news arrived. Our brother failed, though he was able to strike a blow against the enemies of mankind. How? Ignis asked. It seems that a sorceress you are very familiar with decided to bargain with the new abomination the Drukhari are praying to. It was the will of the Emperor that this pact be stopped by the death of both parties, but unfortunately, it failed. However, our brother was able to destabilize Brigonian 4 and begin burning it in sacrifice. Ignis was hardly a forge master, never mind someone who mingled with iron warriors during the last centuries. But it didn't take a tech marine to know that extremely unstable things were stored in the arsenals of the 4th Legion, and any world in the Eye of Terror was bathed in etheric agents that could react very explosively with the fire tide. I see. I can't say I am pleased, I would have liked plenty of souls to have been freed by Militia's death. And obviously, the detonation of the Noctilith crown could have hurt the Xenos construct significantly. Thousand Sun or not, you didn't shed a tear at the Dark Eldar being on the receiving end of the punishments they so richly deserved. The ferryman. He survived. It is likely decay will call him back. Not only he will have to fight tooth and nail against Vainglory, the patron of Militia seems to have also realized that the more he refuses her support, the more his favorite girl seems to escalate in response. At some point, amusement or not, things can get unproductive real fast. Their leashes are tough, they are not unbreakable. Thankfully for them, the ruinous power of change had acknowledged that truth a bit too late. Orkeiros Fateweaver's master had been too sure of its ability to stop Ahriman when defiance burned in their hearts. It was something to meditate upon. No one was omniscient. Everyone could and did make mistakes. And now, there is a choice to make. Ignis had been afraid of that, and it wasn't a figure of speech. This might very well be the second lesson of today. They were mortal men transformed into Astartes so that when the time came, the threshold to be paralyzed by fear was absurdly high. So high that one of the most common sayings across the galaxy was that the Space Marines knew no fear. It just wasn't true. Absurdly high didn't mean it wasn't possible to reach it. And the times to come may very well prove the wisdom of staying humble. There are only 200 of us left. Ignis wished to blame Xianch for this, and certainly the accursed vulture had played a major part in the downfall of so many brothers. But unfortunately, other factors had played a role. Many of the Thousand Sons were ex-Rubrici eager to seize a second chance. But not everyone was willing to forget Prospero, even if the Sons of Horus were the architects of this tragedy. And sadly, staying in the Eye of Terror was hardly something that left your soul pure and untouched. There was sacrifice at the end of the journey. It was hard. It was painful. And the enemy made it so easy, so pleasant, so seductive to abandon the dream. Astartes or no Astartes, they were only human, in the end. Which makes it the more vital that all your talents can be exploited like they should have been. Where? There was a silence. There are 2 libraries. One of them is on Terra and is dangerous in ways that test the soul of someone. The second is Stranger, and tests everything. Beating the arrogance out of you. I would describe it more as harnessing our infamous curiosity for greater purposes. Ignis blinked. There have always been rumors about mysterious Knights of Grey, who continue the work the Sigil Light once masterminded. I obviously can't tell you anything, and especially not this close to the Eye of Terror. Yes, of course. The other Thousand Son left his seat, the scarab artifact that shone in golden light in his left hand. Can I ask for your name, brother? I am Samtik Merher. Ignis nodded. He didn't recognize the name, but it wasn't like he had memorized all of them. I suppose this is a goodbye, then. A farewell, the other Astartes agreed. They should be here tomorrow. Ultima Segmentum. Nyx Sector. Nyx System. Nyx 3. A's Kalen Stadium. 2.7 15.3 M35. Basilea Taylor A Bear. There was a multitude of ways she as the queen of the swarm could have commanded the Catachan ants that had first landed on Nyx. For today, Taylor had decided to keep things easy. The colony had been fed, and then they had been released into the empty A's Kalen Stadium. A single order had been given, show her what they could do. As a lady militant general of the Imperium, she had to say it was an impressive spectacle. Within 40 minutes, they had already built an anthill and first-class defenses around it. I think your challenge was very opportune, Web Mistress. Everyone was beginning to get really bored after the quarantine and the journey back. Everyone needed to stretch their legs. The insect mistress chuckled. There's no need to prove your tenacity, Bologna. You can return to your hover pillow. Yes, Web Mistress. Forgive me. I told you, there's nothing to forgive. The panel of generals thought your performance extremely satisfying. Yes, you made a few mistakes, but who doesn't? And while some traps of the Tyranids looked obvious in hindsight, everyone is wiser after the fact. Of course, she had already reassured the adjutant colonel several times, mentally and vocally. It was not the first time they had a similar discussion today. You will be ordered to spend as much time as is necessary with your sisters in the next days, the Lady of Nyx commanded as she kept her eyes on the Catachan ants. The swarm will cheer you up and help you recover, with several drinks of Bacta and honey mixed together. It won't negate the sacrifice you did, but it will bolster some of your remaining strength. And once Artemis thinks you are fit again, I may give you a role of weapon instructor for the next generation. With 120 adjutant spiders born within 2 years, the expertise of their predecessors was in hot demand, no matter how much her administration power helped. And obviously, the Lady Weaver concluded. There will be a mark in your file that under no circumstances you are to return to Catachan again. The same applies to all the non-Catachan forces that went with you. Most of the expeditionary force had not arrived. The need to repair plenty of ships had led Rear Admiral Yamamoto to make a detour to Riza, but the small squadron which had returned was filled with traumatized personnel. I am really happy to hear that, Web Mistress. I know. Catachan was and is a green hell where humanity has no place. If she had known. No. It was useless to ponder on all the what-if questions. Taylor had not known about the Guardian, and there had been no way to discover the huge jellyfish before he woke up. And without the Guardian, Bologna and her forces would have won decisively, though of course the price would have been several orders of magnitude than the worst estimate. There would be critics, of course, from outside parties, but then there always were. The only real alternative was to go to Catachan in person, but Nyx couldn't be neglected these days, there were way too many big projects in the pipeline. And Catachan had appeared to be a manageable campaign, even if the Tyranids had known something was coming for them. It had been, with the benefit of hindsight, a very optimistic assumption. Sighing, the Queen of the Swarm banished the thought. Instead she went for a subject that had most concerned her when Bologna had informed her of it this morning. Riza. Yes, Web Mistress. Artemis is crunching the numbers and I trust you, and I am confident in your numbers, Bologna. It was the strategic picture she didn't like at all. Oh, well, Web Mistress, my estimate of 70% of all industrial output assigned to the military is significant. Significant. Yes, one could call it like that. You could qualify it as ruinous, and the military devoured the Adeptus Mechanicus, including everything on the civilian sector. And this was a number obtained some years after the fall of Kumarak, which had allowed the Archmagi of Ryza to return to lessen their burden and fulfill several massive infrastructure plans for new frontier and civilized worlds. Forge worlds were never supposed to be only arsenals for the armed forces of the Imperium. Yes, they had been conceived to play that role in times of war, but it had been only one of many. But no one thought the wars would last that long. She murmured. The more her adjutants and all her subordinates dug in the archives, the clearer the hollow picked became, and the more appalling predictions were calculated. The Imperium had not passed the tipping point where it was about to fall into the abyss, but it had been too close. It had been far too close to comfort. By their own predictions, Ryza will be able to gain 1 or 2% more in the next decade. Of course, Webmistress, it depends on we of the swarm to avoid triggering massive conflicts in the region. I think we can give them that, Bellona. 1 or 2 decades, at least. Weaver just didn't know if she could offer them more than that. Catachan was not the only location where optimistic assumptions had been overturned in short order. Hopefully, what I have ready for the next year will convince the warp parasites to stay quiet for a while. You know you have my full support, Webmistress. Taylor giggled. I never doubted it, Bellona. And since we're on the topic of amusing subjects, now give me the full tale of your negotiations with the Blood Ravens. I wouldn't call their kleptomania amusing, Webmistress. Taylor raised an eyebrow. You offered them free ammunition. They could hardly steal it from you if it's offered, no? Ah. It took several seconds for her adjutant colonel to transfer all the memories and the data. They are bloody thieves. Bellona grumbled. They were way too disappointed that they couldn't properly steal your gifts. And it was only the problem of the quarantine that prevented them from coming on board to rob us. I know it, Webmistress. If I had a direct line to the Necrons, I would have called their thief to rob them. Note to self, in addition to keeping Bellona as far away from Catachan as humanly possible, it would be good to prevent her from coming into contact with the Blood Ravens again. Segmentum Obscurus. Gothic Sector. Binemore Subsector. Luxor System. High orbit above Luxor. Battlebarge Armageddon. 7.716.313 M35. Captain Nimlot Zephyr. Chapter Master, I think we should be, increasingly prudent. For the good of the chapter. A captain of the third company should not have to say this to his supreme commander. But then Nimlot supposed, most chapters weren't the Blood Ravens. I don't know what you're talking about, Nimlot. Damn. Here they go again. Chapter Master, with all due respect, the reputation of our exploits is beginning to spread. Several inquisitors have already refused our offers of assistance because they feared we would pillage their secret stashes before dealing with the enemy. Which is completely false, the Lord of the Blood Ravens mused. We absolutely can accomplish both at the same time. Nimlot Zephyr had the urge to smash his head against the adamantium prow of the battle barge. He had the feeling that by sheer exasperation alone, he would be able to break it in a few decades. We need to stop that. Already we have close to 80 chapters who refuse to work in the same war zone as we do. We have no allies, and with the Space Wolves out of commission, we're really in the top positions of the blacklist of the Adeptus Astartes. My predecessor did those ridiculous penitent crusades, Chapter Master Radamon shrugged off the matter like it was no big deal. And nothing we have done since was illegal. The emptying of the arsenal of Vostok Brest. We weren't going to let these poor piles of shells gather rust when they could come with us. The super heavy armor of Paragon. What an idea it was to keep these vehicles in full view of the parade grounds. The Mechanicus deliveries of Fractal 2. They wanted us to get rid of the orcs and save their precious machines. We purged the orcs and saved their precious machines. Yes, by stealing them. Needless to say, this small Mechanicus enclave was not going to hire them ever again. And it was gradually becoming a really big problem. A chapter of the Adeptus Astartes was sworn from the very moment of its founding to defend the Imperium of mankind from all kind of threats. But how could you do that when the worlds in question wouldn't call you, even if they were in a life-or-death struggle? For a few seconds, Nimlot Zephyr wondered what he had done in a previous life that the Emperor had deemed it appropriate to give him clarity and sanity in a chapter where even the aspirants had clear kleptomaniac tendencies. It must have been something quite horrible to be sure. In the end, all is well that ends well, no? Amaris answered the call, but didn't have to mount a rescue operation on Catachan, since the battle was already over. And he received plenty of ammunition, some of them manufactured by Ryza. We also got 2 strike cruisers repaired. And many old Mark IV armors we had are going to be refurbished. All of this, and we have work to crush a few rebellions with no one looking over our shoulders. There was an additional condition. Nimlot had to point out. One we would have done for the fun of it. The Lord of the Blood Ravens gave him an excited grin. Monitoring the moves of the Marines Malevolent is something we do every time just to enrage those bastards. How was it possible to forget, when the Armageddon was originally a battle barge of the Marines Malevolent that had been reorganized by their chapter? Yes, and they had been very lucky. The Marines Malevolent had an even worse reputation than they, the Mechanic-Us, had refurbished the battle barge without complaints after the appropriation. It is true most adept users won't care what we will do during the monitoring as long as it doesn't end in a full-scale war. The captain of the third company was forced to concede. The main problem, I think, is going to be finding them. The Marines Malevolent haven't been seen campaigning anywhere. That is very unusual for them. It was. Much like the Blood Ravens, the other chapter needed constant wars to ensure it could receive a regular flow of supplies coming from Solar. As spectacular as some acts of thievery were, you always needed things that were rarely found anywhere near a battlefield. Spare parts for battle barges and strike cruisers from Mars, for example. A third of the chapter was in the Reductus sector about 5 years ago. And the Nova Marines grudgingly told everyone they played some part in breaking 2 or 3 heretic cults across Obscurus during the Black Crusade. 2 companies were involved. But since then? Nothing. And no, the Salamanders haven't smashed them apart recently. Strange, Radamon nodded. But I'm sure we will find them eventually. 1,000 Space Marines, especially the Marines Malevolent, will be noticed wherever they are mustering. We may even be called to settle matters with them, given past history. No, they wouldn't. The reputation of the Blood Ravens in recent times spoke for itself. No matter how generous the planetary governor, he or she didn't want to be robbed of his relic weapons and have his or her strategic depots emptied. Nyx system. High orbit above Nyx 3. Ferris Revenge shipyards. Archmagos Dominatus Dominus Belisarius call. Watching a battleship yard from above was a spectacle any Archmagos Dominus of his seniority was familiar with. Watching a battleship yard from above with first-class refreshments followed by a tantalizing supper where a fish soup had been cooked, and the perfume of spices was so powerful it managed to slightly disorient his mechadendrites? Now that was far less common. And then there was the added benefit he had been invited to state clearly what the good and bad points of the construction teams he saw several hundred meters beneath his feet were. Usually, his archmagi peers didn't want his honest opinion. They were already afraid when he opened his mouth in the first place. No, most of the time they wanted either political favors or some technology only he could deliver in a timely manner. There were advantages to being considered a radical by your peers, or so he always said to his new students. Lady Weaver was the only one other than Gillimon to ask him this in 6 decades. It was very refreshing, Belisarius Call had to admit. As I'm sure Archmagos Sultan and Dragon already told you, you need more nanoprinters. Some are on their way from Mars and Risa. I would prefer to have more, but demand is high. Call nodded as a large flight of servo owls flew past them to find the Magi requesting additional information. He was maybe too old to change the 2 or 3 favorite servo skulls he had around him, but that didn't mean he couldn't see the sheer potential of the new devices. That's why he had bought hundreds of them during his last journey here. And in all likelihood, he would buy hundreds more in the next weeks. You also need more electromagnetic cages for your fusion reactors. Also correct, though this problem applies to every part of Nyx. The golden-winged lady replied bluntly. We're expanding the industry to make this system a pioneer in nuclear fusion technology for the rest of the quadrant, but as I'm sure you have guessed, the logistical issues can't be solved with a smile and a snap of fingers. It demands a considerable amount of resources and connections. Speaking from experience. Belisarius Call snorted. Did I ever tell you how I managed to convince the Fabricator General of the time to let me build knights for House Tyrannes? No, I'm afraid you didn't, Archmagos. It is an amusing tale, and the long version can't be rushed. But to keep it to the basics, the poor Fabricator General had heard the worst sort of tales about me from very biased sources, and I was forbidden to set a foot on Mars for as long as he was in charge. That seems uncommonly drastic. The Basilea paused. And how did you evade this ban? I didn't, Call replied cheerfully. Our dear Fabricator General had forgotten he needed to attend the Council of the High Lords. I certainly didn't. Several Space Marines were evidently stupefied before his audacity. The High 12 are heavily guarded, they don't allow anonymous people to approach them on a day-to-day basis. Yes, Belisarius smirked. That's why I went into a little apprenticeship to become a master chef, one good enough that the High Lords were begging for my services when they wanted a 10-star meal. And that actually worked. The incredulity of the young Sauroridus was really admirable, the Archmagos thought. It took me 78 years to master the noble art of cooking. The Martian-born master of all talents answered cheerfully. Of course it was late M3 too, so I may need some refresher courses here and there. Plus the cuisine of the Imperial Palace changed a lot in the last millennia. I know you are recognized as a master of all masters, but I didn't think that applied to as something as special and untechnological as cooking. Weaver shook her head. Why wouldn't it? For all that we embrace the machine, the majority of the tech priests of Mars and beyond need to eat. It was something that slightly unnerved him every time he saw holier-than-thou conservatives. And I always loathed the taste of certain rations. I am old, I need some spice in my life. And everyone needs a hobby. It helps to not go crazy when you have eternity at your fingertips. Weaver hummed a soft tune, but didn't comment further. The adjutant spider in the corner, however, tried to hide the large book she had been consulting a few seconds ago from his inquisitive eyes. Was this an indirect way to ask if you could participate in the next STC templates auctions, by the way? No, Call told her sincerely. But now that you mention it, I admit I am very interested by the potential to build knights with improved machinery and in larger numbers. I suppose that given the support you are providing, you can be allowed to attend. Anything else? Yes, I think. Call's eyes returned to the agitation below, and the tens of thousands tons of metal which were eventually going to grow and grow again until in this yard stood one of the most devastating warships that the galaxy had ever seen. A great ship needs a great name. It has one. It will be the Redoubtable. It was not an arrogant statement like the Invincible had been, and it was not an assurance of religious faith. It was a warning. It was a warning to all the enemies of the Imperium that despite the fact the Angel was not leaving Nyx for now, this lull was not going to last forever. And once this period of peace was over, there was no doubt in Belisarius Call's calculations that when the Enterprise would be seen, the Redoubtable would not be far behind. This is the latest chapter, we have caught up to the novel that roughly updates every 2 to 3 months.